HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Oh, yeah.
2-2 to Christian Walker. And he puts it in play, but he hits it on one hop to the shortstop, Willie Adames. And the Giants have won a series against the Astros for the fourth consecutive season. Ryan Walker picks up a 1-2-3 save in the ninth inning. The Astros lose this one 3-1 after losing last night 7-2. So they'll need to salvage a 500 homestand with a win tomorrow with their ace, Framber Valdez, on the mound.
Ooh, I didn't know that. I didn't know. I was in the car driving home from the game when Todd Callis said that. This is the fourth straight year they've lost a series to the San Francisco Giants. Yuck. It's just... Microphone, your microphone is, yeah.
Wrong microphone.
Use that
Sean.
Microphone. There you go. Welcome back.
You want me to use the one that's plugged in, do you?
That would be good. I think the audience wants that.
Mr. Attention to Detail. I'm sorry. Hey, it's a simple fix, just like Jose Altuve in left field.
Unlike Jose Altuve, you appear to have fixed it, though.
Altuve, it's like once every other game. Don't worry, it's a simple fix. Like him just letting balls roll by him in the outfield, that allow an extra run to score. Don't worry, it's a simple fix.
Yeah.
I've been listening to simple fixes for Altuve for a long time. Hey, Altuve, remember to tag up. It's relatively simple, and yet Altuve has a history of not fixing simple fixes, and now he's in left field, a brand new position.
And yet he's the only one who's hitting, so I can't totally get mad at him right now. You know, like he's
hitting somewhat.
Yeah,
hitting a bunch of singles. He got a home run last night.
Yeah.
None of these guys are. Listen, Yordan's 1 for 16.
Yeah.
Christian Walker's. He's got 2 singles with when in his 11 at bats with runners on base.
Man, this is just painful.
Freitas has 3 singles and 16 at bats.
Yeah,
let's
go through all of them. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off and go through the whole damn thing. Ugh.
Cam Smith is 2 for 11.
Yeah, he had a nice hard hit ball last night.
Yeah,
to right field as per usual.
Houston has the fewest extra base hits in baseball right now.
That passes the eye test. That passes the smell test right now. Welcome in, everybody. How we doing this morning on a Wednesday? Astros lose last night, 3-1. Just watchable offensively right now for this team. This is
it's rough.
Piss poor. Yeah.
This is the reason soccer has never 100% fully taken off in America.
Right.
It's because of scoring like this.
3-1 games.
Houston, the Astros are doing nothing for the sport of baseball right now. The popularity.
9 runs in 5 games. Try to salvage, try to at least avoid the sweep today. 3:10 first pitch today. Framber Valdez on the mound, as you heard Todd Callis say on the bump in there. I guess well, first of all, how are you feeling, my friend? Are you doing better? You were.
I'm good. I wasn't all that sick yesterday. It's just that I have that issue where I can just be a little bit sick, but then I lose my voice completely.
Yeah.
So we're on the precipice of one of those things, and I didn't want to subject the listeners to that. So I sat the morning out and took some lozenges and some zinc stuff, and then they were good. Yeah, we're good to go.
You sound good. Big thanks.
I got 2 days worth of takes right now.
Good job. Yeah, you're backed up. You got to. We need a take enema today for Seth. He's backed up with takes. Big thanks to Brandon Scott, who came in, did a great job yesterday. A reminder, too, we've got Nick Caserio tomorrow at 7:30 on the show, so he'll be fresh back from the league meetings. Had a lot of doings yesterday that we'll get to a little later on in the show, but we've got to first diagnose these Astros here. I guess, to me, the most, I don't know, the most worrisome thing right now, not worrisome, I'm not worried about Yordan Alvarez, even though none of these at-bats have looked competitive. I guess that's the thing right now for the Astros. 5 games in, they're 2-3. The pitching's been fine. He was the weak link in the starting rotation this week, and even he wasn't awful last night. He didn't pitch great, but a normal Astros team should be able to fish that game out of the fire. You lost 3-1. I think that's the thing right now, Seth, for me, is Yordan is always he's what makes this engine go. When he's hitting, everybody seems to be able to hit. He's the one hitter in this lineup, especially with Tucker in Chicago right now tearing the cover off the ball. that has at least some sort of transformative effect on the lineup where pitchers get a little more careful with everybody because Yordan is on point. He's not on point right now. He's 1 for 16. His at-bats are not competitive. He's swinging at things out of the zone. He's doing a lot of very un-Yordan-like things. I'm not worried that this is something that the Astros are going to have to deal with long-term because he's gone through spells statistically like this before where eventually he just hits, and it's 5 games. 5 games out of 162. I think Yordan's going to be fine. But that's the problem is that, like, I just in this short term, I don't have a lot of confidence in anybody putting the bat on the ball right now.
No, and I mean the one big saving grace in comparison to last year is the pitching. The starting pitching has been really good. Right now, the starting pitchers have the 4th lowest ERA in baseball. 2.79 across 29 innings, and Wisniewski last night. I mean, Altuve didn't get chalked up for an error for that play on that double, but really allowed 2 runs, not 3. But he gets chalked up for 3 because people are going to be generous with Jose Altuve's fielding errors apparently at home. Yeah. So you've gone through all this. Wisniewski looks like he's doing the classic Astros pitching car wash. He goes from he used to pitch mostly sweepers to last night pitches more fastballs than he ever has and the fewest number of sweepers as he ever has, and it looks like it's working for him. So the old pitch selection thing that tends to work for new Astros pitchers, it's fully in effect with Wisniewski. That part's very encouraging. Yeah, at some point the bats are going to come around. The fact that you've won any games at all right now while scoring 9 runs in 5 games is because the pitching is. That's
a good way to look at it, Seth. You know what? Glass half full. I like that. The fact that you've won any games with the way that they've hit, the paltry hitting that they've had so far, and look, and try to steal one today with Framber Valdez. If you get out, if the bats look more like what they've looked like so far, if that's how they look today, and yet they can come out of this homestand 3-3, this is as anemic an offense in a short spurt that we've watched with the Astros in this run here over the last several years. And what did you say? The least number of extra base hits?
Yeah, the fewest extra base hits in baseball. They've had 4 so far.
Yeah,
Sean.
4. Yeah. Good job, Altuve, getting that home run last night. And even the bullpen numbers are kind of inflated because in that game Monday against the Giants, you brought in Montero, gave up a couple meaningless runs.
Yeah.
I forget who else came in, gave up a few runs. Like the bullpen, like Taylor Scott was really good at kind of keeping things, and Brian King last night as well, just kind of keeping the thing on at least chance late in the game. So your middle guys, by and large, doing all right. The back end of the bullpen, we'll see. They haven't got many chances yet. They were shaky the first win of the season. They were better the second win of the season. So we'll see what happens. But a little businessman special today against the Giants. And then it's off to Minnesota. Astros, straighten this thing out for the Twins. You know that this ongoing thing that I've got with Twins fans, I don't need them jumping into my mentions on Thursday through Sunday talking about what a Punch and Judy lineup that we have, all right?
Maybe this will be one of those years where the Astros are horrible at home and they just rake on the road.
That would be great.
Maybe that's all they need. I don't care. At least in the month of April, make it that way.
They had one of those.
Get it started.
2 years ago, remember that? They sucked at home, yes.
That's what, I didn't say it would be the first time ever.
No.
I'm saying have one of those years.
Odd-numbered years. That's when it happens, odd-numbered years. Hey, by the way, somebody had a funny comment last night that I saw on Twitter when I got home from the game, that the sign that the Astros window is closed could be that Mauricio Dubon is now in the HEB commercials. There's no more Tucker, there's no more Bregman, so we're kind of sifting along the middle to bottom part of the roster. Now you have Jose Altuve and Jeremy Pena, HEB commercial staples, and then in walks Mauricio Dubon in the latest commercial. I'm like, wow. Mauricio, look at Dubon getting a little bit of love in the HEB.
I think it was perfect because they're doing a version of Take Me Out to the Ball game, but it's like buy me some brisket and queso too, stuff like that. But so they're in the kitchen, and honestly, I think Mauricio Dubon looks a pleasant home cooking vlogger. Mm-hmm. Like he could have a YouTube channel. When I'm looking at him at the counter, he just looks like, oh yeah, this is just like the friendly neighbor or the guy I'd want to marry my sister or something, teaching me how to make my own queso.
I love Dubon. This is by far the lowest that they've dipped into the star power pool here in Houston, I think, for the HEB commercials.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like the Astros, and I was just going off of memory. I jotted this down before the show. Like Altuve, Bregman, Correa's been in the commercials. Remember Springer, Correa, and Altuve had the one where they were water skiing together, and Altuve was on the shoulders of Springer and Correa. Kyle Tucker, big star. Lance McCullers, star power. He hasn't been on the field much, but McCullers, I think, above Dubon on the star power scale. And then the Texans, I guess the closest thing this would be in terms of like sheer national star power would be Brock Osweiler being in an H-E-B commercial.
Yeah.
But that was back, they made those commercials when he first got here, and they were spoon-feeding us all the Brock Osweiler they could because he was the future franchise quarterback.
It was a QB, like just by virtue of being a quarterback alone, that makes a big difference.
Justin Reed's become a bigger star now that he's won a couple Super Bowls with the Chiefs, but maybe Justin Reed was in one with Deshaun Watson. It's kind of cringy if I remember. They were doing some jalapeno popper jokes. It was not great.
Well, the Osweiler was the all-time cringiest because he was dressed up like Woody from Toy Story.
Yeah. J.J. Watt, I'll give that to them. Big star. DeAndre Hopkins, big star.
I think Dubon looks the most comfortable in any of these. He's not trying to ham it up or anything. He just looks like he's hanging out at the kitchen.
To be clear,
I would watch a morning wake up type of show where Mauricio Dubon comes on and shows his dish of the day or something that.
Or just sits at a table with a female co-anchor and just sips coffee and tells you about all the not the stressful stories of the day, just the uplifting stories of the day.
Yeah, I don't. By the way, I saw you last night, and you were sitting there in the Diamond Club. Us schmucks who had to watch at home, at the very least, got to see Julia up in the train. I don't know if you could see her up there.
No, I didn't get to see that.
She was up there with Bobby Dynamite.
Okay.
And, looking at the new paint job. And everything.
Nice. Yeah. No, it was good. Shout out to Joe Sutton, who invited me to the game last night. Got those seats. I was there. His grandson was sitting on the other side of me. I don't know that I could pick anybody who I would. I think in a big board, like a draft of people who could be my grandfather, I think Joe Sutton would be at the top of my list. Joe's a great dude, man.
Yeah,
great dude.
Yeah, no, you guys looked like you were having a good conversation back there.
We're having fun. So big shout out to him. Thanks for the hospitality last night. It was good. All right, off and running on a Wednesday, and we've got a lot to get to on the show today. All right, they had their votes yesterday at the league meeting on the various rules changes in the how did the Tush push do when it came to? Do we think the Tush push is eventually going to get banned by the NFL? Didn't happen yesterday, but are the signs there that we could see this thing gone? We will discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast. from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone said if this keeps up with the Astros, it'll be Julia Morales in the HEB commercials. Julia would be good in those commercials, I think. I think she'd be excellent.
Oh, yeah, Julia would be really good.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of – Toro's been in one.
Yeah.
And he doesn't talk at all.
No. Oh, that's right. I forgot to list CJ and Will. They were in HEB commercials last year. Damn. Sean.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know. You didn't. It wasn't an exhaustive list of guys who have been in it. You were just searching for the guys who are the least notable.
Yeah.
So there's probably a Rocket. You know what? There's definitely been a Rockets player in an HEB commercial somewhere along the guy.
Text him.
Who's just like a try-hard glue guy or something.
Yeah. It feels like Mario.
A white guy is what I'm saying, Sean. some white jamoke that we don't need.
Chandler Parsons till he got paid. Yeah.
Well, Chandler Parsons, you know what? Maybe Chandler Parsons before he really became, when he was just a promising young player,
man.
he might have been in one.
When he could have
Because Chandler made a transition as he got better as a basketball player to where he was actually good looking too. Mm-hmm. He was just kind of a doughy, zit-faced kid until all of a sudden he looked. That's a man about town.
Handsome young fella. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get into the. We will get into the league meetings and the doings there. A lot of votes on things yesterday, and big talk about the tush push. Hey, before we get to that real quick, I did that poll that you asked me to do the other day because they talked about the 18-game season at the league meetings this week. Mm-hmm. For NFL fans, you had predicted that NFL fans – well, I don't know if you had predicted this. You're not a fan of going to 18 games in a season.
No,
yeah.
I don't know. When you look at you look at baseball and basketball, and for the most part, by and large, people feel like, in an ideal world, you'd have fewer games, but nobody's going to scale back on revenue or anything. I don't see why the NFL is dead set on pushing the envelope to try to get to the point where they realize, we've got too many games now.
So you think it'd be too many games? What percentage of NFL fans do you think agreed with you, according to my Pender poll?
I think that this is going to be a classic scenario where I'm going to admit in advance that even though I don't like it, it's not like all of a sudden I'm going to stop consuming it. It's like if you ask me, should I eat more sugar? I'm like, no, of course I don't. I shouldn't eat any refined sugar whatsoever.
Right.
Guess what?
Past the tres leches. Yeah, past the tres leches.
Yeah. But I do think that when people are sitting down and thinking about it, I think 63% of your respondents do not want more games.
That's really good. You know what? You're getting a ding for this. Yeah. 58.5% said want 18-game regular season. I was surprised no won. I thought yes would win just because people just want more football, more meaningful football. Because it would mean 18 regular season games and 2 preseason games as opposed to 17 and 3, what we have right now.
It's a little bit of that whole, steak for dinner every night dynamic where things that are really cool, partly because you don't do it that often, they lose their luster when you have it all the time. And one of the appeals of football is that every game is so important and that you're hyper-focused on it for one time per week, usually with your own given team, and there's not that many occasions per year. And because you start adding, the 18 games, and you're definitely, it's like adding on average a half of a home game every year, and that it becomes more of an obligation in a long haul than something that's just okay. This is a fall sport supposedly, but now we're going from late summer till well into winter these days.
I would take it a step further and guess that if I were to put up a follow-up poll, that there would be as many people wanting to go from 17 back to 16 as there were that didn't want to go to 18. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there's a nice even number element to 16 games. And
you know what, Sean? This is the whole thing. It's if you think about it, in an ideal business model, you're providing a product that's a really high quality product, and that's what drives revenue.
Yeah.
And you got doing things to just, to dupe people into spending more money. And if you, expanding internationally, that makes perfect sense. I think you can do that in a way that actually makes it more fun. I like the international games. I know there's people that don't, but it's not like it's diluting or detracting from the product, at least not in my mind. Whereas with this, it's, hey, we've got a good product. let's just make people buy more of it or just offer more of it. It's the opposite of what, it's like if all of a sudden boy, you can make a lot of money with Bitcoin. Let's double the amount of Bitcoins out there. Like, oh, all right, all of a sudden Bitcoins aren't as valuable.
Yep.
So it grates against me as a business person more so than as a sports fan.
It makes sense.
Respect your customer.
There you go. So the tush push, Seth, tabled. And I thought about this yesterday. They tabled it. They didn't vote it. They didn't vote it down. Apparently, it's very split right now. Reportedly, 16 teams were in favor of banning the tush push. They need 24 to ban it. You need 24 out of 32 teams to be in favor of any sort of rule change.
It's like amending the Constitution.
Yeah. Well,
is that something? Is it 2/3 for that? What is it for that?
I don't know what it is for that, but the comparison I made yesterday when Brandon was in, because there was a cut from Howie. I can't remember if it was Howie Roseman or somebody with the Eagles or somebody quoting the Eagles saying that, well, the Eagles feel good about this thing remaining in place because they know Jonathan Gannon's not going to vote against it. They know Shane Steichen's not going to vote against it because they all have their jobs in part because the tush push was legal. So they're going to remain loyal. And it reminded me of that movie. Have you ever seen the movie The American President with Michael Douglas and Annette Bening?
I never saw it.
Michael Douglas is the president of the United States in the movie. And one of the subplots to it is he's trying to get enough votes in Congress to get some ecological bill passed about emissions and whatnot. And they've got this room in the White House where they've got basically a picture of every congressman up there, and they've got the one column on the wall of the votes that we have, and the one column on the wall of the votes we need to lobby to get this guy over to that side. I'm just picturing like Howie Roseman with a room like that. Like, all right, we got to make sure these guys don't flip. I'm picturing Goodell, everything he's saying appears to be on the side of wanting to get this thing banned. From what we hear.
Yeah,
the tea leaves.
Well, this is where I think I could see Goodell, because what I cited a couple days ago is I don't know if this is worth banning it for, but the reason I personally don't enjoy watching the tush push is that it's a boring football play.
Yeah,
it does. There's for the very same reasons the forward pass was a big key to making American football more exciting. This is the exact opposite. It feels like it's a throwback to rugby, and. But I don't think that's worth banning it for, because the competitive advantage that the Eagles really, really have is that Jalen Hurts can squat 3 times his body weight.
Yeah.
He's an absurdly strong human being. It's not like it's a league-wide issue or anything. There's just a few poignant moments where, like in the AFC or NFC Championship game, where it got laboriously slow and painful because there were so many tush pushes in that game. But it's really, by and large, nobody's really complaining about other teams and how often they might do it. It's all about the Eagles. And if the Eagles weren't the best team in the league right now, I don't think they'd even have half the supposed voters that actually want to get rid of it.
The fix might end up being, because the Packers are the one who put the proposal forth about banning it.
Yeah.
They were spearheading this. And the ultimately the solution to this might be what I've been talking about since this became a topic, which is go back to pre-2004 where guys weren't allowed to push or pull their teammates for yards. Goodell himself suggested that yesterday. They told the Packers, go back to the drawing board. That's why they tabled it. Rework your language maybe to include some of that wording from before 2004 that doesn't allow pushing your teammates forward anywhere on the field, let alone in a short yardage situation. I think ultimately that's going to be they will have banned the tush push by banning any type of push.
This is why. So the original reason in 2004 or 2005, they changed the rule to allow pushing of a ball carrier was because it was just too hard to officiate. You're looking at a pile. Okay, is this offensive lineman pushing a defensive player or is he actually pushing the ball carrier? It's not always so clear. So that's my only hesitation is that's a classic situation where, okay, you go right back to it being really hard to officiate, and it's not something that you're going to be able to overturn by replay. I don't think convincingly, because he was 80% pushing the defensive tackle, and it was incidental contact on the ball carrier. So I lean more, even though I don't like the play because it's boring, I have a hard time advocating banning it, and mostly because I think most of the people who are motivated to ban it are just, they don't like the fact that some teams are really good at it and they're not.
Yeah, maybe. I think that's definitely part of the motivation. Some of the other rules they voted on, so that got tabled. They're going to revisit that sometime down the road. We'll see what happens with the tush push. The overtime rules, where each team gets a possession in the postseason, that will now apply in the regular season as well. Overtime is going to remain, they got approved. Overtime is going to remain 10 minutes, but each team will get a possession like in the playoffs. So no more complaining, bitching and moaning about how, losing the coin toss is like losing a game. Oh, if they go down and score a touchdown. We never even got to get our hands on the ball in overtime.
Yeah.
Okay, you babies now get your hands on the ball in overtime, okay?
As I tweeted yesterday, Sean, it was the one bit of work I did, was I honestly, the overtime rule tweakings annoy me so much that I refuse to learn them.
Okay.
Everything that you just said is now gone from my brain. I treat it like I do when I'm listening to emergency landing instructions. I'll figure it out when the time comes, okay?
Fair enough.
Everything will be, just don't even, we'll be cool. Don't worry, I'll be clutch in the moment.
Okay, here are the other ones. They expanded the use of the eye in the sky to correct penalties when clear and obvious that the penalty should not have been called. They will not correct non-calls, just flags that are thrown on the field that obviously shouldn't have been a flag. New York, the eye in the sky will check in. So that was approved. They will check in and tell the refs, hey, pick that one up.
Did it not feel like they were a little bit more aggressive with it this year than even they said they were going to be?
They were more aggressive, and then I didn't even know they could do that until they were doing it this year.
They made it easier to use, and I still think there were a few instances where, I don't think technically by the guidelines they put out, they shouldn't be doing this just yet, but I don't think a single person's complaining about it because it does help the flow of the game.
Yeah, and again, it's for clear and obvious calls, and it prevents. Of course, these are for penalties, but it does. In other instances, it prevents teams from having to use a challenge. I suppose. That's the poor officiating is not screwing you out of a challenge, so that's good. The kickoff rules are going to remain in place. The differences will be they approved the touchback going out to the 35-yard line now. I think that's a big deal. The 30 felt like the limits of where teams would be like, just kick it out of the end zone. 35, as Nick Caserio said yesterday, I was listening to him on Texans All Access. He's like, 35, you're a first down away from being, basically practically in the other team's territory at that point.
This one's actually pretty easy without going into all the detail. To look at percentages by drive starts, like scoring probability based on drive starts. You can it makes that much of a difference exactly having 5 yards of extra field position. And I think it made sense the way they did it, even though it was annoying last year. They got a good feel for whether the new format is genuinely safer, and now they could say, it looks pretty promising that it's a safer version of the kickoff, so let's just go ahead and have more of them where the ball's in play.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot more returns, I think, this year. That's a big difference to me, the 30 versus the 35. That feels like the tipping point for when we're going to see more returns.
This was my least favorite part of playing for Tom Coughlin, was he would go through these drive chart analyses in front of. It was like watching an analytical presentation for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Every Wednesday morning, and it was awful. It was awful. And the only thing that I treated it much like I do the overtime rules. I got the general message, and this is overkill, Tom. You gotta trim this thing down to 3 minutes, please.
Oh.
Yes, okay, Tom, I get it. It's good to start with better field position.
Thank you.
On average, got it.
Hey, two more that didn't get passed. One that got flat voted down. They wanted to. There was a proposal to where, defensive holding and illegal contact are both 5-yard penalties, but they come with an automatic first down. I forget who proposed this, but a team proposed that it's still a 5-yard penalty, but it's not an automatic. That the automatic first down is a little too punitive. That got voted down, and I'm not surprised because that would be one that would seem to favor defense. And the last time they made a rule change that favored the defense feels like it was when I was in college, probably. Every rule change seems to be more geared towards helping the offense score more points. So if there were no automatic first down, theoretically you might see more illegal contact and defensive holding. The automatic first down is the big punishment there. Does that make sense? You got a look on your face right now.
Well, as it is right now, a defensive holding does not give you an automatic.
It does give you an automatic first down. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
It does give you an automatic. Yeah, they wanted it so that it didn't anymore. It does give you an automatic first down. So they kept that in place. Defensive holding and illegal contact come with a 5-yard penalty and an automatic first down. That stays.
Got it.
That stays. The playoff seeding thing got tabled to where the Texans would no longer be hosting a playoff game as the 4 seed and a division winner. That got tabled. So fear not, Texan fans. When the Texans finish 10-7 with the 4 seed this year, you will still get a home playoff game. As of right now, that got tabled. So
I wonder why. I guess that big part of that is just still making the division races really matter.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. That's what that is. All right, so there you go.
I'm trying to figure out why I was so dumb on that defensive hold. You know why? Because I was thinking of there's too many like double negatives in the way that we wrote it up.
Yeah.
It's a 5-yard penalty, but no automatic first down. Rejected. Like I was like, okay, we rejected the nons. Okay, got it.
Got it. Yeah. All right. So there you go. There's your summary of the league meetings. Bottom line, the Tush push will still. If you love the Tush push, today is your day. You wake up with the Tush push still intact. All right. Headlines coming up next. The Astros frustrated. Rockets. I would submit that their postseason begins after tonight's game. We'll explain that in headlines and more news from the NFL league meetings yesterday, broadcasting news that we will get to coming up next in headlines. But first, Academy Sports and Outdoors. I went to Academy Sports and Outdoors.
here.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, headlines. Let's get to it. The Astros lose last night, 3-1. The final score. They lose to the San Francisco Giants. They try to avoid the sweep this afternoon with Framber Valdez on the mound. On the story, good starting pitching by and large, one time through the rotation, a sub-3 ERA for the starters. The bats have been horrific. They've got 4 extra base hits so far this year. Jose Altuve, a home run last night, accounting for the only run of the game for the Astros. Joe Espada asked after the game last night, have you seen quality at bats at least?
Yeah. I just think that, let's start with the bottom of our order today. We got some traffic there for Altuve and Paredes. Getting to see those guys get on base is important for the top of our order. But yeah, it's just a matter of being patient and letting these good hitters come through at some point, which they will.
Okay, and it's 5 games in, so I don't expect Joe Espada to be like the sky is falling, it's doom and gloom. I do. It does give me a little PTSD from the 7-19 start last year, Seth, where Joe Espada was very much like all is well. It's he's like Kevin Bacon in Animal House. It remains calm, and ultimately, I suppose to a degree he was right. They did end up winning the division last year, but. There is not a lot of there's not a lot going on that in terms of quality at bats. It's really just hope that whatever it is, they snap out of it here.
I think that for one, the pitching has made them credible as a baseball team because they've got the starters have the 4th lowest ERA in baseball. The fact that you've only scored 9 runs across 5 games and that you won any games at all is a testament to the fact that, so it's just absolutely nothing like last year where everybody was failing miserably all over the place and to an extreme degree. Mm-hmm. If your offense or your defense is going to fail in baseball these days, I would much rather it be the offense. So I feel good about the pitching staff. Still questions about the relievers, obviously, because there's just so much unproven and unknown. But Wisniewski last night. Really, let up 3 runs, but really let up 2. Altuve let a ball roll past him in the outfield that if he had handled it properly, that 3rd run wouldn't have scored. So, so far so good. And just Yordan's not gonna be 1 for 16 forever.
He better not be. I'll tell you that.
He could be 1 for 19 at some point.
Yeah. He's 0.63 is his average right now. That's what I was just looking up. Joe Espada was asked about Yordan after the game last night. 1 for 16 to start the year, and a lot of these at bats, he's got a bunch of strikeouts. That's the big thing, I guess, if there's any sort of red flag here. But here's Espada on Yordan.
Like that last pitch, that last at bat, he just missed that. But I know how good this guy is, so I don't mind waiting. I know I want it to happen today, but I don't mind waiting because when it happens. He's one of the best.
Yeah, I guess that's probably the issue right now. Look, this is where you're in a way, I guess, kind of feeling the absence. Kyle Tucker at his best he's not Yordan Alvarez, but he is a hitter that can carry you a little. There's less depth in this lineup now than there's been in the last few years. You're counting on Paredes and Christian Walker to kind of backfill that void left by Kyle Tucker. I'm saying offensively. By Kyle Tucker not being there. Cam Smith is still kind of feeling his way as a big leaguer right now. Jeremy Pena's spring training hasn't really translated into the early part of the regular season yet. When Yordan is not hitting, it's got a negative transformative effect on the lineup. He's the guy, Seth, whose numbers typically are most tied to this team winning, his OPS and things like that. When he's on, this team wins. When he's off, this team loses, and that's the bottom line.
And especially when you look at the way they have the lineup, hey, Paredes might not be hitting, but he still gets on base because he walks, and Yordan's had 10 appearances with a runner on base so far, and he's only done anything with it once.
Yep.
So that's going to change. This is my optimistic view of it, Sean. Usually you try not to read too much into spring training results unless the player himself brings it up, and Yordan has mentioned that, spring training wasn't what he wanted it to be. It's very rare for Yordan to go through long lulls. I'm going to include spring training as part of lull, which means that he's probably very, very close to jumping out of this one. He's just when he goes in a lull, it's typically like a Yordan slump is that he hits like a slightly above average batter for 3 weeks or so.
Yes.
And then he turns back into being ridiculously good.
Yeah.
This is a very, very short little chunk. I also include spring training in it, which means that he's right on the brink of probably hitting 3 home runs in a game.
He's not just due, he's even more due because you're counting spring training in this.
He's extra due.
Extra due, okay.
He's like a woman who's dilated and 3 weeks past her due date. She's about to pop this thing out across the operating room.
I hope he squeezes out a 3-home run baby for you today is what I hope. All right, so that's the Astros. They're back at it this afternoon. Framber Valdez on the mound for the Stros. Rockets host the Jazz tonight. This will be the last game the Rockets play, Seth, this season against a team that is not forecasted to be in the postseason. Their last 5, they have 6 games left. They play Utah tonight. Utah stinks. But then their final 5 games of the year are against Oklahoma City, 1 seed, Golden State Warriors, ascending 6 seed, thereabouts.
Go die.
Clippers, who are going to be a play-in team right now as of this morning. Yeah. The Lakers, who they lost to, the Rockets did on Sunday or Monday night. And then they closed the season against the Denver Nuggets in a game that could be for the 2 seed. That's who's trailing them, at least yesterday. I got to look at the standings this morning. But very bunched up. It looks like the Rockets will at least, at the very least, have home court advantage in the first round. They're going to be somewhere, it would appear, between the 2 and the 4 seed. I'd like to see them stay at the 2 seed just for the optics of it. That would be really cool for a team that hasn't been to the playoffs since the COVID year to have their return to the postseason be all the way up at the 2 seed in the Western Conference.
I like you had quote tweeted somebody yesterday that pointed out something that teams in Houston. Yeah. Since Ime Udoka has taken over the Rockets, they lead the NBA in ejections, player techs, coach techs, and disqualifications.
Swarm!
Yeah.
That's swarmy.
Texans defense is gaining a similar reputation for being a little over the edge in terms of an aggressive style of play. I like it.
Okay.
I like it. I don't know how that translates into baseball.
Framber beaning 2 guys in the first inning today just because.
Yeah, Framber just all of a sudden just turns into an absolute monster. I could see Hunter Brown. I think Hunter Brown's got it in him.
Yeah. Well, and he's got the fastball that you would want. If you're going to pick anybody's fastball to bean somebody, Hunter Brown's is the one to pick.
I think Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti both have a little bit of a snarl to them. Mm-hmm. They just got to grow into it, and obviously, but I could really see Hunter Brown leaning into it.
Yes.
Spencer Arrighetti, he might almost be a little bit like Lance, and where I don't know, Arrighetti might have the potential to almost take it too far.
Mm-hmm.
I think because he wanted to be a stuff guy, but now he's realizing sometimes you just got to attack more.
Yeah.
And it's like when you teach these little Silicon Valley nerds to be a-holes, they take it a little too far sometimes. Yeah.
I get it. That makes sense. Last headline, NFL. We talked about the rules changes in the previous segment. The other bit of news coming out of the league meetings, they're basically taking out the nukes on the NBA this Christmas. They're not just 2 Netflix games on Christmas Day. Christmas Day, which is typically over the last few decades been the NBA's sort of day. You know, they got 5 games from noon all the way until midnight for the NBA. NFL is again doing 2 Christmas Day games on Netflix, but because it falls on a Thursday, I guess we got to do our Amazon game on Thursday night as well. So 2 Netflix games and an Amazon night game on Christmas. I guess it was a raging success last year, despite the Texans not showing up for their game on Christmas.
Well, if you think about the matchups, it ended up working out really well in terms of matchups. You had 4 AFC teams who were all in the playoff hunt, playing meaningful games on a standalone day.
Yep.
They didn't have any glitches in the stream like they had for the Tyson Paul fight. So it went off really, really well. I guess the question would be, I wonder how good it'll be if the matchups don't end up being as good on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
And then there is the grumpy old part of me that I feel like, man, if you're going to have a nationally televised game, or at least I guess a primetime game, that a third of the nation has to make a decision on whether they want to buy a subscription or not. Because I think about 2/3 of America has Amazon Prime. I think a majority of Americans have Netflix. But it's still not evereverody. It's just not on free TV. It bothers me a little bit.
A little free trial. If you haven't used up your free trial, use it on Christmas Day. So there you go. There's your headlines for today. All right. Up next, back to the Texans. Sean McVay dished on the Texans' new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, who, of course, comes from the Rams. An Philadelphia host dishing on C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And this Micah Parsons, Jerry Jones, David Mulligetta thing that's going on right now with Micah's contract is super interesting. Jerry Jones audio in the next segment as well. Nice long segment for you heading into the 7 o'clock hour here. But first, men's T.
KILT, KILT FM HD2 Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. I got a text here, Seth. We'll get to Sean McVay talking about Nick Caley in just a second here. We talked about the rules changes earlier. My feeling on the tush push is just ban offensive players pushing their own guys forward, and that takes care of everything. It used to be that way 20 years ago. Forever.
Right, it was that way for the vast majority of the history of football.
Correct, yeah.
Until they changed the rule in 2005 because it was too hard to officiate.
Yeah.
In a pile especially. Is this offensive player pushing the ball carrier, or is he pushing a defensive player?
Yes. So a texter says, if you ban pushing of another offensive player, only be able to tackle with one guy.
that would increase offense. Can you imagine having to sit and watch defensive players just kind of stand around and wait to see if the tackle.
Bunch of dudes running up to the ball and screeching to a halt because there's already a teammate there. Yeah,
wouldn't be hard to officiate at all.
No,
either. Yeah, that would be. That was just what ended up as a nightmare. I don't know. Okay, is that person joking?
I don't know. I thought the same thing. Texter, in case you're wondering if it's you, yes. 6126. I think it's a 2. Text back. Are you joking? Because I don't want to make fun of it if you're just joking about that.
You know, the funny thing about it was they changed the rule in 2005, and I don't know whether I was consciously aware of it at all or anything, but it didn't really register until maybe about midway through around 2015 or so. I started seeing like, wait, why these guys are pushing the ball carriers? How come this isn't getting flagged? And then I realized, okay, the guys are changing the way they play football.
Yeah.
But it wasn't coached into the game the way it should have been. This is kind of the same way. Even after the three-pointer was instituted, it took decades for teams to really fully realize, oh, you know what? 3 points is a lot more than 2 points.
Right.
And, we should really be shooting more three-pointers. In football, it really took until the tush push for a lot of people to really genuinely realize the power of now, we're allowed to push the ball carrier now.
Yep.
This is kind of a big deal.
Yeah. So text in, texter. If you're joking, then I will come on. Defense should only be allowed to tackle with one guy.
Well, and it wouldn't be a revolutionary change. It would just be going back to the way that it had been. At least the entire time I grew up, you weren't allowed to push the ball carrier.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Sean McVay was at the league meetings, as were all the head coaches, GMs, and owners over the last few days. By the way, Nick Caserio, Texans executive vice president and general manager, will join us tomorrow at about 7:30. So his usual time. When he joins us, it's usually at 7:30. It will be tomorrow, so we'll get probably the last time we'll get him before the draft. So we'll have some good draft questions for him, and obviously questions on the offseason so far, the complete teardown and rebuild, and what it feels like at least of the offensive line. We'll get into all of that with Nick Caserio on the show tomorrow. Here was Sean McVay talking about not just Nick Caley, but Jerry Shaplinsky is also, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, he's also coming over from the Rams as sort of an assistant coach consultant type for Nick Caley. But Nick Caley's the big-ticket one, the new offensive coordinator for the Texans. Here is Sean McVay talking about his two former staffers that are now with the Houston Texans.
I think their background, these guys see the game from a big-picture lens. Nick has an infectious energy and enthusiasm. He's going to bring it every single day. Jerry's got just a great demeanor. I think they'll balance each other out. He'll be a great, addition to be able to be in that quarterback room with CJ and some of the other great coaches they have. But I'm fired up for Nick. He'll do a great job. I think he and D'Amico are really great personality fits, and fired up for my guy Nick.
All right, this is the only problem I have, Sean.
Okay.
And it's this.
Yep.
The other notable McVay in the last few weeks was him gushing about the magnificent Gladstone.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
New GM of the Jaguars who had been with the Rams.
Oh, my God, I forgot.
I can't be a total hypocrite here.
Yeah.
I gotta at least have some level of credibility here. Can we think that maybe McVay, who's constantly just like a bubbly little sorority girl, that he's probably going to speak pretty highly of anybody who's been in his building?
That's very fair. Yeah, he went over the top on the magnificent Gladstone and called him a stud.
Okay. That's true, he did.
He called him a stud. Gladstone's a stud. But that's a very fair point. I'm glad you waited till now to bring that up. I might have erased the audio. Had I thought about that.
First thing I thought, I had seen it yesterday. I was like, oh, Sean's gonna jump on this.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna dash his hopes against the rocks.
I'm glad you did it this way. It's better this way. Now he also talked about Nick Caley. This is less gushing, I think, Seth, and more just functionally, what was Nick Caley doing when he was on the staff with the Rams? Because the big question I think a lot of Texan fans have is, okay, you replaced Bobby Slowick, who was a first-time play caller, and in his second year it showed. You know, the league kind of caught up with the chess game that was Bobby Slowick in his first year. Nick Caley, like Slowick, has never been a play caller before. He's going to call plays now for the Texans. What's it looked like for Nick Caley in his time with the Rams that should give Texan fans confidence that this will look good this upcoming season?
A great thing for parents to take those next steps while still being totally present in his role. And I think, I go back to even just his foundation, starting with Coach Belichick and the amount of ball that you're exposed to, doing ball the right way. He was ready. He sees the game through an all-22 lens. I think that he's going to do an excellent job, and he's been preparing himself just based on the way that he approaches every single day.
Okay. I think that it's interesting because Caley has been in two places. One, in New England, under Belichick, had a horrible, horrible reputation for preparing guys to be head coaches. And I think a lot of it, is that Belichick tended to hire guys who didn't have the same personality traits of good future head coaches. But he also, remember, Belichick kept things very close to the vest in terms of the way he operated his team. One of the ways he lured Josh McDaniels back into the fold after McDaniels had accepted the Colts job was to say he was going to open up the vault and tell him about how they managed the team and everything. Whereas with McVay, and I think Shanahan has this same attitude, I think they're much more of the attitude that, hey, we want to be sure that we become a destination for smart people. Yeah. So we're going to really help guys to work on becoming a head coach. And yes, we'll lose some smart people along the way, but hopefully the sum total of it is that you've always got really smart people coming into the organization. So Caley's seen it from both sides. And if they had hired him directly out of New England, I'd be skeptical of it. But McVay's got a history of guys going on to be head. This is different than going on elsewhere and doing pretty well. So I choose to be optimistic about the fact that Caley's had some tutelage above and beyond, maybe only seeing the way things are done in New England.
Yeah, it's funny because intuitively you'd be like, well, why wouldn't everybody want to bring? You're going to get better guys. You're going to get more. I think you're going to get more talented coaches if you get guys that are apprenticing to be whatever the next step is for them. And yet, the guy that we're arguing against right now is a guy who won 6 Super Bowls doing it his way.
Right? Yeah, it's just different. It's different worldviews, and they can both work really well.
Sure.
And I mean, so much of Belichick was, at least for me from the outside looking in, almost just like destroying people's self-confidence was a way it worked for him, or just holding them down, not naming them an offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. I shouldn't say destroying people's confidence, but making them really, really earn it. And they were able to keep. They worked with a very small staff in New England compared to a lot of other teams. It's just a different worldview.
Yep. So there you go. So that's Sean McVay on Nick Caley. So we'll see how it goes. We're gonna, look. It's April now. We're only a couple months. We're a month away from mini camps and OTAs. So we're gonna start to get our first look at all the installation of all this stuff.
The other part about the play calling that this isn't specific to the Texans situation, just in general. Mm-hmm. It's much more of a committee effort than I think a lot of people realize. You've got different coaches assigned to different. They specialize in it for that week, and a lot of it really comes down to the coordination on the sideline, the communication between the booth and the coordinator, everything else that goes into it. And I think that since D'Amico has gotten here, I think they especially in his first year. Last year, the game management took a little bit of a step back in some ways. But I think that, and I think part of this is Casario's influence. I think they're pretty streamlined, especially when you compare it to the way things were operating when Culley was first in.
Yeah.
So I don't worry as much about a first-time play caller as long as the process and the communication on the sideline is good, and so that Caley's not out there just winging it. And I just don't think it's going to be set up that way.
I think my thing with Caley, like my big hope is that he just has a better feel than Bobby Slowick did last year. Just a better feel for the right plays to call, the situations in games. The nadir, the rock bottom for me with Slowick was when he just kept, I think it was a Kansas City game in the regular season, he just kept hammering that wide receiver screen that just hadn't really worked all year, and he picks at Kansas City to in a key game late in the season for seeding purposes or whatever, to be the game where he decides to run it 4 times for negative 10 yards or whatever it was. Just so many times I think the team winding up in 3rd and long as much as it did had to do with Slowick's feel for the game. I hope Caley's just got a better situational feel for the game.
And where I was hesitant, or at least I wanted to, because a lot of the way that Slowick wanted to operate was that, man, when you line up in the formations that they did, if you do have a good running attack, it does spring things open. Mm-hmm. It's just that he just needed to get just a credible rushing attack. Not an awesome, you don't have to be an awesome running team, but you have to at the very least be credible as a running team to open up some of those opportunities. And it got worse. Yeah. It just got worse and worse, and they got more and more predictable. And it was everything that's bad about that scheme. If you don't run the ball effectively, every other smart thing that you want to do is just that's dashed against the rocks. So that was the ultimate downfall for Slowick, was he was doing a lot of things that do require some patience to install and get good at, and he just had no aptitude for that part of it.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's shift gears. One of the big acquisitions, I would say maybe the most popular acquisition, if we were to poll Texan fans, what's their favorite move the Texans made this offseason? Maybe I'll do that. Is the pickup of C.J. Gardner-Johnson for Kenyon Green. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, very productive, still a younger player. He's 27 years old, so he's not an older guy. He's in his prime. He was productive last season. He's turned teams over. I want to say about a dozen interceptions over his last 30-some-odd games. Good pickup, and we'll ask Nick Caserio about that tomorrow, how that all came about and what he brings to the table. I like hearing stuff like what we're about to hear. Joe Giglio is a host on middays on WIP, our sister station, and he shared an anecdote yesterday about the Eagles reportedly internally being very conflicted over moving on from C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Jeff McClain yesterday, story in the Inquirer about talking to Howie and all this. He also wrote in there that not everyone was on board with this trade within the Eagles. According to Jeff McClain, 2 Eagles sources weren't completely on board with the move. Gardner-Johnson's toughness was another trait one of the sources offered in defense of keeping him. So not only did we disagree as a fan base on, was this a good idea, or are they going to regret this and all that, Howie fought some people within the Eagles. They didn't want to see this guy go, but ultimately he traded him away.
I like hearing that. It's interesting. The last couple of years, when you look at Mixon last year, Christian Kirk this year, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, that is a market. You talk about free agency, you talk about the draft, conventional trades that are really more even than the trades we're talking about here. I'm about to get rid of this and put it out on the curb. What can you give me for this market is one that if C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Christian Kirk wind up being for this team what Joe Mixon was last year for this team, Nick Caserio will have exposed that little wrinkle in the market maybe better than any GM that we've seen the last few years.
Yeah, and it's, with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he did produce for them, so that's not even a question. It really became a matter of, okay, trying to balance out this roster and with these guys that we need to pay, we just can't keep this guy right now. But he did produce for them. In Christian Kirk, when held was, I think the really fun dynamic is that, all right, Christian Kirk with Trevor Lawrence still wasn't, he was never as good after 2022, his first year with the Jaguars, in these last couple years, not just because of injuries, but because they were working Calvin Ridley into the mix and everything. But also, he was playing for a quarterback who really liked to go to his first read, and if his first read wasn't there, Trevor Lawrence would fall apart. I think CJ is a different type of quarterback than that, and might really unlock something to where, okay, when Christian Kirk is the outlet, or when CJ sees a coverage where, all right, what they wanted deep isn't there, but you got Christian Kirk underneath, that's where things might really open up.
Yeah.
And we saw that last year with Stephon Diggs. Even though the numbers weren't superb, there were so many good examples of CJ making tight window throws to Stephon Diggs. I mean, really, like some highlight reel type stuff that I think Christian Kirk isn't going to be as good as Stephon Diggs in his prime, obviously. But that element, when it was gone, it was glaringly obvious how much they missed Stephon Diggs. So Christian Kirk brings that back into the mix at least.
He gets open fast. You know, other than Nico Collins, once Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs were both done for the season, they didn't have anybody other than Nico that could get open quickly. You know, Nico can get open anywhere. And you can throw it to Nico even when he's not open, and there's a decent chance he's going to come down with it. Christian Kirk gets open fast. They don't have other guys like that, at least right now, on the roster. Okay, this Micah Parsons, Jerry Jones thing is getting a lot of attention right now. There were news stories the last couple days that Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons had agreed to the framework of a deal that was going to make Micah Parsons the highest paid non-quarterback in football. That's one of the markets we've seen explode this offseason, thanks to it was Max Crosby, gets $35.5 million. Then you see Myles Garrett just break the glass ceiling at $40 million a year. And then Jamar Chase gets $40.25 million a year. And now here comes Micah Parsons, and he's the next non-quarterback to get paid. And the reports were that they had agreed to the framework of a deal, but somebody needed to alert David Mulligetta to this, Micah Parsons' agent. This had all been just Jerry and Micah talking directly with each other, and probably the reports of a deal were coming from Jerry's side. This was Jerry Jones at the league meetings this week talking about working out a deal with Micah with no involvement from David Mulligetta and just saying, hey, that's pretty normal.
Are you kidding me? That's just not something that you should worry about. You should be worrying about your ability to make it work, and you should be worried about what the player does. Does he have good enough health? Does he have enough skill to do what you're paying him the money for? The agent is not a factor here, or something to worry about. And I don't know. And so my point is that I'm not trying to demean you in any way, but this isn't about an agent. The agent doesn't have one thing to do with what we're doing when we get on a football field against a team. Micah does. To the degree I'm involved, I do. The people that have something to do with what we do going forward relative to our fans in football are me and the player, not the agent.
You got to give credit to Jerry Jones, who somehow found a way, while talking about just David Mulligetta, probably alienated all of the agents out there. You know, he's basically saying, what do we need these agents for to get a deal done?
Honestly, though, I mean, him saying he doesn't know David Mulligetta's name, it's hard for me to feel sympathy for Cowboys fans, Sean, because there's just such delusional messes. But my God, like not knowing his name, we got to ask Nick this tomorrow. Yeah. Let's play a quiz show with Nick Caserio when he comes on. Let's ask him if he knows who C.J. Stroud's agent is.
Okay, yeah.
What the hell? Yeah. This is the general manager of a football team who happens to also be the owner. Can you imagine any other GM getting up in front of a microphone and saying he didn't know the name of the agent of one of his premier players? Nope. And that agent is one of the premier guys in what the this is beyond absurd.
In the midst of the negotiation to get the biggest non-quarterback deal done, he does that. This is not some rando comment that he makes in October or something.
Back to the very core of the problem with Jerry Jones, which is that if you are going to be a micromanager as an owner, then you better actually micromanage. Yeah. Where he doesn't. He does the old Michael Jordan thing. When you remember the stories about Michael Jordan are that like he'd come in and just kind of swoop in a couple days before the draft and just start shooting from the hip on stuff and not make any decisions based on what his actual scouts were saying or anything like that. Like he wants to micromanage, Jerry Jones does, but without actually putting any work in or actually knowing what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah.
Just imagine a GM, any GM who works for an owner. Imagine any owner hearing his GM say, no, I don't even know what the name of the agent
is.
You got to fire him immediately.
That's a great way to put it. Like, if Cal McNair's listening to Nick Caserio and he's like, I don't even know who CJ's agent's name is, I'd be like, red flag.
The only way you get away with that is if you've won a Super Bowl sometime in the last 4 decades.
Right.
And it just, unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Or if you own the team, then you get away with it, I guess. Now, here's the interesting thing, is that set Micah off. Clarence Hill Jr., who covers the Cowboys, tweeted that Jerry Jones, with blatant disrespect to Micah Parsons' agent, David Mulugheta, and then had that quote, the agent's not a concern here. I don't know his name, end quote. Mulugheta is one of the best and most respected agents in the NFL. Parsons is wise to have hired Mulugheta. That's Clarence Hill tweeting that. Tweet that and says this, facts, 2 exclamation points. David is the best, and I will not be doing any deal without @David Mulugheta involved. Like anyone with good sense, I hired experts for a reason. There's no one I trust more when it comes to negotiating contracts than David. There will be no backdoors in this contract negotiation. So now, by virtue of having had what it sounds like some offline conversations with Micah about what a deal might look like, and then conveying to the media that they've got a deal agreed to, essentially, and then having those quotes where he says, I don't even know the agent's name. He's not only probably alienated David Mulugheta. Mulugheta probably just wants to get the damn deal done. He's got plenty of stuff on his plate. But he's clearly pissed off Micah Parsons as well. Like Parsons is not happy in that tweet that I just read at all.
It almost, because some of it, the way Jerry Jones is talking, it's almost like a young recording artist, like a young musician, they're like being approached by a producer, but like, no, you don't need representation, just sign this here contract,
right?
And you'll do 15 albums for us for $20 an hour. It just it's shady all around, and it's woefully just incompetent for a GM to be operating that way, and then to act like this is normal to keep the agent out of it, that's a standard operating procedure. He's just lost it, man.
Yeah.
He's lost it completely.
Yeah, that's a really slippery. When you having conversations directly with a player and you convey that as some sort of verbal agreement between the two parties without the agent being involved?
I mean, it's one thing if the player himself is on, if it's Laramie Tunsil, for instance.
Yeah.
Laramie Tunsil operated without an agent, and he was fully comfortable doing it. And he had lawyers advising him, and he had the NFLPA advising him. If I were Micah, it probably would feel like a little bit, when I hear Jerry Jones say that, it's like, oh yeah, he thought he was just going to sweet talk me into the deal that he thought was good for them and me, and that's it.
Yeah.
He thinks I'm a rube.
Yeah.
He thinks I'm a rube that just doesn't know to actually get outside guidance or counsel.
Okay, this is middle screen texting this, Seth, so tell me what you think of this. This is on this topic of Jerry Jones. This is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, by the way. Strongly on team Jerry Jones here. Mulugheta thinks he's taking over the league, but Jerry is the league. There's an insane correlation to how much you shout out Mulugheta and how crazy you've become before you're escorted out of the league for being crazy. Earl Thomas, Michael Thomas, Deshaun Watson. Those are all Mulugheta guys. Parsons is next.
Yeah. Now there is. This is almost like Stephen A. Smith versus LeBron James. Mm-hmm. It's okay to dislike It's okay to dislike all the entities involved in this.
Yeah.
I think Micah's kind of loony in a lot of regards. Jerry Jones is 100% loony in most regards. And then there's plenty of reasons to not like the way that David Mulugheta is operated. But of those three, Jerry just made the biggest flub in all of it.
Yeah.
Like that's a big misstep of like picking a fight that didn't need to be picked.
Right. Text message. This is shifting gears. We'll get back to Mulugheta a little later in the show. Trust me, because it appears as though the book has been closed on Deshaun Watson. I wanted to make sure Seth got a crack at that today. The torpedo bats. Back to the Astros. That was actually a big topic. People we were just chit-chatting with around our seats last night. Like, hey, 9 runs in 5 games. These torpedo bats seem to be working for some of these teams out there. Text message, let's bring in the torpedo bats and the trash cans and get this thing going again. Trash cans, tongue-in-cheek. Now, torpedo bats are interesting. It's pretty wild, man. We're in a week where the 2 biggest topics are pushing Jalen Hurts' butt for a first down and bats that are shaped like the Captain Caveman Club. But the torpedo bats have been a big topic the last couple days, and as it turns out, the Yankees hitting 9 home runs in that game against the Brewers over the weekend was sort of the bat signal for these torpedo bats. But as it turns out, several teams have at least a couple guys that are using them. Kurt Ainsworth, the CEO of Marucci, he's a former pitcher. That's the company that manufactures the torpedo bat. He was doing an interview with MLB.com, and he said that he thinks over the next few weeks, now again, this is the CEO of the company that makes these, I should point that out, but he says over the next few weeks, he thinks that 50% of baseball is going to be giving the torpedo bats a try.
Yeah, I think you're going to see it across all 30 teams. So this isn't one that's specific to the Yankees. I just think that they got Adley Rutschman used our torpedo and hit 3 home runs, right, for the Orioles. And I think you're going to see players across the board using it. So I would say you're probably looking at 10 or 15% adoption now, honestly. And I think you're going to see more and more people test it and try it. I do think that this excitement for the game has now even bled into Major League Baseball. And these guys are the greatest hitters in the world. But they're seeing the success, saying, man, if it could help me, we're willing to try. So this is the first time we've seen any players willing to change so much and to try to help their game. So I really, truly think you're going to see, 50+% of the major leagues at least try some sort of a torpedo in the next few weeks.
Yeah, I'm for it. I think it's all within the rule book. It's one of those things where you look at it and think, wow, it's kind of crazy that people hadn't thought of this before. We had one of our listeners point out that they kind of did this with the aluminum and composite bats a long time ago. I like it. If it hadn't been the Yankees that first introduced it to the public at large, maybe it wouldn't be as big a deal if it had kind of been more of a groundswell of a bunch of teams discovering this in the offseason. They've been around since 2022. I'm a little put out that the Astros were not the vanguard in this, that they weren't the ones that realized this and started. I wish they would have sprung it on the league and everybody would hate the Astros for it.
Yeah.
I don't like not being hated right now as the Astros sit with 9 runs in 5 games.
Right, for doing something that is legal and on the cutting edge. That's
this is a lot like Sean. I'm guessing what people most immediately thought of. In 1989 Tour de France, because in 1989 it was okay. So Greg LeMond, who was the greatest American cyclist before Lance Armstrong. He was in a time trial to win. It came down to a time trial for him to win the Tour de France, and him versus Laurent Fignon, this French cyclist. LeMond used these the triathlon handlebars where you lean down on your elbows, which they hadn't used in racing much at all before that. And he ended up winning the Tour de France because he won those time trials and he used those. And a lot of people really, really hated it. But the rest of the world, I say, screw you. USA,
yeah, man.
USA. And thusly, I say that with a torpedo bat.
Yeah, torpedo bat. H-Town, let's go. Get the damn torpedo. But did I see on your notes here that Bregman's using the torpedo bat now?
He's got one. I don't know if he used it yet or not. I saw a picture of him. I think on his Instagram he showed just a picture of him holding one. Okay. Now, this was on April 1st. So I don't know. I think 25% of things that I think right now are false because of the one that I saw yesterday where, frankly, bad job, whoever it was. I saw a couple people put out fake Davis Mills trades.
Yeah.
And the first one I saw was that Davis Mills had been traded for a first-round pick.
Yeah.
And that was before I even remembered that it was April 1st.
Right.
So I'm like, oh, okay, obviously that's fake.
Right.
There were some that were more reasonable trades that people got duped on.
Yeah.
So whoever it was that tried to do that was the one. That's a bad April Fool's attempt. The other one's pretty good because people got duped by it.
Yeah. Did you see Tiger getting in on the April Fool's action yesterday? Tiger Woods.
I did.
Tiger
you
Woods.
Know what?
Yeah, look at Tiger with a torn Achilles and a sense of humor. How about that?
Said that he was gonna, because of explosive exercises, he was gonna be ready to go
for the Masters. Yeah, next week. Yeah, for the Masters. Yeah. So good job, Tiger. Good job showing off that awesome sense of humor that you have. Back to the torpedo bats for a second. So the fact that it's the Yankees that have kind of drawn these torpedo bats into the spotlight. If it was the Pirates or somebody hitting 7 home runs in a game over the weekend, then the torpedo bats certainly would not have been at the forefront of Good Morning America on Monday like they were. These have been a topic on the big news outlets. They've turned into a topic where it's getting fan bases riled up. Let's start with our old friend Nick Turturro, actor, New Yorker, diehard Yankee fan. Here is Nick Turturro on the scrutiny the Yankees are getting over the torpedo bats.
All right, so we're off to a good start, my Yankees. Very nice. 3-0, swept the Brewers. So are the Dodgers, 3-0. But I want to address this bullshit about the bat. Torpedo bat, whatever you want to call it. It's legal. So all you haters, shut the up, all right? The Dodgers could use the bat. Any team can. We're hitting the ball, all right? Enough is enough. Cut the bullshit. And to my friend Dave Portnoy, stick to pizza, all right? The bat's illegal.
All right,
they're legal. I love you, Dave, but you know what I mean?
So Dave Portnoy, who founded Barstool Sports, big Boston guy, he's been very vocal over the last few days about the torpedo bats, and it's going to be the end of baseball. It's the end of mankind because of these torpedo bats. Here was Dave Portnoy on with, it might have been the BBC. He's on with some British news anchor on a show talking about the torpedo bats.
Hundreds of years of baseball. You try to, a pitcher get the ball in on the hands, that's a good pitch. Anthony Volpe, who stinks and is a Yankee, they said they researched his swing. Guess what? They researched it. They found out he stinks. He keeps hitting the ball on the hands, and they altered the bat. Stuart, you're a soccer guy. What if you have a player of yours who stinks, and every time he kicks it, it's a muffin, right? No speed, no nothing. You develop a cleat, a shoe that has turbo boosters in it. Does that mean he's better? Do you want to keep the game sacred? So this has nothing to do with the Yankees, but we don't need these Godzilla bats infiltrating the national pastime.
Okay, so Dave Portnoy, Seth, the gatekeeper of the sanctity of baseball.
Okay, this is the funniest thing about it is when people make an appeal to the history of baseball.
Yeah.
Go back and look at the bats in the 1920s.
Yeah.
It looked like a literal just stick of wood.
Yep.
Like there's barely any taper to it at all.
The handles were bigger than the barrels.
Yeah. It looked like they'd gone down and chopped down a hickory tree that morning and just whittled it out of wood. Like honestly, it's really, really weird that it's taken this long for, if it does indeed work. Who knows? Once everybody's using them, then there's probably weaknesses to it and what have you, and pitchers will start to adjust to it. I'm cool. We're still ultimately talking about a stick of wood that's just shaped differently than other sticks of wood.
That everybody can use if they want to. It's not like somebody's getting a special advantage in all this.
Right. Yeah, so it's almost its simplicity makes it seem more scandalous than it should be, just because.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, that's I love the Turturro versus Portnoy aspect of the whole thing. That it's turned into a Boston versus New York thing that we can just sit and eat our popcorn and watch is a fun sideshow to me.
For the most part, though, too, it's there's going to be some really freezing cold takes now as teams around the league start to use it. So the people that were adamantly against it will now be 100% on the side of torpedo bats.
Yep. I'm curious where the people weigh in on this. Should the Astros be using this thing? What did you think of the first cut we played there, Seth, where that Ainsworth said 50% of the league is going to be using these things in the next – that feels aggressive. I think the number that he had given out earlier in that interview was like there's maybe 10% right now that have even inquired about it. Now, reportedly, I saw a report during a Dodger game. This was obviously a snippet out of a Dodger game that wound up on social media. But the sideline reporter for the Dodgers and the play-by-play guy for the Dodgers said at some point during about a 1-minute cut from one of their games that the Dodgers players have all asked about having them shipped to them. Like there's a big shipment of them coming to L.A. pretty soon for the Dodgers. If you're the Astros and you've scored 9 runs in the first 5 games, if there's not a shipment of torpedo bats coming for guys to at least try it out during batting practice, then you are doing this wrong right now.
They've been floating around since 2022, and before this season, a bunch of different batters had experimented with them, and some had said, I just don't quite like the feel of it. I'd be skeptical that 50% will be using it by the end of the season, just because it's a pretty big change in a lot of ways to just all of a sudden start using it. You might actually start to see some numbers go down because guys are experimenting with new bats and deciding, like, on the fly whether they like it or not.
He said 50% in the next few weeks. I'm like, all right, well, this is clearly a guy who's trying to sell a bunch of bats on a national. This is like he's on Radio Row at the Super Bowl trying to, sell testosterone or, or whatever it is guys are pitching on Radio Row these days. But it's a big topic, man. Biggest topic around baseball right now.
I think the big thing to remember is just that if the Yankees have a competitive advantage because they've had more time working with it and everything, then it stinks, and yet they didn't break the rules at all, not in the slightest. I have to lean back on, all right, the Yankees are really good at hitting home runs in the regular season.
Yeah.
We'll just see what happens come postseason.
It's almost like they hit too many home runs against the Brewers the other day. Like, you could hit 5.
Well, 3 of them were by Aaron Judge with his normal bat.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, 6. And I don't even know. I know Jazz Chisholm uses the bat. He hit a couple of them the other day. Yeah. So, yeah, whatever. All right, mock draft injection time. Which is going to include some commentary about one of Seth's favorite prospects for the Texans in this draft. That is coming up next.
Underdog is available.
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. We do it every day at 7:45. We won't do it tomorrow because this time tomorrow we will be in the middle of a conversation with Texans GM Nick Caserio. 7:30 tomorrow. Join us. We'll talk to Nick about the offseason thus far, the offseason moving forward. Tomorrow we will be exactly 3 weeks out from the first round of the draft, which we mock every day at this time in the mock draft injection. All right, Seth, here we go. You missed it yesterday. Matthew Golden was the subject of the mock draft that we did, and it's been tough to find one where they don't take an offensive lineman, the Texans. And so Golden was the pick yesterday. So today we are doing the mock draft. We've not done this guy before. His name is Matthew Jones. His outlet is Fantasy Pros. This is one of the many mock drafts that are in the Drew Doherty, the latest Drew Doherty mock draft roundup, 5.0 version, where 50 of the 54 drafts have the Texans going offense. Only 4 have them going with defense. This is one of them. Fantasy Pros. Let's do this here. I think Seth will like this one. With the 25th overall pick in the Matthew Jones Fantasy Pros mock draft, the Houston Texans select Kenneth Grant, defensive lineman from Michigan, who you're a big fan of Kenneth Grant's game. Much to our pleasure, he did not work out at the Combine because he had a slight tweak of the hamstring. We were worried about the Combine bumping his stock up too high for the Texans to have a crack at him if they wanted to. So now it does appear, I will say this, it does appear that he has kind of settled into this range of the draft, that 20 to 30 range where the Texans sit.
And he didn't have a brilliant pro day or anything. He ran a 5.0740, so he's not a freak of nature. So I don't think that his pro day is something that's going to all of a sudden vault him up into a top 15 pick necessarily. I do think his upside, based on some of the plays he made, and as a guy that just steadily got better while he was at school, it didn't play that much until last year. I think he's still improving, and he's got flaws in his game. There's things you can point to in terms of consistency, but I really like the quickness he shows laterally is way above and beyond what you would expect from a guy that's played as heavy as 340 pounds. He's lighter than that now. But if the Texans took him, I'd be very, very happy with that. I think he could play situationally right from the get-go. I don't know if there's a guy that's a day one starter the way he likes his first-round picks to be.
Yeah.
That's the big question, I suppose, is are you going out on a little bit of a limb for a guy that doesn't have as much high-level tape as some of the guys who have been doing it, like Mason Graham, his counterpart there at Michigan, has just been doing it better longer than Kenneth Grant has.
Yeah.
But Mason Graham's going to go in the top 15.
Yeah, probably even higher than that. Like top 5 is where he's been going. You want some Scout Anon on Kenneth Grant?
Give it to me.
From Bob McGinn?
Inject it into my veins.
Scout Anon, anonymous scout, reports on Kenneth Grant, who the mock draft today has going to the Houston Texans. Reminds me a little bit of Richard Seymour and Kevin Williams, that type of guy. Because I don't think he's a true nose guard the way he runs. More of the bigger 3-technique guy. But he's so big, he kind of creates his own model because not many are as big as him and can run like him. He has some pass rush. I think that'll only improve when he understands what is needed from him.
I think that the comparison I would make, not as a direct comparison, but a guy who's more athletic than you expect from his body type is Vince Wilfork. And Wilfork's a guy who could play nose tackle, could play 3-technique, could play 3-4 defensive end if you wanted. I could see Kenneth Grant becoming that type of guy. He hasn't produced at the same level that Vince Wilfork did, but he has that kind of rare athleticism for a guy that doesn't look like he should be that athletic.
Another scout says, I like him better than Graham. He has length, push. I take him over Mozzie Smith. So Mozzie Smith was another Michigan guy who the Cowboys drafted last year. A third scout says he was way better than Graham. Not even close. Some rawness, not a ton of experience. Pretty smooth movement for a big man.
Okay, that's notable that an anonymous scout said that. I had the same impression when I was watching some of the Michigan games. I was just trying to figure out exactly why there was so much hype about Mason Graham. Don't get me wrong. I think he's worth taking with a high draft pick. But Kenneth Grant does some really rare things athletically. And I just, the things I have questions about him are some of the things when it comes down to the actual run stuffing side of things, holding up to double teams, all of those types of things. He doesn't look as stout as I'd like him to based on his body type. That's the big unknown is, all right, is this something that he can learn to do? Can he play a little bit lower? You don't get away with just being a big dude that can't get moved in the NFL. Guys are going to get up underneath your pads, whereas Mason Graham's a lot more polished in that regard. So, I'm very much more on the side of the guys that are really positive about Kenneth Grant, but I know there's some haters in these announcements.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get to. We've given you the sugar. Now here comes the vinegar. A scout says, quote, "He's gigantic and all, but I was really disappointed. Big old dude is just a non-factor." This might be Clint Stoerner talking. It's just a non-factor, Chief. Are you going to make a play at any point? The scout says. Plays upright, gets killed by angle blocks, doesn't have a great feel. I don't see it. He's 7th on my list. Okay, he's 7th on my list of defensive tackles. That's still pretty good. Added a 6th scout, Seth. He's technically unsound. I can see conditioning being an issue. If he doesn't have Graham next to him, he probably doesn't develop to the level that he has. You could hit on this guy, but you've got to have a really good D-line coach who's going to kick his ass and hold him accountable. If you don't have that, you're probably going to get a bust. End quote. I'll say this. This is me talking now, not anonymous scouts. Is that I do feel like of all the positions out there, we've seen the evidence both with D'Amico in San Francisco and D'Amico with the Texans. Generally speaking, defensive linemen play at or above the level that it feels like they're supposed to. You get the best version of defensive linemen with D'Amico Ryans, and you have both as a coordinator and as a head coach here. I would also say, too, that for a young player, he would be coming into a room that is going to kick his ass and hold him accountable. That's an older veteran, aside from Will Anderson, who acts like he's 35. That's a veteran room.
Since the guy invoked the defensive line coach, I think Rod Wright did a really good job with, bringing Will Anderson along last year and improving his technique, making him a more polished pass rusher. And obviously, Will did a lot of that working on his own in the offseason as well. But I think the coaching environment, the veteran environment would be really good in there. Guy's gotten better every year since he was in college. He's shown, there's evidence in his game that he's worked on things and that he has improved. And the upside, his good plays are really, really, really good. And he also, for the one guy that said he doesn't understand angle blocks and all those others, the consistency of it probably isn't what he wanted to see, but he shows evidence at times of reading and reacting really well and understanding where he fits in the defense. There's some things that are really hard to do, like when you're slanting against the grain, like when you're slanting to the left and the offensive line is moving to your right, it's really hard to sometimes redirect and fit in exactly where you're supposed to fit in the defense. And Kenneth Grant's shown a lot of evidence to do that and ability to do that. I think his upside is huge. Yeah. I think he's got a gigantic upside. He's going to go 25. If he goes 25, it'll be for a reason, obviously, and it's not a slam dunk. But I think the upside, as long as he works at it and as long as he's in the right environment, could end up being a really good steal. Because he does some things on film that you just don't see 335, 340-pound guys do.
Matthew Golden goes next at 26 in this draft. That's the guy I want. I want Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from Texas, by way of University of Houston before that. Local kid who it would appear wants to be a Texan as well based on activity on social media. If Grant and Golden are sitting there at 25, you got to pick one of the two. Who would you take? Grant or Golden?
Even though I really, really want Grant, and I'm intrigued by the experiment, I also don't have as much of an appetite for an experiment right these days.
Yeah.
And with Matthew Golden, if you look at Matthew Golden versus McMillan, the other guy that's just all over the place.
Arizona wide receiver, yeah.
In terms of how everybody feels about him. I mean, Matthew Golden, you just feel better about when it comes to any kind of reports about how much the guy cares about football, him coming up in big moments, all those things. Matthew Golden's got a lot less smoke out there about him.
Mm-hmm.
Longhorns fans, know that he's big in big moments.
Yep.
That he's not afraid to compete. So, I would go with Matthew Golden.
It's a more acute need, I think, for them right now too. They need another wideout.
If I'm trying to predict what D'Amico wants, I mean, we've seen D'Amico for 2 years now. Just try to bring anybody and everybody in at defensive tackle.
Yeah.
He wants at some point a difference maker there at defensive tackle.
Yep.
Right now they don't have a guy who's a genuine difference maker. Kenneth Grant would be the potential and opportunity for that. So I wonder what D'Amico would want at that point. Like, would D'Amico want, I'm not saying this is who they take, but like in his heart, does D'Amico say, I really, really want Kenneth Grant, but I am a head coach here, and for the good of the football team, we need Matthew Golden.
I think the latter. I think D'Amico knows. You got to operate differently as the CEO of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So it's a really interesting either or though for sure. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. The book is now closed on the most lopsided trade of the NFL. We relive the magic of a big Texans victory from 3 years ago. That is coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth, you were out yesterday, so we didn't get to sink our teeth collectively as Payne and Pendergast into what I view as the white flag being waved on the Deshaun Watson trade by the Haslam family. The trade took place a little over 3 years ago. Deshaun Watson has started 19 games for them, and that forget about what his numbers are and have been as a quarterback in Cleveland game to game. The fact that he's only started 6 games each season for them with a contract that they guarantee $230 million for is pretty wild. But Jimmy Haslam at the league annual meeting this week said, quote, "We took a big swing and miss with Deshaun. We thought we had the quarterback. We didn't, and we gave up a lot of draft picks to get him, so we've got to dig ourselves out of that hole. The trade was an entire organization decision, but it ends with D, his wife, and I, so hold us accountable," end quote. And now here they sit with the number 2 pick in the draft with a ton of conjecture as to what the solution is going to be for them at quarterback next year, ranging everything from taking Dion Sanders with the 2nd pick to trading for Kirk Cousins with the Falcons. That's where the Deshaun trade has put the Cleveland Browns right now. That sounds like, Seth, despite Deshaun working out and trying to rehab his torn Achilles on social media, wearing all sorts of Browns gear, somebody needs to alert Deshaun that Jimmy Haslam said this on Monday. It would seem as though the organization is going to say, hey, buddy, you tore an Achilles, just hang out somewhere else this year, and then we'll figure out 2026. The book is now closed on this trade from both sides. I mean, the Texans closed the book a long time ago once they used all those picks, but the Browns have now closed the book, and this is the worst trade in the history of team sports, without question.
The interesting thing is with Davis Mills versus Deshaun Watson over the same period of time from 2000 through 2024. I'll hand it to Deshaun. He has a better record at 9-10 in that time, whereas Davis Mills is 3-10-1. Davis Mills completed 59% of his passes for 3,500 yards. Deshaun Watson completed 61% of his passes for 3,300 yards. Davis Mills, 19 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. Deshaun Watson, 19 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Deshaun Watson barely finishes out above Davis Mills in almost every category I'm looking at here. QBR, Davis Mills, 35. Deshaun Watson, QBR in that time period of 40. It's just the Browns have barely gotten anything more out of Deshaun Watson in the past 3 years than the Texans have gotten out of Davis Mills.
They would have been better off drafting Davis Mills.
It's remarkable. Yeah, it really. Yeah, it would have been a lot cheaper. For bang for your buck.
Yeah.
Production per dollar spent. Oh my gosh, Davis Mills has destroyed Deshaun Watson.
Well, the funny thing too about that is that Davis put up those numbers on some pretty ratchet versions of the Texans. Deshaun. The reason they made the trade for Deshaun is they felt in Cleveland that they had a roster that was ready to win a Super Bowl. That's why they made the deal.
Davis Mills quarterback rating 78.2. Deshaun Watson quarterback rating 80.7.
Oh my God! Player similarity score. Deshaun Watson is Davis Mills. That's eerie. There's so many things that are eerie about the aftermath. The Browns essentially, it would have been a bad trade if you were getting Deshaun Watson on a rookie contract because you gave up so much to get that. It would have been a bad free agent signing if you just gave him the contract and didn't give up 3 first-round picks for the right to get him. Both things were just cataclysmically bad. The trade and the contract. They did both. And by the way, traded for the right to have this be the topic of your owner press conferences after the trade was made during training camp in the summer. This is D. Haslam being asked about their quarterback they're paying $230 million guaranteed to and traded 3 first-round picks for. What's the topic? Sex trafficking.
Are you concerned that, that could be death threats, all that kind of stuff, especially when his first game back is in Houston?
I hope the conversation comes to what can we do going forward to get the information out to help other people. And I think there's just a huge opportunity to talk about the major issues in our country in this area, such as sex trafficking and massage parlor use, etc. There's so much information that we can glean from this, and the opportunity is tremendous. So we can continue to talk about Deshaun, or we can talk about the major issues our country face and make a difference.
We gave $240 million guaranteed to this young man so that we'd have an opportunity to talk about
sex
things
trafficking
that are more important. Young men who's causing the conversation itself. Yes, let's. There's nothing to see here. We spent. Does my $240 million guaranteed not bring me any kind of an excuse not to talk about the very thing that you're all here to talk about?
Oh my God!
Come on, people.
Then remember her talking about counseling.
Counseling takes time. You don't just go to a counseling session and wake up and understand the impact it has. I think it's a layering effect, and it takes weeks, months, a long time to get to where you understand so much more about yourself. And I think Deshaun has made progress from the time he came here till now. He's making progress, but it's not going to happen overnight. He's 26 years old and he's just getting into counseling. I think it's going to take some time. I do think in counseling, Deshaun will grow to learn a lot more about himself.
Dee, are you saying that maybe he doesn't realize he did something wrong?
I think if you know anything about counseling, it takes a long time to go through that process, and you can talk to the experts. But he's doing the work. He's committed to doing the hard work to make himself a better person. I think he said that several times, that he's committed to doing that.
He didn't say that until just the day of that Jacksonville.
I think I said it pretty well, is that this counseling is a process, and it's going to take some time for him, the layers and the layers upon getting there. We feel like he's making progress, and with us, we have seen that.
Yeah, listen, my husband was screwing over small trucking companies for years until he realized, ma'am, wasn't that after the FBI had indicted almost everybody in your husband's company, and yet somehow he skated on all of that? It takes time.
It's a process.
It's a process where sometimes the FBI makes you see, oh, yes, I should be doing things differently. Yes.
There's not a single thing from a Cleveland perspective about that trade that ended well. And we can talk about the contract. We can talk about the lawsuits, the draft capital given up. If you talk to people in Cleveland, it felt almost like Deshaun, who said, I'm going to get really involved in Cleveland with my charities. He was an absentee quarterback, it felt like, up there. On social media, just the complete lack of self-awareness, where he's posting every expensive thing that he's done the last 3 years, but posts nothing about – you wouldn't know he's a football player. You would think he was a travel influencer if you were to go look at his Instagram. And I would say, too, where they're at now, they're picking second in the draft, and according to Diana Rossini, the smoke would indicate that Kirk Cousins, he of the Achilles tear and one playoff win in his career, same number as Deshaun, by the way, might be their next quarterback.
They still have so many questions at quarterback, which brings us to Kirk Cousins. Is that a real thing for Atlanta to trade Kirk to Cleveland? From my sense, yes.
Wow.
I don't know how far along it is right now. I just know there's enough smoke around this and enough conversations being had that this would not be a surprising move. Knowing Kevin Stefanski coached Kirk Cousins when he was in Minnesota, it makes a lot of sense on Woodward.
Yeah.
It does. It makes a lot of sense, except for the whole dynamic of potentially choosing a quarterback number 2 overall.
Right.
I mean, it's. I wonder, how do you feel? I have no way of knowing, but I guess what do you think Shedeur Sanders and Dion Sanders would think of him going into a situation where they had a bridge quarterback like Kirk Cousins? You think they'd be for it or against it?
I think the sense I get with Shedeur, it does seem like everything we're hearing from Dion is that they've kind of softened their stance on the situation that Shedeur gets brought into.
Yeah.
I think they're getting a bit of a wake-up call with what the league, how volatile the stock is on Shedeur. If I had to guess, I'm going to give Shedeur the benefit of the doubt, Seth, and say that he would embrace it as a challenge. You know, kind of like when Russell Wilson beat out Matt Flynn in Seattle several years back. He would look at that as the model for trying to win that job.
Look, I'm all for. I think I'm in the minority, but in that I'm all for whether you take a quarterback number 1 overall or later. Sometimes, depending on where that guy is, sometimes I don't care how high you drafted him. Sometimes it's good for him to get some tutelage and to have a redshirt year or what have you. I think in the situation of the Browns, though, you're taking what's already a bad situation, and that you've got $45 million per year each of the next 2 years on a quarterback who's not going to play for you. And then you bring in another veteran quarterback that diminishes your ability to sign other guys that could help a young quarterback. Mm-hmm. And I think it ends up being more of the same issue that they have with the Browns. I don't think they have the luxury right now last year where you've got an expensive veteran and a draft pick, and Penix wasn't a number 2 pick overall.
No, you're right. The other thing I would say, like the final coup de grace in all this, is the guy they dumped to bring in Deshaun in Cleveland was Baker Mayfield, whose GM, Todd Light, said this about at the league meetings this week.
Top to bottom is great, and I don't think you get enough credit, and I have it right here. 5 straight years in the playoffs. Longest streak in the NFC. You do not get enough credit for that, Jason.
Appreciate it. Well, we got great players. We've named a bunch of them here. Baker's phenomenal. Baker, a lot of these players want to come back because of the culture. Todd does an amazing job. We have a great locker room, but they want to play. They want to play with Baker too.
Yeah, that was Kay Adams who was doing that interview with Todd Light. That the guy they dumped is the guy who's the culture setter and the guy that is their selling point to people in Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield is the final kick in the junk to this trade.
Baker Mayfield has a little bit of a feel of it's almost like Lance McCullers, where he gets when he was in Cleveland, he ended up because he was willing to play through a really bad injury, and because his performance suffered as he was playing through a really bad injury, he ended up being hated just for the performance on the field with zero credit for the toughness, even despite having some really promising play as a young quarterback before that. I'm not convinced that Baker Mayfield would have had the Browns, perennial chip game or anything, but obviously it would have made a lot more business sense in a lot of ways to have Baker Mayfield there the last few years than Deshaun Watson.
No question about. Well, and ironically, Baker is the one that seems like he's gone through counseling the last few years. This is a much more mature version of Baker Mayfield that's doing his thing in Tampa Bay than the one that was in Cleveland. It took 3 years. 3 years and a trip to Carolina and the Rams to come out the other side, a franchise quarterback, but he did it. Now, the final ad on this Deshaun thing, this is from Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp. They were talking about this story yesterday on First Take. They did give props to Deshaun Watson's agent in being able to negotiate that big contract in this trade with Cleveland. Take a listen.
Kudos to his agent, David Muguleta. Hey, we talk about Kirk Cousins' agent. Whoo, David got a nice. Hey,
David, a monster.
Everything you said,
Let's pause for. I'll let you continue, Shannon, but let's pause for 7.
Go ahead.
David Muguleta, our brother, is doing his thing.
Yeah, Muguleta, yeah.
That's one of the best in the business. We're gonna take a moment to give that brother some love. No doubt. Go ahead, Shannon.
But you're right.
Okay, so let me point out the visual here real quick.
Yeah.
Ryan Clark is in between these two on the box screen right there. They've got the 3-box screen. And Shannon and Stephen A. Stephen A. is throwing things back and forth with Shannon. Meanwhile, Ryan Clark, and both of them are murdering David Mulugeta's last name. Muguleta? Ryan Clark is a David Mulugeta client. So Ryan Clark's trying to jump in going, Mulugeta, about this guy. If you want me to, guys. He's my agent. If you want me to... And Stephen A. and Shannon are just sitting there playing tennis over top of Ryan Clark there.
And it was interesting, too, that, Ryan Clark, I don't know if he sent a text before that or not. To be sure, they mentioned David Mulugeta.
Yeah.
Ryan Clark is a huge champion of David Mulugeta.
Yes. Yeah, not Muguleta.
David Muguleta?
No.
You got to give him respect.
Yeah.
You've got to give him Kelvin Sampson would argue that they were not giving David Mulugeta the respect that he deserved by that wasn't just if Kelvin Sampson is going to get PO'd about people saying Gonzaga instead of Gonzaga, that at least is an accent thing. This is butchering a guy's name.
This is butchering it. Yeah, Kelvin Sampson. Kelvin's probably in Houston right now. Do we still have that, Ben? There, the Mugoletta?
David Mugoletta?
Kelvin's driving around in his car right now listening to Sports Radio 610. He's throwing his coffee at the radio because it's Shannon Sharp. Mugoletta?
David Mugoletta?
Yeah, it's not. It's Mulligetta. Shay. All right? So there you go. Book is closed. Book is closed on Deshaun Watson. Let's see here.
Do you think Deshaun Watson plays in the NFL again?
No. I've said that before.
Never?
Nope. I don't think he plays again. And I'll stand by that. He's trying to put on an act on social media like the big comeback is coming in. Cleveland clearly wants nothing to do with him, which means he's going to have to sell another team on bringing him in. And I don't think any team wants anything to do with it, you know?
The Deshaun Watson workout videos, it reminds me of Lonnie Johnson's YouTube series. Remember when...
Oh, what was it called?
Life of Lotto.
Life of
Remember
Lotto.
the funniest sequence was they showed him working out and everything, but they didn't edit it well enough that it was clear that, okay, he was just doing it for show because at the end of one of the clips, he was like, I don't know, should I do another one? What? Like, okay. And then that very morning, he ends up being like 45 minutes late to his actual workout.
Yeah. It was the worst. It was like they just shot a bunch of raw video and threw it up on YouTube. There was like no editing. Like, hey, man, if you're trying to pitch us on what a badass you are, I would edit out the part where you showed up late for your workouts.
And then argued with the personal trainer for a good 10 minutes about why you weren't actually late.
It's incredible. He's on his 8th team in the NFL. Who knew? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Why is DeMeco Ryans so urgent on wanting to get this team to new heights? Maybe this is why. We will tell you what the reason is coming up next. But I'll tell you.
Hi.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. D'Amico Ryans has talked about taking this team to new heights a lot this offseason. It's frustrating to get to the divisional round 8 times and never get past it. He knows that. He was on a team that did that. He's now coached a team that's done it twice. Felt like last year, if you could have gotten even decent offensive line play, you were primed to maybe get to your first AFC title game. But if you're trying to measure how much up the other day on Monday, the misery rankings during the Super Bowl era, where somebody is out there has come up with a point system where you get a point for every year you've gone without winning a Super Bowl. You get a point for every year you've gone without making a Super Bowl. You get a point for every year you've gone without making a conference title game. You also get a point for every year since you've had a playoff win and since you've even made the playoffs. And you add those 5 elements up, and the higher the score, the more miserable your fan base is. And to nobody's surprise, the 2 most miserable fan bases of the Super Bowl era are the Cleveland Browns and the New York Jets. By that measurement, the Texans were 18th on the list, benefiting greatly from the fact that they only existed for 23 of the 59 years of the Super Bowl era.
Yeah, and 18th in a ranking where the most miserable were 31st and 32nd.
Correct.
So we're in the top half of the most miserable, but still not nearly as bad as it might be. But we also had the benefit of only having the Texans in Houston since 2002. They didn't include the years of misery of not winning a championship with the Oilers.
Right.
So we had a little bit of you get a little bit of a bump there just by not having been in the game for the previous decades.
So if it was just the Texans, if we said, okay, let's make sure that the Texans are appropriately measured as a franchise here.
Since 2002, compared to every other franchise since 2002.
That's right.
Yeah,
so let's lop off all the Super Bowl years where the Texans didn't exist. Let's just do it since 2002. Where do the Texans stack up based on that point system? It's not 18th anymore. They are tied, Seth, for 25th with the Los Angeles Chargers. These are the 6 more miserable franchises than the Houston Texans since 2002. Dallas, Chicago, Cleveland, the Jets, And then, boy, the Raiders and the Dolphins are the two most miserable franchises or
so
fans.
The Raiders and the Dolphins. And the Dolphins, yeah, they'd mentioned a lot about how Miami hasn't won a playoff game in 20-some years.
Since
right?
before the Texans even existed. Yeah.
I'm actually a little bit put out that we're only one spot worse than the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
Because what was their saving grace? Because they haven't won as many playoff games as the Texans.
Their saving? Well, again, their fan base is more miserable than the Texans by a couple of points.
Right. I guess. But I mean, what's their? But they're only one away from the Texans.
Yeah. I would say if I had to get, I don't have the full ranking in front of me.
Yeah.
But they made the playoffs several times.
Yeah.
They've won. It hasn't been that long since they've won a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
It's been forever since they won a Super Bowl or been to a Super Bowl or even been to a conference title game like the Texans. It's just that the Texans have won a playoff game a little more recently than they have. That's probably the big thing for Cowboy fans. But again, this measures this kind of, it's not perfect, but I think it does illustrate, like if you were to tell DeMeco Ryans this, like, hey, the team that you're coaching right now, this is, and especially as a former player here, that's been part of both the playing part of it for several years, and now he's the head coach in charge of making this ranking, make them shoot way up. Hey, you get to a conference title game, you're a whole lot less miserable than, and the thing that brought this up about lopping off all those years that the Texans didn't exist, you brought up Detroit, who was near the bottom of the rankings as well because they've never been to a Super Bowl, and they, it's been fairly recent they went to a conference title game. If you lop off all those years, Detroit didn't make a Super Bowl. They go from being one of the bottom feeders to being middle of the pack. They're 17th. They're a lot less miserable, their fan base. So I think it's just one of those things that kind of points out, like, this is why we've got to get out of this haven't been to a conference title game thing.
Yeah, and especially there's some similarities to the Bucs, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah.
In that you get 20 years into it and you don't get any benefit of the doubt for being an expansion team. That first 10 years or so, there's a lot of like, oh, well, they got their growing pains, this, that, the other. The Bucs actually, they went to a conference championship game relatively early in their franchise, but by and large for 20 years, it was a whole lot of awful football play. And then ultimately they end up, in the early 2000s, winning a Super Bowl. That was when all of a sudden they became a bona fide NFL team.
Yeah.
That's where the Texans feel like they are. Like the 90s Bucs right now, the Texans have been more competitive. The Bucs was flat out bad for a long time.
A couple of decades, yeah.
But they also hadn't really, but just like the Texans haven't made a genuine push into being a bona fide team. There's zero expansion team cushion given anymore. It's just all right. You got to take it to the next level.
Yeah, you got to, man. You got to. The least miserable teams in this whole thing. Obviously, the Eagles just won the Super Bowl. Kansas City went to the Super Bowl, so their score in all this is 0-1. The Rams, Tampa Bay. To your point, they've been a perennial playoff team. Won a Super Bowl a few years ago. Baltimore. I like this that New England is 6th. Even though they're terrible now, you have no right to be miserable. You were just winning Super Bowls a few years ago.
The most annoying thing about New England, and I knew this was going to bother me way back when the Patriots were really, really good, was that it was obvious that whenever the fall came, that New England fans at the end of the day would expose themselves as actually not being all that much into football.
Mm-hmm.
And they just slide into one of the other very competitive sports they have in town. So it's they're not as miserable emotionally as I think we would have hoped they would be.
Yes. Yeah, their other teams are decent, so they've got they can just slide over to the Celtics and they're like, eh.
Well, and it's a baseball. Like I feel like Red Sox, the capacity of Red Sox fans for misery is way higher than the capacity of Patriots fans for misery.
Hey, speaking of which, I know you and I have made a point to be petty about Kyle Tucker and be petty about Alex Bregman and how they're both doing locales. Do almost by just attachment, are we going to be petty about Rafael Devers being terrible this year also? Is that almost an adjunct to Alex Bregman? Because Bregman's signing there seems to have affected Devers psychologically this year. Like, I'm taking a lot of pleasure in Devers being really, really bad this year because I feel like Bregman signing. Bregman himself is not putting a hex on Devers, but it feels like Devers being the DH full-time, he's 0 for 19 with 15 strikeouts right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Bregman's not playing all that great either. I mean, like, it's very early. His OPS plus right now is 43, so the average player is 100. His OPS is 488. Like, he's making contact and he's getting on base, but it's not like it's a huge upgrade over Rafael Devers when he was playing third base. You know how I feel about this. I have a lot harder time being petty about Alex Bregman than I do Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
So it's annoying me that Kyle Tucker is actually really starting to pour it on now.
He's hit a home run
after a lull to start the season. He's really tearing it up.
He's hit a home run in his last 4 games. Now, he's playing his games. They're playing the A's, I believe, right now. Apparently, this ballpark that the A's are playing in, this minor league park, Sutter Field, I think it's called, in Sacramento, that thing is playing, if I'm not mistaken, and I know Garrett, our former web guy, listens to the show. Garrett, you tell me, because you're an A's fan. But I saw some tweets last night about just how ridiculously Coors Field-ish it's been playing out there. It'd be fun. That, I should look at the Astros schedule and see when they head out to Sacramento. That might be what they need to get out of their slump right now. Torpedo bats and a trip to Sacramento to get out of the slump.
So right now, Bregman is hitting 353.
Is he?
Yeah.
Bregman or Tucker?
Oh, no. I apologize. Or Kyle Tucker. Tucker. I'm looking at Kyle Tucker's picture, and I said Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker is hitting 353, OPS of 1303.
Yeah.
Okay, so his OPS plus is, remember, this is standardized. Yes. The average player is 100,
Dude,
and they account for ballpark.
Yeah.
So with or without the advantageous circumstances in Sacramento, OPS plus of 259.
I've never seen one on somebody's page of over 200 before. Like, that's that's the
damn you, Kyle Tucker.
Yeah. It turns out he's good at baseball. Yeah, where was this early in the season when you've been an Astro the last couple of years? What the hell?
Yeah, all the advanced stats used to the advanced stats would help him out, but his conventional stats look bad.
Yeah.
He's just flat out playing really good baseball right now.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, well. Now it's up to the Cubs to sign him to a long-term deal. Devers, man, 19 at-bats, 15 strikeouts. That's crazy.
15 strikeouts and 19 at-bats.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Does he get the same benefit of the doubt that Yordan does? Where, like, all right, okay, Yordan's 1 for 16, but it's early and whatever.
I don't know. I mean, that's probably more of a Red Sox. I don't care if he does or not. It's probably more of a question for Red Sox fans. I will say this, like, has gone with the flow as to how the Astros want to use him. So I think it's just conventional wisdom or just, common sense would have me be more sympathetic to Yordan because he's been a team guy. Rafael Devers is a guy who spent spring training campaigning to keep a job he's not good at, which is playing defense at third base. At least Yordan is an average left fielder. Devers is an awful third baseman.
Look, we've seen this in basketball where a guy like, I don't know, James Harden might basically go on strike on the basketball court and just go out and not try to force a trade. I don't think I never expected that we might see it in baseball because it's so damaging to your stat line and so obvious. And yet, is there a chance that Devers is just pulling a James Harden here?
Now, here's what. Okay, probably not. But I will point out he does have the security of like an 11-year contract right now. He's not. He's getting paid whether he goes 0 for 19 or 10 for 19. So maybe
you might say, you know what? Yeah, if I have a month of ridiculously, horrendously bad baseball, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to hurt me all that much in the history books. And but I'm going to punish this team. Yeah, and I'm going to get the hell out of here because I am not a DH.
That's right. That's right. Do you think? Hey, Rafi. Hey, Rafi, do you think this tactic will work?
No.
Yeah, probably won't. You're probably right. Probably right. All right. Big talk around football has been the Tush push over the last couple days. The league has opted to table any talk about that. There's been campaigning going on behind the scenes with it. I have 2 head coaches who are both against the Tush push right now. I think did a great job defending his take. The other one, I think, did a poor job of defending his take. We will hear from both of these head coaches coming up next.
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, quick reminder, programming note, Nick Caserio joins us tomorrow at 7:30 on the program. So we're looking forward to talking to the Texans GM. A lot of stuff to get to with him. We hope that you join us at 7:30 tomorrow. So the league meetings in West Palm Beach, where they went through, they changed some rules. They did tweak some things. We'll get into that if we get a chance this segment. The biggest topic of conversation has been the Eagles' tush push that has turned into virtually an automatic conversion on short yardage situations where Jalen Hurts and his 8 jillion pound squat legs get tucked up in behind the interior offensive lineman, and then they have a few guys shove him for a first down. There's people that are cool with it. There's people that are not. It's very split. Reportedly, Seth, 16 teams were in favor of banning the tush push. You need 24 teams in favor of changing any rules of any sort with the league. So they've tabled it. They've asked the Packers, who were they were kind of the ones spearheading the effort to ban it, to kind of go back to the drawing board with their wording of it, to maybe include some of the pre-2004, 2005 wording about not allowing pushing of any sort of offensive player by their teammates into the mix. That way you're not really banning the tush push necessarily. You're not discriminating against the Eagles. You're basically telling all 32 teams you can't push a teammate anymore who's got the ball in their hands. And Roger Goodell himself is suggesting that maybe reverting to the old rules with that may make sense. But they're gonna revisit this thing, it would appear, down the road.
This is where I'm torn on it, is because I don't like the play just because I think it's a boring play, and yet that doesn't feel like a reason to ban something from football. The other part of it is that as a defensive player with a defensive bias, I don't like the fact that players are now allowed to push the ball carriers anywhere on the field. And yet, I think that part of it has made the game more exciting. I think a ball carrier being stood up at the goal line and then allowing offensive linemen to go down and just actually push the ball carrier into the goal line, into the end zone, like out away from the tackle box. That's actually pretty cool. I have to be honest. That part of it's pretty cool. So. And I think that you're adding more excitement to the game. A guy looks like he's stuffed, then all of a sudden his buddies show up and they're able to bulldoze him in.
See, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't know why exactly. I don't like what you're talking about there. I'm not talking about the tush push exclusively. I'm talking about the part where a guy gets stood up and his teammates come in and just start shoving him. I don't know what it is, and I don't have a rational explanation. I just don't like it for some reason.
That's when it turns it into more of it's not a scrum, it's a ruck.
Yeah.
I don't want to get on the wrong side of the rugby bros here. But I kind of like it. It becomes like a rugby ruck where all of a sudden, okay, you got a moving mass of humanity.
Yeah.
And you're trying to see it. It feels gritty. That part of it, when it's out away from a tush-push scenario, it just feels gritty and old school without actually being all that dangerous. And I like that part of it. Okay, so you don't like it.
I don't like it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I would be cool with them getting rid of shoving your teammates forward under any circumstance. I just don't like it.
The old rules of football, it wasn't when you were down by contact. It was when forward progress was stopped.
Yeah.
So as long as a ball carrier kept crawling along on the ground, the ball was still in play.
Yeah.
Which I would I'd like a return to that too.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So two coaches that are against the tush push explained their side of it this week at the league meetings. Now, Sean McDermott of Buffalo, who's part of the competition committee, from what I can gather, sat down at his little breakfast. This is the explanation that I think is a little more janky. We'll get to Sean McVay in just a second. But here was Sean McDermott, and the Philly people listened to this and said, fraud, fraud. Take a listen to Sean McVay talking about digging into the data and then saying there's not that much data.
Yeah, I mean, I feel, I think similar to how I felt at the Combine. I've dove deeper into more of the data on it and, just thought more about it as well. And my position hasn't really changed at all. I feel where I'm most concerned is, even though there's not significant data out there to this point, my biggest concern is the health and safety of the players, first and foremost.
I dug into the data, and I've gone out there, and there's not significant data about this. That tickled me. That tickled me a little bit. That kind of smacked of somebody who was faking how hard they've been investigating something,
Yeah. It was like, it just seems like it should be wrong, right? It feels like a lot of political discourse these days where somebody will get caught saying something that's factually incorrect, and people will defend that person by saying, well, yeah, but his main point is still true. And you're like, yeah, right, but the argument he just gave is wrong. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because I don't want it to be true.
Right. The interesting thing about McDermott not wanting the tush push is that Buffalo uses and used it, some version of it, a lot with Josh. The flip side to that is that they stunk at it when it mattered most. They were awful.
The Chiefs shut them down.
Yes.
And I wonder if Sean McDermott is like, all right, look, we've kind of gone past the tipping point on this. Whatever advantage it used to have, not as big a deal anymore. And I think with McDermott, I could see where he feels like, man, I know that the injuries aren't actually as bad as you'd expect them to be, but I get really nervous every time I see people piling onto Josh Allen.
Yeah.
So, just take this away from me. Like the old werewolf strategy.
Yeah.
Just lock me in this room. Don't let me use this because I feel like at some point Josh Allen's going to get injured by it.
Yeah, maybe. Here was Sean McVay at the league meetings explaining why he doesn't like the tush push.
I don't believe in taking something out because they do it better than anybody else. What I don't like is the optics of that play. Looks like a rugby scrum. And there are some health and safety things, which those things exist in short yardage and goal line situations as well. So I'm kind of conflicted because you don't want to be a hater because they do it better than anybody else. So I don't agree with that. But I also wish we didn't let the play in the first place in regards to just the optics of what it looks like. Doesn't look like football to me.
That's been my contention all along. Is when they started doing it, the Eagles, a couple of years ago, I'm like, I think it looks stupid. I have no other better. I don't know what the injury data says about how dangerous it is compared to other football plays. Last I checked, guys get hurt on all sorts of football plays. So I can't speak with any sort of intelligence about that. I just don't like the way that it looks. I think it does. I agree with Sean McVay.
It feels like it ends up in what could be a really, really, really exciting moment. It just feels like you're kind of sitting around waiting for the verdict. Because it's all half the time they end up having to really go and examine and then check the spot and do all that. That part of it's tough. I guess I'm a lot like McVay. I don't like the way it looks. I think it's a boring play, and yet it doesn't feel like it's something that you should or have to ban compared to other stuff that has to get banned because of obvious safety issues or what have you.
Yeah.
Can I say another thing?
Sure.
I'd like to lodge my protest against this stupid owners meeting breakfast interview that they do. I get so uncomfortable with these coaches are supposedly going to go in and sit down and have a chat with reporters while they eat breakfast. And it's not that. It's them being surrounded by people with microphones or iPhones that give you horrible audio in that environment.
Yeah.
And it's like asking somebody, hey, we're going to do a deposition, but don't worry, there will be brunch during it.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, as soon as you're finished with your Danish, how do you respond to these allegations?
Yeah.
I don't like anything about it.
The audio quality is the big thing for me. It's just the audio quality is so poor at these things. You get all the background noise and whatnot.
I'll give a tip of the cap to Cody Stutes, who managed to get I don't know what I'm using, but way better than what a lot of the other reporters are using.
From the breakfast scrum? He got good quality audio from the breakfast scrum.
It is. If you go to his YouTube channel, he's got some good examples.
Good job,
of it.
Cody.
Yeah.
Cody's at everything, man. He goes to all of it.
Cody got a sponsor for the hotel he stayed at, or it was like a bed and breakfast type place.
That's the hustle, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job, Cody. Cody was my intern back in the day at 1560, back in 2008, way back in the day.
You're going to get wrapped up in a Me Too scenario here?
No.
Okay.
I'm bragging about my intern tree. I view Cody Stutes as part of the Sean Pendergast tree, and that he's going out and hustling to get a sponsor warms the cockles of my heart.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Good job, Cody. I hate pushing a player. This is a text message. This isn't from me, although it sounds like it could be. I hate pushing a player forward ever since Matt Leinart against Notre Dame. That was the Bush push, not the Tush push. Reggie Bush, and that was illegal. That should have been called a penalty, but they didn't call it a penalty. Back in the day. Yeah. I was there. I was very distraught. So my question, text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, regarding the Tush push, if we stop the play saying forward progress has been stopped, could we not say the same thing about the Tush push? No, with the Tush push, they are pushing and moving forward the whole time.
Yeah.
I just don't like the way it looks. That's all. All right. Payne and Pendergast.
I know that is another dicey area, though, too, with the quarterbacks sometimes, because the quarterbacks get extra. Like, it's almost that they get benefit of the doubt in situations like that where they allow the play to go on as long as possible, where all these other situations, as soon as the quarterback's in any danger, play's over. Protect him.
Yeah.
Protect him.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Heading into the 9 o'clock hour. Let's circle back to the Astros. What's the concern level right now over 9 runs in 5 games? And the fact that maybe the biggest culprit in all this is the best hitter on the team. We will get to that. We'll hear from Joe Espada. How worried is he? We'll get to all that coming up next.
Oh, don't let your retirement plan.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
2-2 to Christian Walker. And he puts it in play, but he hits it on one hop to the shortstop, Willie Adames. And the Giants have won a series against the Astros for the fourth consecutive season. Ryan Walker picks up a 1-2-3 save in the ninth inning. The Astros lose this one 3-1 after losing last night 7-2. So they'll need to salvage a .500 homestand with a win tomorrow with their ace, Framber Valdez, on the mound.
It's kind of an underrated kick in the junk right there that Todd Kalas just laid out. Fourth straight year they've lost the series to the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, they've been miserable. They were talking about it on the broadcast last night, just how miserable they've been versus the Giants.
Yeah, that sucks.
I can't blame Kalas and Blum for that.
No.
Blame the Astros, damn it.
Yeah, no.
Non-torpedo bat using whatever. Do you guys even care? You know, sitting out there with these old stupid wooden sticks.
Conventional
Well, the
bats.
innovators of the league are using the space-age shaped sticks?
Yeah.
They're still just sticks. They're
all they
still
are.
wooden sticks, but still. Yeah.
Same sticks, different wood. Hickory back in the day, then probably some pine. Today they're
It was ash mostly.
Ash, yeah.
And then hickory, and then maple. Now they're mostly made out of maple.
Maple's the big one today. I saw Brian Kenny of the MLB Network did. It was one of those videos, Seth, that I saw on Twitter. And I'm like, all right, I feel like I'm going to be bored stiff by this thing, but it is about the biggest topic in baseball right now, the torpedo bats. Yeah. So I'll watch it. And, man, Brian Kenny laid out like a really good 5-minute case for why, if you're against the torpedo bats, like we heard Dave Portnoy thinking this is going to be the end of the integrity of the record book as we know it. He just basically talked about how, man, there's just we progress. As a society, we like to think, but we progress as a bat-wielding sport as well. And he pointed out, too, he was pulling up pictures of Ty Cobb back in the day, holding that bat that you were talking about earlier. We're like, wow, the handle on that bat is bigger than the barrel of that bat.
It was like your fingers couldn't grasp around it completely. It was just so thick. It was almost like a uniform circumference the whole way through.
Well, and he pointed out that back in the day, the goal wasn't to hit home runs. The goal was to put the ball in play, and so that's why the bat was shaped that way. And then once like in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, when Babe Ruth became the biggest thing of the 20s, people realized, like, wow, you know what people like? Balls that travel far and over the fence.
Well, yeah, I mean, in baseball especially, the live ball era changed things a whole lot. Like, a lot of things changed. I think the biggest thing with baseball in the bat itself is that this is way less revolutionary than other sports like, say, tennis. All right, they used to swing around these tiny little wooden rackets, and people started using the aluminum rackets and then the composite rackets, and that's a drastic change over what they'd been using before. You look at so many other sports where they're like bike racing or whatever, like obviously the technology is a huge part of it. This is still just a wooden stick, and you just treat it, you're just making it a little bit differently on the lathe with the advantage of computer-aided design, but it's not as drastic a difference as a lot of other technological innovations in sport. I would say the sticky gloves, in football, that's a bigger deal, way bigger deal, and like in a way that changes the sport. Then like, oh, okay, we're just shaping the bat a little bit differently within the rules of the sport, which we've done, which we've already done many times throughout history.
It's interesting because like why are people who are against this so dead set against these torpedo bats? And if I had to just like off the top of my head, I'd go, well, this is a sport that has had a couple of cheating scandals kind of woven into it over the last 20 years or so. You know, the steroid era is viewed as just this huge, just gigantic Rotten Tomatoes splattered against the record book because guys are just shooting themselves up with things. You had the Mitchell Report and so forth. And then obviously the cheating that's been, from sign stealing and stuff like that, that's been everything that the hitters have been trying to do to get an edge. This feels like it resides in the same neighborhood to some people, but it doesn't because, again, everybody can do this, right? Like, this is not something people are doing in the dark shadows or having to be drug tested for. Any player can use one of these bats right now if they want to.
And they've been around since 2022. It's invented it or started doing it with the Yankees is now with the Marlins. Like it's not. There's nothing. There's no skullduggery here or anything. It's not like a vast secret. I mean, they gave him to a bunch of minor leaguers to try out. It's just that people were slower to adopt it, except for the Yankees, who adopted it pretty aggressively.
Okay.
So this is, I think this is like there will be a 2 or 3 week period where the headlines showed up. People made their judgments based on the headlines and the fact that it was the Yankees. And it takes about 3 weeks for anybody to actually start listening, or a lot of people to actually start listening to the entire story, or reading past the first 2 lines of the article.
Do you think that in the next week we see either a Chandler Rome or a Brian McTaggart tweet or both where they say that a batch of torpedo bats just showed up wherever the Astros may be playing? They're going to be on a road trip here shortly. Do you think that we hear stories? I think we're going to hear stories about a lot of at least some guys on some teams want to at least get their hands on it and get in the batting cage with it and see what it feels like, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. But that's the dicey thing, is that there's plenty of batters who are using them who aren't hitting well right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going to be as big of a change or as noticeable of a change. Or I'll be surprised if it's as noticeable a change as people, I guess, fear that it might be. So I worry more that with him in the middle of the season, when you're still, guys like Yordan are still just trying to get their normal. You know, like he's been working on shortening his swing.
Trying to put his bat on the ball.
I don't need him adding another variable to the equation. So I guess I would be worried that my team might try to adopt it too quickly on the fly, as opposed to spending an entire offseason with him.
So far, the 2 big red sirens that have kind of drawn attention to this have been the Yankees' 9-home-run game against the Brewers, understanding that Judge hit 3 of those and he doesn't use this bat. And then Ellie De La Cruz decided to use it earlier this week, and in his first game with the torpedo bat, he went 4 for 5 with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs. I mean, that feels like handing a nuclear weapon to a madman right there with Ellie De La Cruz using this thing.
Yeah.
So the Astros, they could use anything right now. Torpedo bats, sign stealing, steroids, whatever it is. They could use an advantage right now. They've scored 9 runs in 5 games. Joe Espada last night after the Astros' 3-1 loss to the San Francisco Giants. Have you seen some quality at-bats from your guys?
Yeah. I just think that, let's start with, the bottom of our order today. We got some traffic there for Altuve and Paredes. Getting to see those guys get on base is important for the top of our order. But, yeah, it's just a matter of being patient and letting these good hitters come through at some point, which they will.
Okay.
There's about that. It's one of the most annoying things about baseball is that everything is true that he said. That there's you can't leap to conclusions, and you shouldn't panic based on a small sample size, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And yet, sometimes these things happen and they don't get better. The vast majority of times guys start hitting the way they typically hit, but sometimes they don't. And it's especially when you've got guys on this team that are still in with Cam Smith, for instance. Okay, Cam is now 2 for 11, and he's a rookie. We have no idea, despite his upside, and I think long term he's probably going to be very, very good. But you just have no clue how Cam Smith is going to be this year.
Yep.
I almost got one of the April Fools yesterday pranks that got me before I realized it was April 1st. Was that somebody reported that Dana Brown had said that they were going to experiment with putting Jake Myers second in the lineup.
Yeah,
he can utilize his speed. It was one of those things that it got me for like a millisecond to where it was framed well enough that the logic felt just possibly accurate enough that somebody might actually go way too far with it. And then I remembered it was April 1st.
Yeah.
But I got angry for a millisecond.
I dug into it because it was April 1st, but if you it wasn't something don't get me wrong. I think it would be stupid to put him in the 2-hole because he can't hit.
Yeah.
But I could see somebody saying that, hey, maybe we need more speed, at the top of the order? Brown just throwing it out there in an interview or something like that?
I assumed this is like in that I swear I had like 17 thoughts in the course of a 16th of a second.
Yeah.
My thought was, all right, he must have been speaking hypothetically about maybe in the future or something like that. But yeah, that was I almost got a few times yesterday because of these damn blue check marks everywhere.
Well, it's yesterday, as you know, I've gotten before. I don't walk into a bear trap every day on there, but I've gotten before. I just went into yesterday, Seth, with the equivalent of like a Twitter hazmat suit on, and just didn't tweet about anything. Like anything that was even remotely breaking news or conjecture about a lineup for the Astros. I just stayed away from everything and couldn't wait for the day to be over. Just like, let's just get to 12:01 a.m. on April the 2nd, okay?
The messed up thing was the NFL announcing the rule changes on April 1st.
Yes!
Because there was a whole stuff, you're finding out about all these rule changes or ones that weren't upheld or what have you. And so I still don't trust 100% that I know exactly what all the rule changes were.
Okay. So the rule changes are one thing. Did you see the report yesterday that the NFL, and it came from Tom Pelissero, that's why I trust it. I trust that the one group that isn't going to do April Fool's jokes with things that sound like real news but it's not will be actual reporters, because then you're violating the code. But did you see the report that this coming season they're going to electronic eye to measure first down, and the chain gang is basically there as just secondary? The chain gang has basically been rendered as a backup. They're a pair of scissors compared to a Ginsu knife right now to get the job done. That's real, right?
That I'm almost positive.
Okay.
Yes, because this is where I got in trouble too, because I went to an article. I'm like, all right, well, wait. So I go to this article I'm reading, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this makes perfect sense. But it's on this. Then I realize it's on this website, theplayoffs.news-en. I don't even know what EN is. So then I had to go like, all right, wait a second. No, here's various other republics. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's real.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's real.
Okay.
Is it?
I'm assuming it is. I didn't find anything that told me it wasn't. And I looked at the big thing I do is look at the replies to see if there's an overwhelming number of people citing it as an April Fool's joke. I'm like, all right, that had to be an April Fool's.
Yahoo Sport, the one that I landed on, which I'm still 99% sure that they are using the cameras and the chains are there as a backup.
Yeah.
Was Yahoo Sports. The NFL announced it will utilize Sony's Hawkeye cameras to measure first downs in 2025.
Okay, good. Phew. I like that move, by the way. I wish they would just report it on a day where the big headline is this real? If they reported it today, then we would be, we'd have a discussion about it. Now, I like that. I'm curious to see all good work. And it feels like a big leap. It feels like something we've been clamoring for years. And now all of a sudden they're like, well, here it is. Here you go.
You know what,
Here's your electronic
I'm happy for? I'm happy for the chain gang guys. Because those guys that work the chain gang, they only work on Sundays. They've got other jobs or what have you. And you start to get to know some of those guys at your home stadium.
Yeah.
Just have casual conversations with them and everything. And they always just seem like they're having a blast. They've got the best seats in the house.
Best seats.
They're just right there. They get to see and hear all the drama and everything. But now, without any actual responsibility, I feel like they could just really take in the game.
Nobody gets mad at them either. They don't get mad at the chain gang guys. They get mad at the referees for placing the ball where they place the ball. So it's a great job. You're never the object of scorn. Back to Joe Espada. Yordan Alvarez is 1 for 16, and it's not been a great 1 for 16. He struck out 6 times. Doesn't look great right now, but he's the one guy. All you can do is just keep trotting him out there every day, batting third, and wait for him to snap out of it, because when he does snap out of it, it's great. Joe Espada, are you worried about Yordan Alvarez?
Like that last pitch, that last at bat, he just missed that. But I know how good this guy is, so I don't mind waiting. I know I want it to happen today, but I don't mind waiting, because when it happens, he's one of the best.
That is true. When he breaks out of a slump, he breaks out of it with authority, and all you can keep doing is putting him out there. The problem with this is that Yordan has such a bleed over effect on to the guy before and after him in the lineup. You know, when he's hitting, you can't be super careful with Isaac Paredes, and if you are, Isaac Paredes will make you pay because he's got such a good eye. When he's hitting, you know, he's got a bleed over effect onto everybody in the lineup, and he's the one guy that can just wreck games too for you. You know, you got a couple guys on base, swing of a bat, Yordan Alvarez can go win you a baseball game. His OPS in wins in his career is 1153. His OPS in losses is 684. He's got nearly a 500-point difference. A normal difference, because I went and looked at Altuve and some of the other good players for the Astros the last few years. A normal delta is somewhere between, like for a good player, is somewhere between 300 and 400. For a bad player, it's hardly anything. But for a good player, like Altuve's OPS and wins is like 950. His OPS and losses is nearly 700. Yordan's got nearly a 500-point split in OPS between wins and losses. Like, he wins you games. That's the bottom line. When he's hitting, he wins you games. Yeah.
Yeah. That puts a lot of pressure on him. Don't tell him that stat. I feel like he'd take it too much to heart and put that much more pressure on him. I hope he doesn't know that. I hope he's completely unaware of it.
You know what I learned last night, Seth? Yordan, because I was sitting with Joe Sutton at the game last night, right down near the dugout there. Yordan, hadn't noticed this when you and I have sat in those seats before. Very folksy with the people in that area.
Oh, I remember.
Certain people he gives the same sort of salutation to at each game and whatnot.
Yeah. I did notice you the last time we were sitting together.
That's right.
There.
I forgot about that.
That was the night that Kyle Tucker got hit, and I swore he would probably play the next night because I was up close. Nobody had a better view of it than me. Yep. I was a few feet away from it.
Yep.
No, he'll be fine. Damn it.
He tried to get back in the game. I said that to Joe last night. I'm like, hey, the last time that Seth and I were here with you, Kyle Tucker broke his leg with a foul ball. It didn't come back till September. He promised me that if something happened to a player last night, that wouldn't get us on the bad list or anything. We would still be on the invitee list at various points. So that was good. Astros lose last night, man, 3-1. Got to get a win today. I'll take, with as bad as the bats have been, I'll take 3-3. All right, there is a riser in the NFL draft. Is this comp that Todd McShay made valid? And I think we've got an early entry for Take-A-Mania on Friday. We'll see. It's going to show up next, but we'll see if it shows up again on Friday. A take about Shedeur and Coach Prime. We will get to that coming up next.
Have you been injured in an accident?
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Wednesday. Nick Caserio joins us tomorrow at 7:30. So we're looking forward to catching up with the Texans' Executive Vice President and General Manager. We'll talk some draft with him for sure. Now, one thing we don't have to worry about as Texan fans, thank God, because I've been listening in on some other cities that do have to worry about this. Do they draft a quarterback? This is not the surefire, or at least perceived surefire prospects that some of the other previous classes have had. Like last year's, it had 6 guys go in the top 12. The Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud class was viewed as a pretty good one as well. This one, there's a little bit more mystery, and it appears as though Cam Ward is going to be the first quarterback taken, likely to Tennessee. Shedeur Sanders is all over the map. We'll talk about Shedeur in a second. The one big wild card, all of a sudden, after pro days and the combine and everything else, is Jackson Dart from Ole Miss. This is Todd McShay, draft expert, formerly of ESPN, now with The Ringer, that makes a comp with Jackson Dart. Does this hold up for you guys?
I'm telling you, Jackson Dart, he's got some Josh Allen in his game, man. Why I'm saying that is there's this like suddenness when pressure's coming, and the ability, it jumped out over and over on tape. Pressure's coming. It's not, we're like eyes down, but it's like, okay, yeah, and then now let's extend and under control. Nothing, there's no sense of panic ever in his game.
Those like 10 to 19-yard throws, his timing and accuracy on those throws, it looks like those are NFL throws that he's making. And the way he gets it out, right in rhythm, his tape, I don't know, it's maybe not as impressive in terms of Cam Ward's and the highlight reels, but there are just stretches where he just looks so comfortable and on time and in rhythm and accurate.
If you're just going off the pressure drops, he's the first overall pick in this class. I just want to sell that to everyone so they understand.
Okay, that feels like audio that could get reviewed by freezing cold takes.
I don't know. Yeah, with Jackson Dart, it's like with a lot of quarterbacks. You watch the highlight reel, and I would disagree with whoever said that he's not a highlight reel guy. He's got some pretty damn impressive highlight throws, like throwing across his body against the grain, all that. But when it comes to just actually understanding and seeing the game and putting it all together consistently, he just doesn't do it as well as a lot of the other guys. So, yeah, I totally see the upside there and some of the impressiveness. It just feels like there's a lot to clean up with him, and that you're not looking at this guy as a guy that you'd feel comfortable with going in and in day one, week one, hey, he's a starter and he's ready to go.
Do you see the Josh Allen comp that McShay was making? I mean, you've watched Jackson Dart. Obviously, watch plenty of Josh Allen. Is that accurate? Is that valid?
Yeah, they're white. Yeah, that's how I read that one.
They're white and they're quarterbacks.
He's white. He's a better athlete than you'd expect. Why is that? No. Well, I'm just saying. He looks. He's just different. Yeah.
He's tall,
but he's not as athletic as Josh Allen.
Few are. Yeah. Few are. This was Emmanuel Acho. All right, take a listen to this. This is a take that involves Shedeur Sanders and Coach Prime, and this may get repurposed on Friday for Take-A-Mania. Take a listen.
I'm taking Shedeur Sanders. We all say Shedeur Sanders is a winner everywhere he goes. That's not exclusively true. No. Dion are winners everywhere they go. I would take Shedeur Sanders to make sure that I have the first stab at getting Dion Sanders as my next head coach in Tennessee, assuming Callahan does not work out. The Titans have had 5 head coaches since 2010. Dion would inevitably leave Colorado for one reason and one reason only, to coach his son. If you can get Shedeur, who you think you're going to get as the next head coach? And you don't even have to come in here with a whole lot of different leverage and negotiation tactics. Just show him a picture of the quarterback, and it's Shedeur. Shedeur doesn't necessarily win everywhere he goes. We don't know that. That's not conclusive information. Shedeur and Dion win everywhere they go. I would get Shedeur because I want to get Prime, because if you get Shedeur and you get Prime, you completely revolutionize the whole NFL as it pertains to the Tennessee Titans.
Okay,
that's why I'm going for Shedeur.
That last part is the part that got me. It's a fun theory, and it would be, and if I were in Tennessee, that would probably excite me, maybe even more than Cam Ward, if I knew that that's how that could go, that You got Shedeur, and then a year later, Coach Prime comes in. I mean, that is buzzworthy. I don't know if it's successful, but it does give you hope and get you excited. The revolutionizing the
revolutionizing
NFL part.
it.
What are you doing? What are you talking about?
Well, you would be revolutionizing in terms of just having a father-son coaching duo, I suppose.
I suppose.
It's not saying that it's the best of all revolutions or anything, but it's a revolution of sorts.
I guess.
This is where I didn't like about that whole line of arguing, is that his premise is he wins everywhere he goes with his father. All right, are we going to play that game? Like, yeah. There's lots of quarterbacks who win everywhere they go on two levels, high school and college.
Yes.
Let's look at the Heisman Trophy winners and how they've fared as NFL quarterbacks. Like, it's not a slam dunk. I see this happen a lot with like Ladarius Henderson, the Texans offensive lineman. Mm-hmm. People love to point out, well, look, they won a national championship with him. Like, yeah, and there's other guys on that team that won't even make an NFL squad.
Yeah.
You got to set aside a guy's high school and college record. I'm not saying Ladarius Henderson can't make it. I'm saying the argument specifically that he was on a national championship offense is the reason that he should be good. There's other reasons to be positive about Ladarius Henderson.
This is why I hate this line of talk, but I've got to bring it up because it is commendable what Dion did at Jackson State, turn that program around. Yeah. And it is noteworthy that he took a Colorado program that was probably viewed as one of, if not the worst programs in the Power 5, Power 4 now, and turned it around from 1-11 to getting to a nice bowl game in 2 years. But, I mean, it's not like he turned them into a national championship team, and it's not like there is any sort of comparison to doing what you did with a transfer portal available to you. You had universal free agency available to you with one of the most dynamic personalities and salespeople, Dion Sanders, to get as many guys in there as you could possibly get in there and then beat up on a bunch of other college kids. And that's why I hate framing it that way because it is really cool what he did. But people are taking those two instances and acting like turning an NFL team around is even in the same universe as those two things.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah. It's football. But it's not the same as turning around an FCS and a lower-level Power 5 program to where you're very, very competitive. It's not the same thing.
No, and I hope that Deion Sanders coaches in the NFL at some point just because I'd love to see it.
Yes.
Whether it would be kind of like I wanted to see Urban Meyer coach in the NFL.
Yes.
Like, Urban Meyer has won everywhere he's been. Everywhere he's been.
At a higher level than Dion did. I mean, like he took Utah to a New Year's Six bowl game back when Utah wasn't jacked in 2004. It
was freakish how good Urban Meyer was as a college coach, and yet had one of the worst tenures of an NFL coach in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's even before he decided to get a lap dance from his college.
Well, that's the thing. Like now, pointing out Urban Meyer is very appropriate to do. Deion Sanders will obviously function differently than Urban Meyer did, but I think it illustrates how difficult it is to do it. Whatever your glitch is, whatever it is that doesn't get you to the next level, whatever the glitch is that gets you fired in the middle of your first season, whatever that may be, at the end of the day, it's still an illustration of just how difficult it is to engineer a turnaround at the NFL level versus the college level. That's the part that frustrates me, is that the people acting like it's automatic that it's a turnaround, that Dion, he did this here and he did this there, and thus he's going to do this in Tennessee. I am curious if he winds up even coaching in the NFL. He just signed a new deal with Colorado that makes him one of the highest paid coaches in college football. He's making $10 Colorado. The buyout the first couple years is pretty punitive, but it's nothing that an NFL team that wants him badly enough wouldn't cut a check for probably. Mm-hmm. But I do wonder if it would need to be in the NFL. Does it need to be him coaching Shedeur, or otherwise does he stay at Colorado? He does seem to really like it at Colorado. He likes being there.
I think I wonder too. Dion, I know he said he would never. Originally, he had said he never wants to coach in the NFL for this reason, that reason, the other reason. It's a really smart thing to say as a way to get a team to have to lure you into the NFL. I don't think that he was specifically saying it for that reason. But I don't believe that he would never coach in the NFL.
Oh, no.
I think he might have felt that at the time or what have you, but circumstances always change. The father-son dynamic there, it would be, it's obviously way, way, way different than LeBron and Bronny. Like it would make a lot of sense that you could make good arguments for why you would like Dion and Shedeur. I still think that ultimately it's probably best for Shedeur if he doesn't have his father as the head coach in the NFL.
Probably not. Yeah. I mean, Shedeur's getting in there. Unlike Bronny, like Shedeur is getting drafted where he gets drafted on his own merit. If anything, Dion is a detriment to Shedeur because people are worried how much helicoptering he's going to be doing, while Shedeur is there. Although running a major college program probably will take up a lot of his time. As far as Colorado, are they more or less compelling to you as a college football program this coming season? I mean, they were must-watch TV the last two, or at least perceived by the networks to be must-watch TV because they had more college game days than. I don't know what the next closest one was, but it feels like Colorado was college game day or big noon Saturday for Fox practically every week early in Dion's first season there, at least early on. And then last year, obviously, a bunch of times. Are they more or less compelling with just Dion there and no Travis Hunter and Shedeur there?
I think that they're intellectually they're more compelling, and yet I'm also much less likely to watch them unless they put together a good run.
Yeah.
This is the year where it's his third year. He doesn't have a lot of the way he operates. It seems tailor-made for the current era of NCAA football, and I'm intrigued by that part of it. And it is also, like, without having the dynamic of having his kids on the team and all of that, I feel like you get to see Dion just purely as a head college football coach.
Yes.
Without all of the extra stuff and drama that goes along with it, we can see what he does with this program.
Yeah, that'll be, I mean, to Acho's point, Acho's making the point that Shedeur hasn't really been a turnaround guy without Dion. Dion's never coached a game without Shedeur as his quarterback, ever.
And meanwhile, Travis Hunter's just being left out of the conversation. Apparently, Travis Hunter was kind of a big deal.
Yep,
like that's a unicorn you've got on your team that lends a level of competitiveness. So it's without Shedeur and Travis really to where now it's just like a normal head college coach.
Are the Rockets in the tippy-top tier of contenders? Tonight is the last night for the Rockets, I think, before what really constitutes their postseason begins, and this is the worst way to handle a negotiation with a star player. We've got that for you in the final segment. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop today as well. Before we get to all that, speaking of the Rockets,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, final segment, Payne and Pendergast. I was pleasantly surprised when I was looking at The Athletic and their power rankings for the NBA. Rockets back in action tonight. They play the Utah Jazz, and then from there, they are playing, it's almost like a round robin with a bunch of soon-to-be playoff teams in the Western Conference for their final games of the year. They finished the season with OKC, Golden State, the two LA teams, and Denver. So winning tonight is key. They've got a 2-game lead right now for the 2 seed. You win tonight, and you're putting yourself in pretty good shape. You can go 2-3 down the stretch in those 5 games, and you're probably going to clinch the 2 seed. And then that'll be kind of fun because then you wait and see who wins that 7 versus 8 game in the play-in, and that'll be your opponent. The Athletic, Seth, has the Rockets 5th in the NBA power rankings right now, and they do it in tiers, and they are the last team in Tier 1, which is labeled top contenders. They are in the same tier right now with Oklahoma City, who are 63-12, Cleveland, who is seen. The Boston Celtics, 56-19. The Lakers, who only have won 46 games, but I think are getting a lot of shine because this version of the Lakers with Luka and LeBron is obviously very different than the team that compiled most of that 46-29 record. And they're starting to really kind of get things together here, including a defeat of the Rockets the other night. And then the Rockets, who in most of the power rankings I look at, man, they're viewed as kind of like 8th or 9th. Hey, that's a neat record they've got, and they're the 2 seed. But, hey, they're a young team, and they haven't been in the playoffs in a long time. They're actually getting some respect here, and they should. Offensive rating, 11th in the league, and defensive rating, 4th in the league right now. They are one of just a handful of teams that have both the offensive and defensive rating per 100 possessions in the top 11 right now.
And I think at least maybe I look at different power rankings. It feels like they've been in the top 5 for a couple of weeks now since they started about midway through their run. ESPN's got them 4th in their power rankings.
Yep.
I think a lot of it with the Rockets is that because they don't look like the style of play that people want to see or that what's traditionally competitive with the better teams, that people didn't want to believe it. And, okay, they can't shoot. They rebound like crazy. They're great in transition. But who are your stud scorers and all that? Because there was no one individual that people around the league could latch onto. It took a long time for people to really give them that stamp of authenticity.
Yeah.
But now they've done it long enough that they've been validated in some. If they had a coach other than Udoka, if this was Udoka's first time coaching, I don't think they'd be this high. I think there's a trust element with Udoka and Udoka in the playoffs that, all right, this isn't the model of how we'd want an NBA team to look, but Udoka's a hell of a coach, and he's getting it out of them one way or another.
It's interesting when you look at I'll just use Bet365 as the odds-making outlet for winning the NBA championship. Right, and again, the Rockets are 5th in the Athletic Power Rankings. As Seth points out, they're top 5 in a handful of other power rankings. And yet, you look at the odds board to win the NBA championship, and the Thunder, the Celtics, the Cavs, the Nuggets, the Warriors, the Lakers. How many teams is that? That's 6 teams. The Knicks, the Clippers, the Timberwolves, and Pacers are all ahead of the Rockets. That's 10 teams that are ahead of the Rockets on the odds board. It's just interesting to me how the betting community views the Rockets winning a championship one way and how the subjective community views them as a basketball product right now.
I think, though, there's also when it comes to winning a championship, that's where the difference is, though. I think is that you could think the Rockets are the 4th best team right now, and yet also say, all right, but a team like this at some point in the playoffs is more likely to run into an obstacle they can't overcome.
Yes.
If they have to shoot, then if they get into that kind of a game, that it's a lot easier to see how it's harder for them to make a run.
Yeah.
So I don't system. It's just that some teams are constructed for a run better than other teams.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, just purely on experience too. And I know Fred VanVleet's been on a champion, and I know Dylan Brooks has played in a lot of important games, and Steven Adams as well has played in a lot of important games in playoff series. But you're absolutely right. the crux of this team is the young nucleus. Like this team, if it's competing for titles 5 years from now, likely will not have Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet, nor Steven Adams on it. It probably will have Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, Amen Thompson, maybe Jabari Smith Jr., and maybe a couple of other guys that we're not thinking about or might be playing in college right now. The big three of this team is Şengün, Jalen Green, and Amen Thompson. The experience comes from those older guys, and I think you're 100% right. As I was laying out all those teams that are ahead of them in the odds board here, you can have the opinion. You can have the same person can have the opinion that I think the Rockets are like the 11th most likely to win the championship, but I think they are the 5th best team, best product in the NBA on any given night, night to night. They're the 5th best product in the NBA. We know from the history in the NBA that more likely than not, the young guys, Şengün, Jalen Green, and Amen Thompson, are probably going to have to get kicked in the face in a playoff series before the basketball gods will allow them behind the velvet rope of teams that go to an NBA Finals. It's just how it goes. Michael Jordan had to do it. That's how it goes. So I'm just psyched to see him 5th on this thing, man. That's kind of fun.
And they lead the league in suspensions and yes,
they're swarmy.
It's the brand of now with both basketball and football. You gotta be genuinely one of the best teams and make a deep playoff push before you can really lean into that reputation.
Yes.
Right now, the Texans defense has a reputation for extreme violence, but it doesn't feel like you can really embrace it until they become one of the very best teams in the league. The Rockets, likewise, the reputation for violence is nice, but they gotta take it to the next level.
Yes.
Yeah. You gotta bloody somebody's face in a big moment and then win the conference title. Damn it.
Yep. The Bad Boy Pistons.
That's all I'm asking.
Bad Boy Pistons didn't become the Bad Boy Pistons as they actually started winning things. That's true.
So you need somebody to fling Steph Curry to the ground hard.
Yes. Very hard. All right. Shifting gears real quick. I'm so glad that the team we root for in town doesn't operate this way. Here is Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones talking about the deal that he's been hammering out directly with Micah Parsons without the involvement of Parsons' agent, David Mulligetta.
Are you kidding me? That's just not something that you should worry about. You should be worrying about your ability to make it work, and you should be worried about what the player does. Does he have good enough health? Does he have enough skill to do what you're paying him the money for? The agent is not a factor here or something to worry about. And I don't know his name. And so my point is that I'm not trying to demean him in any way. The agent doesn't have one thing to do with what we're doing when we get on a football field against a team. Micah does. To the degree I'm involved, I do. The people that have something to do with what we do going forward relative to our fans in football are me and the player, not the agent.
This is my question for you, Seth, because the element of that soundbite that pops that people were talking about yesterday was Jerry Jones' claim that he did not know David Mulligetta's name. David Mulligetta, agent for Micah Parsons. The agent is not a concern here. I don't know his name. Is it more egregious as the GM that you actually don't know or can recall his name, or that you're lying about that, but you're doing it to be personal about all this, to demean the agent and diminish his role in this whole thing?
Or that you know vaguely David Mulligetta's name, but you know that you're probably not going to pronounce it properly. that sometimes he was about to say David Mulligetta, and he was like, I don't even know his name.
Yeah.
David Mulligetta?
Yeah. Shannon Sharp butchered it. That's true.
It took me a while to get it right.
Yeah.
It's one of those. It's you're not familiar with it, and then David I mean, years ago, back when he first was relevant to the Texans, was with Deshaun Watson. Let's see. Jory Epstein had said multiple sources confirmed to me that Micah Parsons asked Jerry Jones to call his agent David Mulligetta to negotiate. Sources confirm that the Joneses have not made that call.
What are they doing? Why are they doing? Have they always I know they operated this way last year, where they kicked the can down the road with Dak Prescott again.
Yeah.
They kicked the can down the road with CeeDee Lamb. they wind up signing these guys and giving them record-setting or near record-setting contracts, and they're doing the same thing right now with Micah Parsons. Like, what's the holdup? You obviously want to sign him. You've said that you've talked about the framework for a deal. It sounds like a fair deal. They want to make him the highest-paid non-quarterback. And yet Jerry Jones does these interviews at the league meetings where he's like, I don't have a real sense of urgency. This is just how I operate.
This reminds me, this is, I think, how a lot of police interrogations went before they started recording all of them.
Yeah.
Because when you watch the recordings of the police interrogations, when the person being interrogated all of a sudden asks for a lawyer, it's funny because you can see the cop be like, all right. The suspect says, all right, I need to see a lawyer. And the officer has that moment where he's like, all right, fine.
Yeah.
But back in the day before they were all recorded, Jerry Jones, the country cop, was like, no, that's just nonsense. Why would you need a lawyer when you're clearly, you say you're innocent? This is him with Micah Parsons. Like, no, why do you need an agent, Micah? This is just us two having a conversation
and
here.
Now Micah is like screaming from the rooftops on Twitter about, you will work with my lawyer.
I feel bad for the, because you're right there. You feel like, got the guy uncomfortable. He's about to crack, and then all of a sudden he's like, I need a lawyer.
Nope. It's that smart bomb button. Yeah, just. Payne and Pendergast with you. We're about to hit a little crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing as John Lopez and Reggie Atatula sit down in the chair. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Yo. Terrific. How are you?
I'm good. I'll feel better when a shipment of torpedo bats shows up at Dyken Park sometime.
I think we're going to do an entire torpedo bat segment, baby.
Are you? Okay. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
This thing's going to end up being like the ribbed condom. It's like, it sounds like it's going to have a huge effect and everything, but like ultimately, all right, it's up to the person wielding the shaft that ultimately has to do the work.
I like the idea that the bats are torpedoed for her pleasure. You know?
Yeah.
Yes. Massive wood on a different part of the massive wood.
And what happens when a guy with a torpedo bat faces a submarine pitcher?
Ooh. I see what you did there. You dirty dog, you. So how are we feeling today, gentlemen? What's the question of the day today?
Oh, the question of the day today is based on RIP Chain Gang.
Yeah.
Okay,
real quick.
Mm-hmm.
That story is definitely real, that they're using the electronic eye and the chain gang has been pushed in the back seat, right?
Yes, in some ways, to some degrees.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they're utilizing the Sony's Hawkeye technology in a very particular way. It's relatively limited, but obviously there's a possibility that the scope can expand.
Okay. Well,
that was one of a few stories that I was like, not doing it.
That's
Just
smart,
not doing
man.
it.
Yeah, that's smart.
So the chain gang they're basically, they have a useless and pointless job now.
They still have
what jobs are useless or pointless?
Okay, that's a good one.
But that still exists.
Yes.
Like they're still out there doing it for whatever.
Yeah.
This one, I don't know if this job exists now in a very niche capacity, but I wish that it still existed in a larger capacity, which is travel agent. Because we all plan our own travel these days.
That's a good one.
And it's okay, and it makes sense, but I end up spending way too much more time than I wish I would. Like I miss just being able to assume that this person's going to get me a good deal, etc. And maybe they were, maybe they weren't, but it would take me 45 seconds to plan a trip.
Sure.
Where now it's like it's days and days and monitoring my Google alerts and all that.
Can I just tell you, I've never used a travel agent for anything in my life.
Really?
Never have. Even like back in
they were glorious.
They were I mean, they were a big thing in the 80s, but every vacation I went on in the 80s, my parents were planning that. They used travel agents quite a bit.
When I was at the Chronicle, we had an in-house travel agent. You just say, "Hey, I'm going to Mar del Plata, Argentina."
Yep.
Boom.
And they would book it. So forgive me if this is a silly question. Travel agents get paid by the actual people providing the travel, right? They get paid by the airlines and the hotels?
Yes.
Okay. Because yours was a Chronicle one, so even if the Chronicle had to pay
I guess
for
it was contracted or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I bet those people are still on corporations. Like there's travel coordinators and everything at least.
Yeah.
But not the old school walk into a storefront and say, I'd like to go on a cruise.
And I promise you at those corporations, they also do 9 other things these days. Okay, mine is this. And I experienced this last night at the Astros game.
Oh. Don't say Orbit.
No. Orbit came over and rubbed my head, though.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Was he looking for good luck? Is that what happened?
Maybe. It didn't work. They lost. Bathroom attendants.
That is on my list.
Bathroom attendants.
Yes.
Yeah. And they're always very nice people.
And you feel so guilty.
You feel guilty, but they've got that tray of $5 bills and $1 bills. And the problem for me is I just don't carry cash as much as I used to, since COVID. So that's a big one for me is I feel like that's a sucker trap to where you get guilted into giving $3-5 or
But
whatever.
you know what? That might make a comeback with Venmo and whatnot. Because I appreciate the attendance, but I very rarely have any cash on me at all.
Yeah.
And then I end up feeling guilty, and you just don't see them. I used to be at airports all the time, and every restaurant and club and all that. But maybe with Venmo, where you can just actually shoot them, and be a high roller.
But
you can,
But do you need them? I don't need them. I can get my own paper towels. I don't. Feeling bad about not tipping them. You and I are on the same page there, Seth. But there's part of me. It's I don't really need you.
To be fair, I never fully understood the role that the bathroom attendant fully played. Right? I guess they had some cologne or something. Can you guys enlighten me?
They keep the bathroom clean. I missed that part of it. If it was a good bathroom attendant, everything would be clean. Now you go into any public restroom, and on average, I don't know if I'm just bad at it, but I feel like I got about a 50% hit rate on the motion detector actually working. Is that me? Am I the only person that feels like I have some kind of ineptitude for motion detected? Okay.
Talking about the motion detector on the sink there?
Yes.
Yeah, that's...
There's the sink. There's also the paper towel, which is, oft not filled?
Yeah. Well, you make a good case, Seth. It's not so much the stuff that you see the bathroom attendant do. It's the stuff that they're doing outside the light of day, as they like to say.
You know what? As a man of the people, or at least I believe myself to be a man of the people, I'm going to try and turn this question of the day around, and let's try and make the case for jobs that people would view as useless. I would like to do that.
I love that.
We can do both. It's like athletes. It's what you don't see them do.
That's right, man.
It's when they're working in solitude.
We just see the tip of the iceberg with the bathroom attendant of them handing us a paper towel and
taking those extra shots in the empty gym
and a mini Snickers bar.
You know what?
Yeah,
they were the lifeblood of America until we started getting rid of them. Bathroom attendants.
I'm here for
the country
this.
was a much better place.
That'll be great. The sales pitch on toll booth operators. I can't wait to hear this at 10:40. That'll be good. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, and I mean it, my friend. Antibodies to you.
Thank you. Antibodies, and may all of your motion-detected faucets work for the rest of your life.
May all your bathrooms be attended.
There it is. That's what I was looking for.
Yep. All right, we're done. We are out of time. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Wednesday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man, Sean. You got John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, and the return of Figgy Fig from Reading to the Babies.
Yes.
Yeah, what's up, yo?
Not much, man.
What book did you read?
I read Willie Whistles. It was a book called Willie Whistles.
Willie Whistles.
Yeah.
They had you in there sounding like Suffering Succotash.
The Andy Griffith theme song.
Willie Whistles feels like that would just trip me up.
I'm looking it up right now.
All right, very good. While you do that, let's get going on a Wednesday.
Whistle for Willie?
Whistle for Willie. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Whistle for Willie. All right.
I was close.
Yeah.
All right.
Good job reading.
Wow. He was
I just couldn't remember it.
The words were in front of him. What, he wasn't supposed to memorize
You
the
know
book
the last
now?
time I read a kid's book?
I do not.
I was a kid.
That's a good point. That feels like it tracks. All right, 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer.
What up, Jim? Get involved with the program. We always love when you do that. And then also, there is the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams.
We keep it 100.
My bad. Both on Twitch and YouTube. Get involved there as well. And you guys already texting in saying that there's approximately 68,000 travel agents in the United States as of the last data set. So, yeah more than you would have imagined.
Mostly cruises now, right?
Yeah, a lot of cruises.
Yeah.
And
cruises, just overseas trips.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, when we had a travel agent, when I was working, that was sweet. Just say, hey, I'm going to, so you know everything's in your inbox. Awesome.
Yeah.
By the way, just real quick, I know we got to get to the Astros here.
I mean, I don't know that people are super excited about getting to the Astros.
Got to
right
get
now,
to the Astros. Can't wait to get to the Astros. I'm going to have a very controversial useless, pointless job at 10:40 that might get me canceled.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am, like, my mind immediately tried to figure out what that is.
Rife with controversy.
Man, so that retirement gonna hit early for you, huh?
That's right. Forced retirement.
Somebody said, had you in there, and wait, the hair and Winnie the Pooh. Okay, I have no idea what that's about. I'll try and figure that out as we go, but we appreciate you guys texting in regardless. All right, it's still early, yes, but
it's early guy.
That's right.
We're all its early guy.
You got to be its early guy, because what do you feel like is going to be the catalyst to get the bats going? Because another offenseless showing basically for your Astros in a 3-1 loss to the Giants. They're now sub 500, sitting at third in the AL West behind, yes, the Rangers, but also the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. I don't know why that upsets me, but that upsets me. Right? Like, just the Angels being, even at this very, very early juncture, the Angels having a better record than you makes me mad. And it shouldn't. It's irrational. I understand that. But I'm going to sit here in my irrationality and be upset that the Angels have a better record than you. And it's because you're not able to swing the bats and hit the ball and get runners on the base paths and bring them in.
Yeah. Look. Let me ask you both this, and our lovely listeners, 713-246-10, and of course, YouTube, Twitch, the whole 9 yards. It's early. We've just agreed on that. But I have questions. I got questions. The early questions. All right, early questions is what I'll call it.
Okay, early questions. Go ahead.
I've got 3, 6, 7. I got 7 questions for you, based on the Astros. I've got 7 questions.
I'm looking forward to all of these questions, all 7. Well, I'm going to say that the over/under is that. Yeah, I'll probably be interested in
4 good ones.
That's right. The 713 said Willie Whistle sounds like a bookie. Absolutely.
Oh, that's true.
Absolutely. Yeah. Willie Whistles. But I'm interested.
This sounds like an old name from the 70s.
Yes. Willie Whistles. I do wonder, like, what kind of bookie.
Reading the Willie Whistles book.
That's right.
Like, that's why they call it juice. That's what.
Willie Whistles was a bookie back in the 70s.
Right. Can you say bookie?
Bookie.
Right. Willie Whistle said, watch your knees.
Run away fast. There's Willie Whistle.
Willie Whistle said, when I said every Tuesday, I meant every Tuesday.
I didn't realize that was the Wednesday energy we were bringing, breaking kneecaps and such, and teaching babies, but that's where we are.
Willie Whistle drive a pink Cadillac.
Yes.
Oh, that's a different Willie Whistles.
And Willie Whistles doesn't have a cane. That's a walking stick.
That's right. That's right. Why is Willie Whistles wearing all those rings? All right.
We turned Willie Whistles into a bookie.
Oh, God.
Willie Whistle got 10 wives.
All right, I feel like we need to get to the questions.
All right, let's get back on track.
I got 7 questions. We're going to be.
All right, let's talk about the Astros and getting these bats going.
That's right. Sean's taking the under. Willie Whistles, we'll check on that. Did this look like a club waiting for someone else to do something?
Can you explain a little bit further?
Like, I'm watching this game. I was texting with you guys a little bit because
I don't think I texted back.
It's okay. I get it. No, not really. I think y'all were at the steak night warm up.
I was at the bar. I don't know what Figgy was up to. He might have, as far as I knew, he might have been reading to the kids all day.
No, I was at the house.
Okay, very good.
All right, let me explain. So I'm looking at this squad. Obviously, as you know, they lost 3-1.
Correct.
As you may know, their offense was putrid again. I think that's 9 runs in 5 games.
That sounds correct, but I will double check to make sure.
They had a season high in hits, 7. They just look like every time someone was stepping up. Go ahead.
Sorry, no. When you said the season high of hits, which was 7. I was sitting next to T Mill at the bar. I looked up at the at the TV when they show the final lines, and I was like, wait, when did all those 7 hits happen? It didn't even feel like it.
3 double plays.
Oh,
3 double plays.
Yeah,
which is one of the things, and that's kind of what ties in with my first question. Every time someone stepped to the plate, it was almost as if they're like, obviously they're focused and they're trying to get a hit, but they're waiting for someone else to do something. They get a hit, and boom, double play.
Okay.
They come up with runners in scoring position late, and
with 2 outs on there,
and nothing happens with 2 outs. I think it was the 2, 3, and 4 batters coming up in the 9th inning. Nothing. It's A lot of times that's the case with teams. Like, it's like, well, we'll get going. Somebody will get this thing going. It's like they're waiting for someone else to do it. That was a question I had.
I don't know that I have a great answer to that because, yes, I guess in a way, yes, they're all waiting for someone else to do it. And I imagine specifically Jose Altuve is waiting
Who's
for
doing it
because he's
not the only one.
He's got a 400 batting average, and I think the next closest guy was Jake Myers with a 200 batting average, and then everybody else is either in the hundreds or below.
Yeah,
it's just like nobody's really doing it. And even like you had the one game in your opening day where it felt like you built innings, right? You had guys that here's a hit and here's another hit that could actually bring someone in. Other than that, I think I made a joke at one point. I think Chaz McCormick got a hit, and I turned to T. Mill and I was like, "Well, that's your hit for this inning."
Yeah.
Because
that's what I'm talking about.
That's absolutely the way it feels.
So you do kind of feel that, even though you didn't recognize it.
Yes, it's very isolated, and it really just all comes back to nobody's able to like make really good contact and find spaces. Even the instances where you have a dude, and when you have a dude, making good contact, like obviously Christian Walker has done in a pretty solid way. They're not finding gaps. You're not finding the spaces for the ball to get down, and so. It's weird because it feels anomalous. Mm-hmm. Not everybody is not getting on base in the same way. I know that was the cleanest way of saying it, but everybody's having different struggles, but it all amounts to the same thing, which is struggles.
Exactly.
Which is very weird and makes me almost, weirdly enough, it eases my concern because I'm like, what are the chances that everybody is off in the same way at the same time?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that, all right? Another question for you. And again, we're not bashing them. We're not saying this or that about the season. We're just asking questions because it's early. My next question: do they miss Alex Bregman already?
I mean, probably
miss him as far as what though?
Maybe as it refers to
the offense.
Maybe as it refers to just someone being able to wake up the bats, so to speak.
Okay, because he's been known for starting off slow.
I know that. But also known to help the pitching staff, help other batters. Get the guys, keep the team focused when things are going bad. Do they miss Alex Bregman already?
I mean, probably, but I don't think. I mean, yes, the notorious slow starts are there, but I do wonder if and maybe this is adding too much, like giving too much credit, because we've been in that place where you look around and you go, you start building the guy up. We've talked about the ways in which he's helped Hunter Brown and so on and so forth, and various players on the team, but. He does feel like a guy where he had the respect of the team. Maybe he could say something or galvanize the guys to get them in a place where that rejuvenates the bats. But that might be adding too much credit. But I don't know, maybe, because we talked about Christian Walker probably being one of the guys that's best situated to step into that role. But it's still very early, and he has his own things that he's dealing with. Like, I don't know how easy it is for him to step in and immediately be that kind of. If they're trying to find some of that. But yeah, 832 is right. You're probably missing Kyle Tucker way more than you're missing Alex Bregman, as has been evidenced by the fact that.
Well, maybe in terms of like the actual hitting and all. I'm talking about everything.
Sure.
Like just everything. All right.
But I mean, the hitting is what we're talking about in particular. It doesn't seem like dudes are necessarily hanging their heads per se.
Right.
But you're just not seeing the production.
I would say right now, I would use this right now. It's early. I think right now it's a little bit early to kind of have that type of conversation, because especially from looking at last year, how they started and then where they end up finishing. But I think it's early for that part. As far as the bats and all that stuff, I don't think they miss Alex Bregman right now.
All right, I got another question for you then. Are there too many holes in this lineup?
I mean, as of right now, it sure looks like it. But I think that's a good question where you look at who are the guys that are going to be tent poles, like are going to be the established guys in your lineup. And you would have hoped that Isaac Paredes would be one of those.
Yeah.
And he just seems like he's just been just barely off in a lot of aspects. I know he hit the double not yesterday, the night before. And he had a hit in this one as well. But like you would anticipate that he would be one of those guys that's relatively consistent. Christian Walker's another guy that you would look at to be relatively consistent. I was hoping that Yainer Diaz would find a little bit more consistency, especially as a dude who last year had so much responsibility, both catching and then going and playing first base as well, and all the added responsibilities. I do wonder if and last year also he had a lot of new pitchers that he had to learn over the course of things, like as a catcher, right? Which I think there's a level of mental strain and stress that also requires. I would have hoped that coming into this year, having a little bit more stability and consistency would have helped him be more consistent with the bat. This just feels like it might be one of those weird anomalies where a lot of people are having their down stretch, and it all happens to coincide at the beginning of the season.
Well, that ties in with another question I have then, and you just mentioned one of the names. What if Jeremy Pena, Yonder Diaz, and Cam Smith are just okay? They have their normal year that we've become accustomed to. We've been kind of counting on them stepping up, at least Pena for sure. Certainly Cam, there's optimism. And Yonner with another year under belt, a lot of people are saying maybe he needs. What if they're just meh?
That's going to be a problem.
It's a big problem.
Like, it's just going to be flat out a problem.
Big problem.
Like, your pitching has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
It absolutely has, but you're not going to get anywhere if you're not able to put up some runs on the board. And I don't think that you can do it just off of the strength of Altuve, Paredes, Alvarez, Walker. I mean, I think that it's fair to assume that those guys will stabilize to some degree, maybe the lowest of those being Paredes, because there was some projections on how his particular bat would increase with the dimensions of the ballpark. But I think you could say Altuve, Alvarez, Walker, known commodities, proven guys at the plate, but you can't be a three-hitter lineup.
Well, exactly, and that's what I was going to say. Like, you're accustomed in the major leagues to giving away maybe 1 or 2 outs at the bottom of your lineup. You're used to that. But if those 3 guys on top of Brendan Rodgers and let's say,
don't say Chas McCormick, because apparently he's hitting 500 on the year.
Whomever the center fielder is, that's 4 or 5 outs you're giving up. You can't give away 4 or 5 outs.
No.
Can't do it.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Especially because even with those guys at the top, they're not going to – it's not going to be every day, and then Yordan has a penchant for being hot and cold at times. Like, and we're seeing a cold stretch as of right now for all of them. Yeah, no, you're not going to be a good team.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it that flatly, but it's just impossible.
That's
you
why
need to be able to find a certain level of offense.
These are what ifs. These are pertinent questions, even though it's early. And you just mentioned another question I had. Very basic, very straightforward. What's up with Yordan?
I don't know. And it's really weird.
What's up with Yordan?
Because it's not just that he's batting sub 100. Like, literally, it's a 0.63 batting average for him. His OPS is a 325, which looks like a batting average, which is really problematic. It's also that we see him with juicy pitches keeping the bat on the shoulder. And then yesterday you saw him expanding the strike zone.
And sliders and breaking balls down the middle where he would normally crush.
Yes. But then on top of that, like, he's also, you saw him yesterday expanding the strike zone and like swinging at a pitch that was never on line to be within the strike zone. And it's just like, this feels so anomalous for Yordan, a dude who is menacing in the batter's box. Like, he's not even looking like himself where he's making pitchers pay for giving him a hittable pitch. And that's the thing that's really weird.
You tend to read too much into things when players are slumping. So I fully acknowledge that I might be reading too much into this. But even his body language seems a little weird. Sort of, no, he's not exactly Mr. Excitement anyway. Pretty straightforward. But he just kind of seems like he's not altogether into it, like he normally is.
And one of the questions that I have is something that we talked about with Rafael Devers of the Red Sox, where he is starting in a terrible, 15 strikeouts thus far to start the season, where we talked about, hey guys, playing the field kind of helps keep people keep in the flow of things. Are we seeing a Yordan who maybe is dealing with DHing consistently all the way through?
Yeah.
Like, is that a possibility here? And is that something
he's going to be in left today, I believe?
I have not seen.
I think afternoon.
To that regard.
I'm just using logic. Altuve afternoon game after they play at 3 today.
Sure.
It's about time to mix him up in there. Just my projection. Just my.
I can see that, and maybe that's something that helps jumpstart him in some ways. But now because of how poor you've been, and of course it's 5 games out of 162, it makes me wonder, like, all these other things, like, what are the things that could be factoring in here? And that was one of the things that I came up with. Yordan. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on a Wednesday. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the league meetings in West Palm Beach, where Nick Caserio and Mike Tillman talked to Texans All Access. Lopez gives you his breakdown of their conversation next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and getting your new vehicle.
Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Wednesday. Hope you're having a good Wednesday to this point. Nick Caserio and Mike Toman. So Nick Caserio, general manager of the Texans. Mike Toman, the president of the Texans, both appeared on Texans All Access yesterday. That's why you got to check in. In fact, speaking of, tonight, you should hear from the McNairs on Texans All Access as well.
Looking forward to it.
All the Texans brass out there in West Palm Beach for the league meetings and the various things that are coming out of it. So yeah, worth listening to. But Nick Caserio and Mike Toman both collectively talked on Texans All Access, and I turned to John Lopez,
who had nothing to do. No, I'm just kidding. I love listening to the Texans All Access.
Man, that was unnecessary. At your boys,
man.
Your boys, John Harris and Mark Vandermeer.
Couple of my friends.
That was Juan Felipe Lopez right there, man. I had nothing to do with that.
Was unnecessary.
Okay, let me explain. Normally I catch up in the morning on all that stuff, but I literally listened to it live because I had nothing to do. I said, you know what, I'm going to listen to that live. So that's the explanation.
Okay, all right.
But I did, and I had, and I was kind of like really looking forward to really Toman more than Caserio, but you got a couple of nuggets out of this. Neither one was on there more than about 8 minutes. It was kind of a quick hit from the meetings.
Especially with us being 3 weeks out, 3 weeks out from the draft and everything, which another programming note, tomorrow you will hear from Nick Caserio, and it will be one of those extended interviews where they really get to dive deep with them 3 weeks ahead of the draft. So tomorrow morning, I believe 7:30 on Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, that's about an hour right there.
Now that's going to be good stuff. But he did give us a couple of little hints. And so, we've been talking about what we heard from D'Amico Ryans when we heard from him at the owners' meetings or whatever they're officially called, the NFL meetings. And listening to Caserio, like these two dudes are in lockstep, and I wanted to get your feeling because I didn't save any of the audio or anything, but I can tell you exactly what he said because I was writing it down. He said he basically doubled down on the offensive line being one that they could largely feel comfortable with as is. And so he's right there with Caserio in terms of, he said that, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said, bring them in. Let's see how they do in the meetings. We want to see their mindset, how they relate with Cole Popovich and Nick Caley and the way we're going to do things. It's basically going to be like, we need swarm offensive linemen. He talked about how much they've all started. They've been starters in this league, and they're going to – so it's just another, very high-ranking person, the highest on the football side, saying we might be good with these five guys. Now, there's a little maybe, gamesmanship at play here, but it sure did seem like he was right there with D'Amico Ryans, like this could be the dudes.
And I mean, I think that's something we're going to have to get comfortable with, right? You're going to have to find a level of comfort with, and especially with the level of, I guess, with the amount of competition that's going to be there, we're just going to have to try and not just, find a way to get yourself to training camp with that and understanding that feeling, but just understand that that's where you will get an idea of what this line looks like, right? Once you can actually get them on the field and once you can see, who is going to grab those spots over the other ones. Beyond that, we talked to Ron yesterday in the crosstalk, and I thought Ron asked a good question about, of the guys on the line, who do you feel best about in their positions? And Cam Robinson's actually pretty high there. Yeah. But the tough part about that is that then you are having that feeling in a place where you moved on from somebody who I imagine, at least in the which has been identified as the most important part of what you're doing here by the head coach. Yeah. He's not going to be the same as Laramie. And then on top of that, if you give that up, what are you gaining in return? I think. Well,
that was the absolute vibe that he gave off. The whole is going to be the sum of the parts is going to be better than what they had before. which they had one of the best, again, for all the warts and missteps that Laremy Tunsil had, that he was one of the best pass blockers in the world. And I just got the feeling that he's like, don't sweat it. The whole of these parts is going to be better than that. So there we go.
That has been a consistent message that they've given, right? Like everybody's there's gonna be a level of want to is I think the undercurrent that's there on the offensive line to try and ultimately everybody pull in the same direction and get something done, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the general idea here, and I've been trying very much to like sell myself on the idea. I was looking at pressures on the offensive line, just like where you could assign blame, and a lot of it was left guard, which. Yeah. Kenyon Green, understandable for a long part of the season. I have a feeling that smooths out to some degree. Right guard was another place where you saw a good amount of it. I think we also know Shaq Mason looked like he had lost a step at least to some degree. That's one of the places where I don't know. And then right tackle was interestingly one of those spaces where I don't know. Can I ask a question to you in this instance? If right tackle has a average to above average, a little bit above average, like pressures allowed off of that side, do you attribute that more to Titus or to Blake? Because I think that's one of those competitions that we're going to be seeing.
That's a good question. We don't even know where Titus is going to play, and that question has not been asked. Maybe it will be tomorrow. If they have a sense of where he's going to play. I think either one of those guys, I should say both of those guys, I wouldn't say is an upper tier pass blocker. They've been okay. He said something else that I thought was very interesting. I know you're going to dig in on this because I want to get to Mike Tillman as well here. But Mark Vandermeer was asking him about the draft and what they could do. And he said, I think he actually said TBD on trade discussions as they pertain to the draft. Well, that's leaving it open. I mean, I know they're going to leave it open, but, he didn't seem to indicate that they were like leaning away from trading up or down in this draft, which I like, actually.
I kind of believe that, too.
Yeah,
just looking at his track record, man, I feel like he loved the trade more than the actual signing free agents and all that.
He loves those late picks.
Yeah.
He loves late 6th and 7th round picks.
Yeah, and I think that seems like it's fair to leave a level of wiggle room open in this. I was reading an interesting piece from NFL.com where they were like, hey, with this NFL draft, a piece of advice for the teams that are drafting in round one. And one of the pieces of advice that I found to be interesting was this doesn't feel like the draft to trade up, just generally, right?
Well, that's in his wheelhouse then. And I think, back 2 or 3 spots, 5 spots.
I think
another pick
has that within him, and maybe not trade up in the first round, maybe trade back, or maybe stand still
back and then back up.
But I think you have the capability to do some of the moving or shaking, maybe with some of those other picks. Second round, your 2/3. Like I think that those are the places where maybe you can do some moving and shaking to get into the tiers that you ultimately want to. But yeah, this definitely feels like there's a lot of it's a rich draft when it comes to like guys at a certain level. There's a lot of guys at a certain level that I feel like is relatively passable, for lack of a better way of saying it. And I think they have the ability to maneuver it pretty well, which is, I guess, as good of a place as you can be for this for going into a draft, is knowing that, hey, we have the ammo to go get the guys that we need, especially in a spot where there's a whole bunch of guys, or there's a decent amount of guys to go and get that you at the positions that you want.
And then Mike Tillman was, I think, a little more enlightening and entertaining in terms, not entertaining, a little enlightening and informative as it goes here, because he was talking with Vandermeer, and it wasn't the normal stuff that we've heard a couple of times from him about, our priority is this, and we want to just kick it down. We're doing studies. He actually said there's a ton, quote, a ton of momentum toward renovation or rebuilding. He didn't say either or. But interestingly, he did say twice, every day that passes, we're a day closer to the lease expiring. And it doesn't take a genius to figure out what he's doing here. He's already kind of working on getting this lease done, axed, nixed, whatever you want to call it, earlier than it's supposed to be, which is what, 5 years, something like that. They're working in the back channels, because he also said that he's talked with numerous stakeholders. That is rodeo people.
I mean, yeah. Yep.
If you want my interpretation, that's the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. He's talked to numerous stakeholders about it, about the lease expiring, and aligning with people in terms of what they want to get done. So that to me was enlightening. Everything that we've projected and thought about, they're going to try to expedite this thing. It's going to happen sooner rather than later, whether it's a renovation or a rebuild.
I mean, yeah, and I think that what he's doing is setting a deadline. Like when you're doing negotiations, deadlines help progress a deal forward, and that is a deadline that it's good to keep front of mind. And it's a deadline that I think that all the parties involved are aware of because, I mean, even before Tillman comes in, prior iterations of this organization have been working towards this goal for years, right? Like this is not something that they brought in Tillman and immediately became a priority. This has been a priority, so they've been working towards this. I think all parties know that you need to find some level of resolution here, even just on the basic idea of like maintenance and upkeep, keeping the stadium in a place where it's passable. But I think also renovation clearly would be something that's not just getting you up to speed, but then getting you to where you'll be able to live with it for a little bit longer, right? But yeah, this is his expertise, right? Yeah. These negotiations are what he does well, and you can see that he has a game plan and a way to try and go about this where all the parties on his side, they have in one accord, and they're applying a certain level of pressure to the county and that side of things to try and help, come to a resolution. I would not expect anything different.
I would expect, this is me talking, within 6 months we have some sort of recommendation, some sort of report about what they're leaning toward or a recommendation of what they're doing and how they want this lease to. I don't think it's going to be long at all. I think within 6 months they're going to really start rolling things out.
That feels quick.
That's kind of quick.
That feels quick, but I mean there's clearly
he's
a lot
here
of
for
energy
one
towards
reason,
it. Right?
They hired him for one reason. This. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that he's overseeing.
So
they hired him for this.
So what do you expect the news to be? Is it like 6 months? To me, that felt like renovations. We agreed to.
No. What I'm saying is within 6 months, we're going to start to hear exactly which direction they're leaning. Like whether it's renovation, rebuilding. Because remember, he was here a week and said they're already doing studies. Like he was here a week and said, "Oh yeah, we got these studies going on." I'm like, holy cow! So yeah, within 6 months, I'll bet you we're going to know this is what they want, this is what they're going after, and the pressure is going to be ramped up on the county to get something done.
Yeah, they're trying to move quickly towards that. I'm excited to see.
Hell, we've already seen some renderings.
Yeah, and those renderings from January, at least when I saw them, and I mean they involve the names, the go-to names in sports architecture. I know HKS is one of those. Populous is another. There's a third one that I'm not as familiar with, being a little bit of an architecture nerd. But yeah, they're rapidly trying to move towards this development. And Mike Tillman seems like the man that is absolutely for the job because he's absolutely pushing this further and further. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Question of the day. One of the rule changes seems to implement in the NFL Hawkeye technology to help better acknowledge check the spotting of the football. And so does that mean the chain gang is going away? And that leads to the question of the day. What jobs do you view as either useless or pointless? Or you can counter that with what jobs are viewed as useless and pointless that you want to support. 713-572-4610. Let's do that next.
When you're ready to sell, the choice is clear in the Houston area. It's my friends at the Franklin team, brokered by eXp Realty.
700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day as I get down this birthday cake.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, man.
It is not my birthday. Not yet, at least. It is not Earth Day.
Someone else's cake?
No, around here they got
There's cake for everything.
They do cake for everything. That is one of the good things about working in an office, especially where there's that kind of structure.
Yeah, so what they doing, they celebrating all the April birthdays.
At the same time. That's right. That's right. So there's a
Which
big
is
old
cool.
cake.
Yeah. I don't think they ever did that before.
Well, they did it last month, and I got an email, and they go, 10:30. Oh, cool. Cool, yeah.
Yeah, you can go get some cake.
Everything is between 10 and 2.
That helps a lot. Thanks for the email.
Yeah, but there's always someone in the office that is in charge of getting the cake, and that is not a useless job.
No.
Brings us to our question of the day, inspired by the fact that the NFL implementing Hawkeye technology. Sony has done this Hawkeye technology. You see it in tennis a whole bunch, in identifying where the ball lands, whether it's in or out rather. And the NFL is going to utilize this when it comes to their measurements, right? So the chain gain is not fully gone, but their importance is being a little bit minimized.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to see this season for the NFL the chain gang bring the chains out to the middle of the field and then do the chain measurement to see.
Right. Y'all stand right there. We'll let you know we need you.
That's right. We're look up to the video board to see Hawkeye technology where they are. What's the actual measurement here?
Yeah.
Which, funny enough, I don't think that this actually spots the ball, though. I think you still have the spotting of the ball happening in the same way, but at least the Hawkeye technology will
setting the ball.
Of the ball, and then they will take where the chains are supposed to be, and the Hawkeye technology will do that there. But at the very least, the most visible part where the chain game runs out to the field, that part of their job is going away.
Yeah.
And that got you thinking, what are the most useless or pointless jobs out there? 713-572-4610. But I'm going to have a second part of this that I think is more fun. I am going to argue in favor of the jobs that people view as useless.
You're just being contrary today.
Yes, I will be a contrarian, but I feel like, look, there's some of these jobs that we're not giving enough credit for.
No, I get it, and you don't want to ever cast aspersions on somebody trying to make a buck, but there are some useless and pointless jobs.
All right.
In my view.
Convince me of such.
I think I know what John about to say.
Convince me of such,
I'll
John
wait for you
Lopez.
on this one.
Well, okay, so one of them is probably a little controversial and might get me canceled, and actually somebody mentioned it on the text board already. Walmart greeters.
The greeters in the
that ain't
stores?
the one.
I got another one. Because here's the thing. I get the concept of a Walmart greeter, but have they really made Walmarts more welcoming and friendly?
Yes.
No, they have not.
Yes.
Walmarts are not welcoming and friendly.
When you walk in that door, it is. That sweet old lady, like, how you doing, baby?
But
like,
then
I
what
need
happens?
That. I need that.
But then what happens?
Then you in a Walmart.
See,
Come on, man.
Fights in the aisles.
See, I look at them as undercover security.
Maybe.
a little bit.
Them people not stopping no shit.
I know, but it's still like a thing where they can at least ID the person
Let
if they
someone
walk
know.
out. Yeah, because if it's nobody right there, then it's a free for all then.
But like if you go to a restaurant and there's they don't call them greeters, but whatever the person, like a host, they make you feel like, all right, this is a welcoming, comfortable environment, and it tends to be that in a restaurant. Very nice. This is a nice night. You go to Walmart and there's a greeter, and then, like I said, there's fist fights. There's crap all over the aisles. There's boxes.
What, they supposed to do all the work?
It's not real welcoming and friendly. Is all I'm saying.
Also, you talking about fist fights? Like every single Walmart at any given time has fist fights happening at times. I mean, at Walmart.
I think it's over 50% of the time. I'm exaggerating, but it's a lot. And then the other one might be. Maybe I'm trying too hard, but I think it's kind of useless and pointless right now. Paparazzi. Dude, everybody has a phone.
I actually think you have a decent point here.
Yeah. Everyone has a phone.
Well, on top of that, and in a different way, people have phones. The people that paparazzi would typically be accosting are celebrities, where they just be putting their mess out there on social media.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to get to the mess, if you are so inclined to view that, just hop on the social media platform of your choosing, and you'll get enough of that mess. So I do think that you're actually onto something there. I don't have much.
We don't need paparazzi
in the ways of defense for the paparazzi.
Yeah, it was one I was thinking of, and this is where I side with Reggie. I feel like this job is a little more important than what people think. And I got a lot of family that's in this industry, mail carriers.
Okay.
Oh, elite.
They are, yeah. I feel like, because I know we always had the conversation like, oh, do we really need mail carriers and all that type of stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they are very important, man. And I could be biased because I was almost a mail carrier. If I would have became a mail carrier, I probably wouldn't be here to this day.
Do a nice, good government job.
Yeah, man.
Y'all are going to make me fight with y'all, aren't you? I respect the mail carriers.
Ain't no way. Not in a world. I'm not gonna let you get to the place where you're trying to.
See,
in a
he did
world
this
where
before.
we're doing.
This is what I thought he was about to say,
brother. In a world where we're doing more and more online shop, you yourself are an online shopper.
Hold on.
Are you for real?
Salute to all the
Ain't
mail
no
carriers out there.
Ain't no way he's about to do
listening right now on your route.
Salute to the mail carriers. I could not have more respect.
Salute to my sister.
I could
and
not
my
have
brother-in-law.
more respect for Amy. I know her by name. I got her a Christmas present this year. I love the mail carriers.
Where's the butt?
Here's my point. Everything you can do via the U.S. mail, you can do elsewhere. Everything. Literally everything.
You don't get me out here caping for the USPS? Is that what you're about to do?
Name something that the USPS does. I love you. That you can't do somewhere else with another,
Hell, they
with
work
another company.
damn near 7 days a week now.
I know.
Deliver to every single location in the United States.
Can do that with FedEx, UPS.
Nah, they be dropping their stuff off.
No, that's just your opinion, man.
No, dog. Like they be dropping their
They ain't
stuff.
coming through with them checks.
Not in all the places.
You can send checks
now, of
via
course,
anything. You can online checks. You can do it with
Not the government checks.
government checks. You can do it any way you want. All I'm saying is I respect their job, but the United States Postal Service is basically unnecessary.
This man doing politics.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
can't.
He out here doing
See,
politics.
this the one I
That's
can't
crazy.
get behind, man.
It's basically unnecessary. All these little flyers you get a bigger audience and you get more of them, via or send them FedEx, UPS, whatever you want. I'm not saying I'm down on what they do. I respect it. I'm just saying it's unnecessary.
This man is a big city elite. A big city elite, not looking out for the small towns where only the USPS will deliver. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I actually have a way of fixing this problem before we get to some of these texts. Turn every postal office, keep their employees, keep every employee, turn every postal office into a dispensary.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. They would make more
what
money.
You been smoking from that dispensary?
He's like,
man?
less mail, more weed.
No, what I'm saying, you already have the buildings.
Man, you sound like a hippie right now.
Well, I'm not, but you already have the buildings. You could make more money.
Hey, dude, you know what they should do with the post office?
Every post office turn it into a dispensary.
Hey, some post offices are already.
Yeah, well, they already are.
You just don't know. From the 713, Salvation Army Santas. Oh wow! So you here to support the Salvation Army Santas, but he's like the post office out here, dog. Where are the little old ladies going to congregate during the middle of the day, huh?
I don't disagree that they're somewhat useless and pointless, but you got to think of the babies. The babies look forward to seeing them.
I was gonna say that you need that visual reminder. I think.
Well, that too.
In that time period.
But babies going into a store, they love it.
Yeah, I kind of got one that's close to this one and have to do with kids.
Mm-hmm.
I think the trick or treat and going house to house.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's kind of outdated now because they always do these trunk or treats and they do little events and stuff like that. I feel like the going to house. But I feel like it's a useless thing that might as well just go without it at this point.
Somebody said turn every post office into a holding pen for Cowboys fans.
Somebody said, will they deliver the weed? See, it's a brilliant idea. Y'all got to think about it.
This was just an elaborate way for you to try and.
I don't even smoke weed.
You trying to rebound.
I don't even smoke weed.
That's suspicious. That sounds like somebody. Somebody
he trying to get on the weed people's side now.
But not the postal workers. I don't understand how that goes.
I'm on the postal worker side. I'm just saying it's an unnecessary thing.
I don't think that's at all. Yeah, shout out to the 231 who is a male person delivering in the freezing rain in northern Michigan. Oh,
man. Yeah, no, that's tough, man.
You can kiss every bit of my ass.
Yeah. I'm with you right there.
I'm trying to help mail carriers.
No, you're not.
I'm here for them.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Just like you're not here for the chain gang.
And they job got so much tough, too, since COVID. Because before then, I think they was making a lot of money, and now they got to work extra hard, and a lot of people are quitting and all that stuff. So, they, like, my sister personally be working from, like, 7 to 8.
Respect.
Like, yeah, we can't get
Imagine
rid of
if she would work, 9 to 5 at a dispensary. It'd be a lot easier.
Man, come on, man.
I want to talk more about this chain gang. So you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL because I do feel like there's been a lot of talk about this and some of the other changes that have been made in the NFL. We'll talk about that. But also that this has been overblown, this particular Hawkeye technology being put in. I'll tell you why next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is going to be
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. And when it comes to the NFL, everything's kind of been happening around the league meetings down there in West Palm Beach in Florida. And obviously some things came down yesterday. We talked about some of those. One of the big things that came through was obviously the idea of tabling the conversation of whether or not the tush push would be banned. The Packers brought that proposal to the competition committee. And a little bit of interesting news in that space. Kaylin Kaler, who writes about the NFL for ESPN, she reported that 16 teams seem to support the Packers' proposal. And if you can do your simple math, that is...
I mean, it's going to get tables.
That is half the league.
Yeah.
That is half the league that seem to support the banning of the tush push. How do you react to the idea that there's so many teams that are in this place where they're getting ready to reinstitute that rule that basically disallows players from pushing or pulling their teammates forward to advance the football?
I think how I feel about it. I feel like it's probably going to end up passing. In May, I guess, is when they're reconvening on this. 16 is a hell of a good start for those who want to ban the tush push. The other thing I feel about this, almost be careful what you wish for. How many plays is a running back on the edge and he's kind of getting stonewalled and an offensive lineman comes from behind him and helps him into the end zone, and it's kind of a wow moment. It's a cool play. You know what I mean? That would be banned too, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Or are they in a specific center?
Yeah,
because if they say under center, then I get it.
I was going to say, what's the part that's being banned? Just the pushing
original,
somebody?
I would have to go back and dig in, Reggie, but I think the original proposal from the Lions said a player under center, which would allow you to, let's say, Joe Mixon is on the 3-yard line, he gets stonewalled, and here comes Cam Robinson, pushes him in. That would still allow that because he wasn't under center. So I think that's where I want a little more clarification once the rule comes to play, All
right, well, maybe this will help in some ways. Roger Goodell spoke in West Palm Beach, and this was him talking about the tush push in, actually, interestingly enough, a way that seems like he might be on board with the change as well. All right.
Wait, hold on one
Get
second.
that in 1 second, no problem. But yeah, he was talking about this. He was also worth noting, obviously, for the Texans. He spent a good amount of time talking about flag football, like a potential of a flag football league, and then women's sports and those types of things as well, which, women's or girls rather in flag football, you tie that together and you can look right at the Texans and the push that they've had to try and help advance girls flag football in the city of Houston. But yeah, I was mentioning Roger Goodell on the tush push. This is where he seems to stand on all of
The
it.
discussion on the tush push was very good. It was, we showed a lot of data, a lot of questions from the clubs, a lot of discussion about it. I think there are safety issues that are being considered in that case. We have very little data. It's not just beyond data. There's also, there's the mechanism of injury that we study, that type of thing that leads us to show the risk involved with a particular player, particular tackle. So those are things that we did discuss. I do think there's a lot of discussion about going back to the previous rule, back to pre-2004. It's a dispute about how long that rule was in play, but the reality of it is I think that makes a lot of sense in many ways because I think it expands it beyond just that single play. There are a lot of plays where you see someone pulling or pushing somebody that are not in the tush-push formation that I think do have an increased risk of injury. And so I think the committee will look at that and come back in May with some proposals.
Yeah, see, that's what got me thinking. I thought it was just going to be the under center thing.
Which, to be fair, to clean this up, the Packers, their proposal uses the word immediately push.
Right.
So that does seem like that would be specific.
But he just said.
But yeah, and I guess I was merging those because Roger Goodell seemingly bringing that seemed like a little bit of editorial for him, from him bringing up the idea of player safety with all of these pushing things, which you'll remember in 2000.
I would hate that.
In 2005,
I think it's a cool play.
2005 is when they got rid of that rule and opened it up to the opportunity to actually push a ball carrier forward or pull them forward, as we've seen some offensive linemen or some others.
I think it makes
time.
linemen feel like they scored the touchdown more than just like helping, but running backs. I think it's a cool play. And just to be clear, Roger Goodell clearly is endorsing this for safety reasons, but he wants an 18-game schedule, right?
He does want an 18-game schedule.
I just wanted to make sure.
Although the NFLPA has made it very clear that is a non-starter.
But he says this is about injuries and safety, but he does want an 18-game schedule.
He
right?
does.
Hey, the tush push ain't paying no money.
Okay, I get it.
You ain't getting no extra money for the tush push.
I see you working, Raj.
He's not wrong.
I wonder if Philly right now trying to come up with something that could kind of game the system a little bit.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, if they come up with something totally different that's similar, but technically not pushing somebody in the back.
Out of a shotgun formation or something?
I don't know if somebody can pull them, get around and just pull them to the first down. That would be great.
Yeah, I have no idea how you what the next iteration of it. I guess that's why I'm not nobody's NFL coach or what have you. But yeah, I think that for me personally, you can get me to this place where you're getting rid of this if you're coming from this Roger Goodell route of, all right, we're getting rid of all this pushing.
I don't like that.
Right, just the idea that, hey, just the ones that get under center and you get in here and you push it. That one feels very much like anti-competition. And I saw I think it was a coach, or it might not have been a coach, but somebody in the meetings said, with the way that things are going, people would have banned the forward pass when Johnny Unitas was doing it.
Dan Marino.
That is the way that people are operating right now, as though it is just something that a team has found that they do really well. I think there's a couple teams that kind of did it decently well, but one team has done it in exquisite fashion, and everybody's going, nope, don't like that. That's what I don't like about this. However, you have about half the league that seems to be supporting it, and when it circles back around, I do wonder if you end that push.
One more note Go ahead.
One more note that I wanted to make about just the general pushing forward, the rule that was gotten rid of in 2005. The larger reason why it seemed like they got rid of that and you got back to the NFL where you could push a runner forward, supposedly was a difficulty of officiating it. Right, being able to determine, who's pushing, who's pulling, how and when do you levy that penalty?
Look, I don't like it in general. If I would get it, I wouldn't like it, but I would get it if they do the center thing, because as I've said multiple times, owners want everything, and if they can't have what you have, they'll cancel it. They're very selfish that way. And I get that general managers and coaches consult with the owners in terms of how they want to vote and all that. I get it. It just seems like petty and sort of jealousy, etc. And I just love the other plays. I love the other plays that, like the example I gave, where a big old lineman helps you score a touchdown. It's cool. But they do want an 18-game schedule, just to be clear.
They do want an 18-game.
But we know what this is about. It's very petty. They want Philly to stop doing it because it's not like every other team is doing this as successful as Philly is.
Yeah.
So this is pretty much trying to stop Philly from doing it.
Yeah.
All right, so one of the things that we've seen in, interestingly, UFL is the automated the chains or what have you. And the NFL is going to get to the place where they use Hawkeye technology, we were mentioning it earlier, to not spot the ball, but to do the measurements. And that I think that's one of these things is UFL has done this almost more so, just utilizing, the true field technology. This is a different technology. And this is something I've constantly talked about with the Hawkeye technology. People always point to tennis and the ways that they use that. And the thing that I always counter that with is tennis, you're dealing with lines that are always the same and a static playing surface and playing field.
And a clear view.
Right? The way the Hawkeye technology is just a bunch of cameras angled at this, and then they have that composite in order to go back with high speed and see where the ball landed or what have you. I think there's a lot more things happening when it comes to the football, which is where's the football? It's not a circular shape, right? It's an oblong shape. It's in somebody's hands. It's amongst a whole bunch of a mass of bodies, and all those things are obscured. Plus, then you're adding when does a knee touchdown, when does an elbow touchdown. All those things I think make it really difficult. But what they are seemingly at least using this for is being able to draw the line across the field, because that's what they've basically constituted. Is the rule like the ball will still be spotted by the officials, as it was previously done. The chains will still move on the sidelines, but when it's time to measure, they're not going to run the chains out here. Do you feel like this deserves the amount of fanfare that it's gotten? Because I'm not sure I agree with the amount of fanfare that it's gotten.
Well, I to be honest, I don't know how much, if I agree with, how much fanfare it's gotten. I do agree with using it. First of all, timeliness is going to be a lot better, and I think accuracy. I mean, we've seen multiple times where the guys go down, to get on their hands and knees, and like, is that touching? Is it not touching? Well, Hawkeye technology, boom, So I do like that aspect of it. I'm going to be very interested in how this advances, whether it's this year, 5 years, or whatever, because I gotta believe, with the way they're triangulating the pictures, as you talked about, and all, I got to believe there's going to be a way where they can almost do it in real time. I do think they're going to be able to do it in real time crossing an end zone. That's a static line. A lot of times the people are carrying the ball over the line or pushing the ball over where it's just the ball showing, Well, did he go in? Yes, he went in. I do think it's going to help with that.
Yeah, that is fair. And I think that that's the part that excites me, is not the immediate use here, but with this implementation, is
going to get better.
30 teams, I believe, is what I'm seeing. Right, we'll have this technology implemented, but then once you have it in the building, what tweaks, what advancements can you make? What more applications can you possibly find for its utilization to hopefully make it more robust and make the game better? But at the current time, so all 30 NFL stadiums, because I was like, there's 32 teams. What's happening here? But yeah, all 30 NFL stadiums will implement this. And at the very least, it'll save you like the minute or so that it takes to go bring the chains out and measure and get the chains reset and going.
Happen.
So that is nice that at least you have that there. But yeah, that was one.
But
of the
don't you feel we're going to see like somebody reaching over the goal line? That's going to be able to be.
We'll have less of the look at this camera angle that's not quite straight down.
It's not down the line. Well, now you'll know.
Yeah, hopefully that will help. From 713, what about the ball and field lines having sensors? I think that would be an interesting proposition.
Might happen.
I think the ball having sensors, it would be a big thing. Only thing about that I always come back to is then how do you match that with when is a shin touching a blade of grass? When is a knee hitting? When is a forearm as opposed to a wrist hitting? I think those are all of the difficult parts of officiating, where to spot the ball, that I don't know that there's a good answer for, unless you're actually going to have like just a solid field surface that isn't grass, that has somehow like an additional sensor, like a force sensor that's in there. And I don't know that we're anywhere near doing that level of technology. And of course, that's just off the top of my head. I don't have the engineering chops to do any of that, to be completely honest. All right, you talked about safety of playing 18 games. What about the safety of all this damn travel that the NFL is doing? Apparently, the NFL is considering playing regular season games in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, with the Niners, Commanders, Rams all holding rights to the possibility of doing this.
But they are gonna ban the tush push, right?
Maybe. And you could take that to another level where the NFL could play up to 10 international games, not this year, but the year after, considering that, they're working it up to 8, and then the Jags have the opportunity to play a couple of games in London, because they have, if it's within their right to decide to play a few games in London on top of that. But the continued push to add more money by getting international football games is happening, to now adding the possibility of playing in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, which makes sense. There's so much money to be had there.
My goodness, yes.
But man, we're talking about a lot of travel that wears on these guys' bodies, and a continued push to an international game.
Brazil. I mean, they've gone.
That
to
might
Brazil.
be worse. Is that worse than Brazil?
It might be, but it's not. It's certainly not. It's certainly in the same neighborhood. I mean, Brazil. People are down. That is a really taxing trip. That is a very hard trip. And now they're going to Dubai, too, and then come back and play in Jacksonville. But at least they can't tush push, At least you can't do that.
I have a feeling this tush push thing gets under your skin. I don't know what's taking me to that place, but I do have a feeling that this the constant push of player safety is funny to me, just because I don't disagree, or I don't believe that they don't believe in it. It's an eye roll, man.
It's an eye roll
when they bring up player safety, but then you're traveling 18 hours.
Well, I just looked it up. Houston on Emirates Airlines to Dubai nonstop, 14 hours and 50 minutes. nonstop.
And that's Houston.
15-hour flight.
And that's from Houston.
But you can't tush push, so that's good.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a inconsistent NFL, to be completely honest. Not that we're all the most.
Hey, they safe on that plane, right?
That's right. That's right. And to be fair, at least when you talk about Emirates, they usually got the big seats and the opportunity to lay out, right? Like they won't be cramped, I guess, is what you could say.
15-hour flight.
To go play some football.
Oh, my goodness.
That's right. Go play.
That's a whole day.
Yeah.
Entire day.
Yes, there's a nap in there, too.
Not a sleep.
Yeah.
I feel like you are long enough to get a good sleep in there as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the Texans. Cal and Hannah seem to be in a place where they have a lot of confidence that the Texans is close. With free agency seemingly rounded up, how close do you feel that the Texans are? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The OG has...
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. Free agency seemingly rounding up for the Texans, barring a shock move of some sorts. How close do you feel the Texans are? 71354 because the Chronicle sat down with Cal and Hannah out there at the league meetings in West Palm Beach. They actually talked to Aaron Wilson just recently as well. Some interesting kind of more texture and color added to the conversation about NRG Stadium. We can get to that later, but one of the things that they talked about is just they feel like this Texans team is, quote, pretty darn close, or at least they were pretty darn close in 2024, which would seem to lead to the idea that they believe themselves capable of being even closer in 2025. And I'm interested, like, where do you stand with this organization, with this team, like, and the closeness that they are to that play? Because you can recall, man, last season, it did feel like this is the time to go and like make some noise and make some waves. And of course, the hopes were dashed in some ways, especially because of the offense and the offensive line. How close do you feel like the Texans are at this point before you head to the draft?
I actually totally agree. I think even in the worst moments last year, whether it was bad offensive line play or C.J. Stroud as a result getting a little bit shook, whatever you want to call it, or whatever, they were always close. They were always close last year. They just didn't get it done offensively the way we wanted to. So I think they're as close as they've been over the last year, and maybe even slightly closer because the defense has gotten better. I don't think anybody's going to disagree. The defense is better. Just look at Gardner-Johnson alone, some of these other guys, certainly the draft upcoming, a year for Mari Lassiter, another year for Kalen Bullock. I think they're as close as they've been over the past year. But the problem is, I don't know if they're going to get any better yet. We don't have any indication that they're going to be better on the offensive line, other than fingers crossed that mindset matters.
Right. Just to get the quote out there from Cal McNair. In the offseason, the moves we're making, and you add in the draft, I think we're looking to take another step, and we're excited to see what happens. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, if you're leaning on the moves that they made, obviously CJ Gardner-Johnson is an incredible add there, because I think it gives you a level of stability. I don't know how much and this probably speaks highly to where you were defensively. I don't know how much C.J. Gardner-Johnson raises the level of play for you, in general.
I think he does, though.
He
right?
does,
yeah,
but I'm having a question more
like
about
all of a sudden
the metric,
whatever,
right? Or
yeah,
how much more, how much better are you in that instance? Like, you are better,
boom or something.
But like you were already very good in that aspect.
This don't feel like the Daniil Hunter signing.
Yeah,
when you signed Daniil Hunter,
you're better.
Like, whoa!
And I don't say that to knock it, because I love that move, especially because you get a C.J. Gardner-Johnson type player out of a player that I don't know that you would have gotten value out of in Kenyon Green, right? Like, I don't know that you were going to have value there demonstrated on the field for you with Kenyon Green. So, like, I thought that was a fantastic move. I just keep and it all comes back to the offensive line, because that was the mitigating factor for your team last year, was your offense did not reach the levels that it could have, or that it needed to for you to see real success at the levels that you wanted, because the offensive line wasn't good enough. And this brings me back to the offensive line in a way where, how good are you, and how good do you need to be to take steps, right? We were talking earlier about some of the things that Nick Caserio was talking about out there in West Palm Beach, and this line kind of being largely what it's going to be was part of it. But we talk about pass blocking. Run blocking is an interesting portion that I actually kind of feel okay about.
Yeah.
Especially because I look at the run game, and I was going back and looking at my my notes from from last season, and in week one, one of the things that I noted, and I think it maintains, Joe Mixon is going to make your run blocking better.
Yes.
And your run blocking was real problematic, but I think that was more schematic with the run blocking. I think that the scheme that you bring is going to be able to, you're going to be able to galvanize the offensive line. And I also don't know that you have to be a great offensive line because you have the likes of Joe Mixon. I think all you have to do is execute to a point where you have a hat on a hat. And that's one thing I can say about the guys that they brought in, even though you look at like PFF rankings or ratings, which of course come with their certain caveat, but they all are like at least around average right? Maybe slightly below average in the various different circumstances that they were in. If they are all able to come in, and I'm talking about basically all the guys that you have, all the way down, right? Ed Ingram included, right? With the concerns that are there for him. If they come in and they're able to at least have that mentality that DeMeco Ryans clamors for from his team, they're able to put a hat on a hat. I think that Joe Mixon operate with a actual cohesive run game that Bobby Sloak was never able to develop here. I actually do think that you'll be able to run the football better, which is, I think that matters a good amount in what you're looking for.
I think, yes, I agree with you. Obviously, there's going to be plays where you do get a hat on a hat, as you put it, and still get beat, by the guy, because the defensive linemen are good.
And that's one of the concerns that we have just about the offensive line talent that you have right
exactly.
now.
Sustaining blocks, making sure you have the right angle. You give Joe Mixon the right, the right space to maybe, go to work. I don't know. I don't know how much better I feel about the run game because I don't know anything about what they're going to be doing with the new coach and the new coordinator.
Well, that's funny because the run game is the place where you seem to have more
I think I know what they're going to try to do.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try to be the Patriots. I mean, in my view, 100%. They're going to try to, to just, like you said, just man-to-man, block him, block him up, push him back, give Joe Mixon. I mean, that's the effort. I don't know. Show was talking about this yesterday, and I thought it was a great question. How many players on the offensive line would you say are better than Cam Robinson? I don't know. And that's pass blocking and run blocking. So I know what their approach is going to be, but how good are they going to be? It always comes back down to that. And so I think this team is better. I think it's close, like Cal McNair said. But are they better defensively enough to maybe take the team further if the offensive line doesn't improve?
I mean, they are better defensively. Yeah. I just don't know that there is. What is the level of defense that you have to get to carry an offense if they are in a place where they are some level of inept or what have you, which I don't know that is I don't know what the baseline is for this offensive line.
Me
just
neither.
To say it frankly.
Yeah, me neither.
I know what the high watermark probably is, and the thing that has terrified me, and I will use that word, the thing that has terrified me about this offseason with the offensive line is that there's a lot of hoping for the absolute best.
Absolutely.
And the high watermark is cool. Like, I think if they hit the high watermark, you're off to the races. Like, you have an opportunity to exist amongst maybe the top tier, at the very least the second tier of teams in the NFL that are up there really contending for something. But I don't know that I can assume that you're going to hit the high water mark. And so what is the average or what is the most likely landing spot of that? That scares me because I don't know what that is. And is your defense 2000, Ravens where whatever the offense is over there, you're just going to get over because the defense is that level of dominant. It's real good. I don't know that you're in that place, and I don't think that that's a reasonable way to try and go about making yourself better. So I just think
they're banking a lot, and they could absolutely win on this. It could be a smash hit, but they're banking on Cam Robinson being as good or better than he's been, Titus Howard being as good or better than he's been, finding a center that can raise the game, right guard, whomever that might be, being as good or better than they've been, Blake Fisher being as good or better. You're banking on a lot of guys basically having career years, if you want to put it in those terms. That's a big. They're banking on the system and the mindset changes, being enough to make everybody on the offensive line better. It might work, but that's a big ask.
It is.
That's a big ask.
It is. And so I feel like you have a likelihood that you're at the least in the same place, which is not a terrible place to be.
Yeah.
But the aspirations are really high. And to put it in a different way, like the clock is ticking with the amount of talent that you've been able to put together. Like obviously you've locked some of these guys down for some extended periods of time, but I mean, football is a tough proposition. Like, you can't just assume, all right, well, this is the year and this is going to be our one shot. No, you want to maximize your number of shots that you go and try and win something.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. I'm kind of thinking a little ahead on this because I'm worried if this offensive line don't work. Let's say we into week 3, week 4, and it's clearly not working. You could see everyone is overwhelmed and they're not doing the blocking like they should. I wonder, where do they go from here, man? Like, what do you do at this point?
Yeah. I mean, That's a great question.
That's the scary. To me, that's the scary. I know we're not there yet, and maybe we won't have that conversation. But
sure hope not.
I'm kind of like, man, like where do you go here? Because this ain't no rookie quarterback where you can figure it out next year, and you got all this cap money next year, and you can figure, you can put some stuff together. Now it's like, man, you got these people paid, you except for the quarterback. So now it's like, what do you do going from here?
I think that's a good hypothetical, and I do think that they are well equipped to at least tinker, because they have a lot of different dudes. Get weeks in, as you've established there, Figgy, and it's not working. You do have some other guys you can throw in there and try out, which it did not feel like you had.
Kind of what they did last year, isn't it?
It is, but I don't know that you had a lot of good options to try some things out. Plus,
and you'll have a rookie, at least one.
Right. Plus, I think you'll have a better idea of what those other guys can bring you if you try and bring them in, because you're going to have a different type of training camp. You're not going to have guys slotted in. You're going to have guys who have been competing for their positions, and so you'll know what some of those other competitors look like if you have to throw them in there. But I think ultimately the idea is if you come to a point where you realize, oh, okay, we did not hit and this talent is not enough, there's not a good way to get that in the middle of the season.
No,
right?
And that's the part I'm worried about.
Yeah,
because now I mean, let's say week 4 they got a losing record or something like that. I ain't gonna go extreme, but. Man, it's like, what do you do from here? Because now you banking on the season now.
Yeah. And hey, if it does work, and mindset and system, I mean, if we just cut through everything else, that's what they're banking on. The system's going to make it happen, and the mindset, the swarm mentality is going to make it happen. If those two things do spell the difference, and all of a sudden they become a plus rushing attack and a much better offensive line in terms of protection, CJ Stroud, build a statue.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're gonna be like, man, that was smart trading Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, build a
and
statue.
now you got a second round pick coming in this draft.
Yeah,
like now you cooking then.
Yeah.
Now they was cooking.
You it's possible though, if you make that happen, then you're also looking for a new offense coordinator. But that's play B at if you're in that circumstance. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Where a little bit of a Houston holiday happening today, and then also. Salute to what was one of the better nights of basketball that I've seen in my in recent history. We'll talk about all that next.
Seth's got the scouting room.
for $35.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Wednesday in Loop. And I have to begin with what took me and kept me up to ungodly hours of the morning, which was a wild night in the NBA. Like, I mean, this is one of those types of nights that's
not lip service either.
If you're not maybe you're not like a basketball sicko, you're just like, hey man, I'll tap in for the playoffs or what have you. You had playoff type atmosphere in these games. In fact, some games that I think were illuminating or at least gave you a little bit of thought when it comes to the Rockets, because it's a whole bunch of teams in the West that are around that space that you might have to face in the first round of the playoffs. So let's start with Steph Curry getting out there and doing what he has want to do, which is knocking down a whole bunch of three-pointers. He had an incredible game as the Warriors knocked off the Grizzlies, and Steph Curry was 52-point game.
Yeah.
52-point double-double, and he knocked down 12 threes, too short of, I believe, what I don't know if that's a league record, but I know it's a Warriors record, 14 three-pointers. And he said that he was thinking about that as he went. But a 134-125 victory over the Grizzlies, a 52-point, 10-rebound, 8 assists, and 5 steal game.
Yeah.
Only his fourth career 12 three-point game, which that sounds insane to say.
It seems like he does it every night.
For Steph Curry, that is like, you're like, oh man, okay, he knocked down a whole bunch of three-pointers.
Yeah.
He's only knocked down this amount of three-pointers 4 times in his career, which speaks to how insane it was. And I think the thing that matters the most is that the Warriors, in getting that win over Memphis, moves above Memphis into the 5th spot in the West. So it moves them a little bit further away from, one, the possibility of playing the Rockets in the first round, which I like. And we'll talk more about this, like who matches up well, who does not match up well against the Rockets. But then it also keeps them in a place where if you advance to the second round, you would also not face them, because in a 5th seed, if they won, they'd face off against what you would assume is the 1st seed, the Oklahoma City Thunder. So that was kind of cool. And then
he got Cheryl Millard.
Yes.
He got Cheryl Millard. That's the first thing I thought of. For those who do not remember the story, it's a classic. I think Reggie Miller scored 40 points in his game.
Yes.
In his high school game. Home bragging to mom and dad, I scored 40 points.
Oh, they was in the car.
Yeah, they were in the car.
They were in the car.
Yeah. And they went to pick up Cheryl, who was playing it. Was she in high school still at that point?
I think she was still in high school, and she scored 105.
Yeah, he asked, "How did your game go?" And she was like, "Well,
yeah." I think what they did, I think they picked Reggie up.
Yeah, and he's bragging.
They were in the front seat.
There you go.
And he was like, "I scored 41." Yeah, and they were kind of snickering a little bit.
Yeah.
He said, "I scored 105." Like, what?
That's what happened last night.
And the reason why you bring that up is because last night you had, and these were both NBA on TNT games.
Yeah.
So you had the Warriors, Grizzlies, and then the next game was T-Wolves Nuggets, in which it was the ending was weird. We can talk about that.
Yeah.
But to get to the ending, Nikola Jokic knocked down 61 points, 10 assists, 10 rebounds.
Dude.
A 61-point triple-double. So there's only, I think, the 60-point triple-doubles that I know of. I think that these are the only ones, but I'll have to double-check to make sure. Is a James Harden 60-point triple-double. It is a Luka Doncic 60-point triple-double, which I believe happened last year. And then a 61-point triple-double by Nikola Jokic yesterday, which is indeed the most amount of points in a triple-double. His 31st triple-double of the season, if you can believe it.
Yeah.
And they lost the basketball game in double overtime, 140-139, because Russell Westbrook had a steal that would have allowed him to go and put the game up 2 or put the game up 3 if he made the layup, or he could have just dribbled out the game because there was 11 seconds or so on the clock. But he smokes the layup. The Minnesota Timberwolves go back timeout, and then Russell Westbrook fouls a three-point shooter that allows them to knock down the free throws to win.
Missed free throws.
Jokic missed free throws as well.
Well, he did, but Westbrook missed free throws too. I think they were down 1, and he could have given them the lead, earlier, missed the free throws. Then what you said, happened, and then fouls the dude on a 3. He was sick. Like, he was sick about it, and he should have been. because you deserve to win a game with a 61-point triple-double.
In fact, yeah, I mean, now Anthony Edwards, very excited after this game.
Yeah.
Obviously gave Nikhil and Alexander Walker a lot of praise because he was very good in this game, including knocking down the free throws that put them up in double overtime to win it. This was Anthony Edwards talking about the game after it.
That might have been the best game of my life, like, that I've been a part of. Nikola Jokic, bro. Oh, my God. He might be the best basketball player I've ever seen, like, close up, besides myself, to myself. Bro, he's incredible, bro. The MVP race is tough, man. I don't know. He had 60.
He had 60.
61, Frank. He brought up the MVP race. Obviously, it's a two-horse race. It's Nikola Jokic and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Which horse are you betting on right now?
I would bet on SGA, but I think Jokic could be getting the MJ treatment here.
I think so, too.
I think he's getting the MJ treatment. You know, ask anybody in basketball, players, coaches, assistant coaches, general managers, who do you want?
Yeah, I think they're going to try to read the room a little bit.
Yeah.
And be like, you know what, SGA, you know, he got to him one.
Yeah, because he's won 3 out of 4, right?
Yes, he has. 3 out of 4, and there's arguments to be made that it should have been 4 straight.
It should have been 4 straight. And now, you know, he probably should win this when he's the best player on the planet. But they're going to start calling, you know, SGA the mailman, I guess. I don't know. Didn't the mailman win it when Jordan, he got the Jordan treatment?
Was that
Karl Malone?
It might have been.
Yeah, it might have been.
I don't recall. That's more your domain.
Yeah, I think it was Karl Malone that they said, you know what, let's give it to somebody else. And they gave it to
like how you just said the mailman.
Yeah.
It's like in passing.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I know who the mailman
You give it
is.
to the mailman?
Yeah.
Well, especially after he was railing on male people earlier today. That's
the
crazy.
nickname is great.
All right. Sorry, when all you talking about MVP, I immediately, for some reason, went to the year that was it 95 when David Robinson won it, and then Hakeem went and repossessed it in the postseason. I feel like that's probably the best case scenario with this one because they're both so good. One of them went in, the other one go beat them up in the postseason, and then we can all be happy about it in either way. All right.
Yeah.
Some other things that are popping this day in history. Speaking of history, 1983 exactly. Do you recall what happened in 1983 during this time period? You know, March, April.
1983
tournament.
Oh, that would probably be. Was it NC State?
It wasn't NC State, but it was University of Houston men's basketball team. Louisville.
Okay.
To put them in that
final. I can still see exactly where I was sitting. I can put myself in the place where I watched that game. Unbelievable. You know, people always say that's the best game ever. I'm telling you, people, Louisville and U of H. Whew, that's the best game ever played. That was awesome.
And the Cougars won it. They sent themselves to the final.
Clyde literally jumped over a dude for one dunk. I mean, I think they had like 16 dunks in that game, something like that.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
Which is funny because you mentioned that with the Louisville game. That one is brought up that he jumped over a dude. And I always just think about the time that he damn near jumped over a dude against Memphis.
That was the game
then
before,
Memphis State. Yeah, the game before.
Yeah.
Where he, like, there's a steal and he goes and he basically jumps over a dude.
Yeah.
Which probably isn't the way to go about this because Clyde jumped over a lot of dudes. He was very good at jumping over folks. But yes, that's a little bit of a Houston men's basketball holiday.
Yeah.
And you hope that they can recreate that. As there's
13 dunks for U of H.
They're set up to have that kind of matchup on Saturday versus Duke, right? Like that easily could be when you're talking about best game that you've seen. Like this has an opportunity of being that against a Duke team that's really good and a Cougar team that can punch their ticket to the national championship game in the same way that they did in 1983.
Yeah, look, I think the difference is, and we might dig into this a little bit more. Guy V. Lewis was legendary, unbelievable offensive coach. I think they got a better coach right now, all things considered. I did do a little deep dive here quickly. They had 11 of their 13 dunks in the second half.
Okay.
Akeem Olajuwon had 21 points, 22 rebounds, 7 blocks, and 8 dunks.
Is that good?
That's a crazy stat.
Sounds
line
like
for
Hakeem
college,
was
man.
pretty good.
It was tight, but they won like 94-81 in the tournament. It was that to me is one of the best games, if not the best game I've ever seen. College.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm glad
All the
you
warm
had
and fuzzies.
I'm glad you could have those warm and fuzzies.
Yeah.
Speaking of the University of Houston Cougars, shout out to forward JoJo Tugler,
Mm-hmm.
who's the recipient of the 2025 Lefty Dreisel Award,
Mm-hmm.
which is awarded to the best defensive player in D1. So yeah, man, like that, it's deserved. I feel like if you talk about this Coug team, there's obviously a lot of love for Juwan Roberts, the six-year senior. There's a lot of love for LJ Cryer, a dude who's been a guard who's done some really good things.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Emmanuel Sharp as a sharpshooter. That's fun. And then Uzan has really found his place as being the dude who kind of runs the show.
Yeah.
Jota Tugler has been a vital part of what they do.
Every game.
Defensively, especially, rebounding, like he matters a huge deal. And it's cool to see him get this award to highlight what he means to his team. Like they would not be this place without Joseph JoJo Tugler.
100%. He's there, and it's an every game thing with him. Boy, it's going to be fun watching this matchup with what Duke can do, and offensively and defensively, and of course Houston, same thing.
Can't wait for it. I'm going to annoy you a little bit here, and I'm letting you know ahead of time, so try not to be as annoyed. Alvin Native, which is the good part, maybe the less good part is that he's a Texas Ranger. Nathan Eovaldi yesterday threw a 99-pitch shutout.
Thank you.
Complete game shutout.
No. No.
Referred to as a Maddox.
Yes.
Like when you have obviously named after Greg Maddox.
Yeah.
When you go at the team and you do it under.
Now you just want to fight.
Wait, what was wrong with what he said?
He went 9 innings, which is a complete game.
Yeah.
And there were no runs, rather, 4 hits. And that is a shutout. So it's a complete game shutout.
I thought you went to Kansas State, not the School of Redundancy School.
What, did you ever see the commit?
The what?
The football commit who was like announcing on signing day. He's like, I'm going to go to the University of LSU, and it's like, son, what do you think that U on the back end of LSU stand for?
See, now he's just picking a fight because I know exactly where this is coming from. You can't fool me. I got a direct message from my good friend Captain Scott Knoll from the Bite Me podcast.
Well, where it's coming from is I wanted to mention the fact that
we didn't have to mention
Alvin Native Nathan Eovaldi did a kind of crazy good thing, which kind of sucks.
He did a crazy good thing.
The Astros, considering that the Rangers are starting out.
But
really
Captain
good.
Scott texted me, said, "Hey," because he knows this grinds my gears. Eovaldi threw a complete game shutout. LOL. I was like, you just hate me, don't you? Of course, he's just having fun because he said, it is what it is. So,
it is what it is.
So
it is a complete game shutout.
No, that is completely incorrect.
What is it?
It's a shutout. A complete game shutout is redundant. If I say, hey, did you see Figgy Fig? He threw a shutout last night. You know exactly what happened. You know he went 9 innings. You know he shut out the other team, and it was a complete game. When you say complete game shutout, you're being very redundant.
But some people do like a 7-inning shutout, though, right?
Yeah, that's not complete game. I mean, they said
he slipped up and gave the right answer. There you go.
No, I'm saying that's not a shutout. That's 7 shutout innings. Like if I said Figgy threw 7 shutout innings, I'm like, all right, who won? Because that's just 7 innings.
Yeah,
they could. The next guy could have given up 9 runs.
But it's not a complete game shutout.
No, it's a shutout. But if I say Figgy threw a shutout, we know exactly what happened. He went the distance. They won. End of story.
Now, the next question I will ask, how many innings did he finish the game?
Well, of course.
Did he
That's
complete
a
the
shutout.
game? Oh, complete game shutout.
No. You don't have to say complete game. That's the school of redundancy.
Sure, you don't have to, but I think it clarifies what I think has become a little bit obscured, which is
it's people doing too much. And not
you act like they're going out of their way to talk about everything that happened.
Well,
it's 2 extra words to make it abundantly clear that he went the entirety of the game.
But Reggie Atatula threw a shutout. I know exactly what happened. You won the game and you shut him out. A complete game shutout is, and by the way, this is just I know I'm being petty about this.
That's right.
Yes.
But it's just ingrained in me from the Associated Press style book. Not to hit you over the head with
Associated Press style book.
How many newspapers you work for?
That's right. Thank you,
All right,
Kim Mulkey.
Yeah. I mean, Final Fours you've been to. No, but like it is very direct. There is an actual line in the style book. Do not say complete game shutout. That is redundant. It's a shutout. If a pitcher goes the distance and shuts him out, it's a shutout. End of story.
All right, man.
Somebody said 9 innings shut 0 is that complete game.
No. No.
A shutout.
That's when you say he went. It was 9 innings of shutout.
All right, you got
ball.
some support on the text line.
9 innings.
I was
of
hoping that
ball.
people would be willing to just make you mad. Lopez is finally right for once.
like if I say, does anybody say he threw a complete game no-hitter?
No.
It's a no-hitter. If I say he threw a no-hitter, you know exactly what happened. If I say he threw a shutout, you know exactly what happened. If you say a complete game shutout, you're doing too much, and that's redundant.
What do you say if
that was probably the best way of making your argument. I got to give you that. I think that was good.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I can see that. I ain't going to argue with you on that one.
Yeah. He threw 8 innings of no-hit ball. You know the game wasn't over. But if he threw a no-hitter, you know what it was.
All right. That's fair enough. But yeah, I guess
so much better
salute to the Alvin native. I'll say it like that. Salute to the Alvin native for completing a Maddox. That's wild, though, to have that level of pitching. And what's frustrating is that you're getting great pitching, similar, not exactly the same,
but very close.
Similar for the Astros. And
last night
just not getting the run.
Wisniewski was good.
He was good.
He was good.
He was good. And it wasn't enough. And now you're sub 500 in the moment. Yeah, we'll talk more about that as we keep going. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
He knew what was coming.
Oh, yeah.
I remember. I've been working with you for a minute now.
He got his popcorn out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll talk about that in break. Coming up next, let's do a little minimum mock draft check-in because Bruce Feldman of The Athletic put out a mock draft that I'm very interested in. It's not speculation. This is based on intel that he's gathering. So I'm interested to see what he has your Texans doing and what he has some of the other teams in the NFL doing. Let's check.
Did somebody say crawfish season? Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley live from the booth this Friday from 2 to 6 for the first stop on the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Cold drinks, good conversation, and mud bugs by the pound. That's our kind of party.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders have gotten all the quarterback attention during NFL draft season. Ole Miss's Jackson Dart showing up in some mock drafts, but keep an eye on another intriguing name. Just a few months ago, Will Howard led the Buckeyes to a national title, but now he's facing the old Ohio State QB conundrum. Was Howard good, or was he just driving a Ferrari of an offense? Quarterbacks always move up close to the draft. Expect to hear Howard's name for better or worse as we get closer to April 27th. I'm Andrew Perloff.
At Twin Peaks, one of the things they know best is beer. Celebrate National Beer Day on Monday, April 7th with one of their signature taps, local crafts, ales, lagers, and seasonals. They're ready for you and your friends at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees served in 22-ounce mugs. Cheers! That's National Beer Day, Monday, April 7th, the same day as the Men's College Hoops Championship game. See you at Twin Peaks on National Beer Day on Monday. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Guys, it'll be 100 degrees in Houston before you know it, and it's time to head to cool temps and long days in Traverse City, Michigan. Getting there is easy. Fly IHA to non-stop every day this summer. And I'm telling you guys, they got award-winning golf, premier dining at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
100 miles of freshwater Lake Michigan Lakeshore and Sleeping Bear Dunes National Park Lakeshore, y'all. It's beautiful. 50 wineries and 2 peninsulas, craft beer and grain-to-glass distilleries. Sounds like a hell of a time. Fly IHA to TVC non-stop this summer, just over 2 hours, runway to fairway.
John Lopez here. Knowing what you want, why you want it, where you want it, it's a Texas thing. At Mill Creek Custom Homes of Texas, they get that. With more than 15 years of home building experience in Central Texas, from Houston to Austin, they know what they're doing and they get it done without ruining the boots. Your budget, your dream, no surprises. From start to finish, Mill Creek Custom Homes handles it all, including your dream pool. Call for a free consultation at 866-5CUSTOM. That's 866-5CUSTOM, or look for inspiration at millcreekhomestexas.com.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first this year? Yeah. You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it a bit too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I've gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses. A way to get insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
KILT.
More power to the people that, like, just in general, that are like, I like and more, different strokes for different folks. And if that is like the level of excitement that people have, absolutely do that. But I don't know that I'm in that space. However, things like this do get me excited, particularly in the mock draft space. Let's do a little bit of a mock draft check-in. This really caught my attention here. Bruce Feldman of The Athletic. I didn't realize that he did this as well, but I know that there's some people that when they're mock drafting in this industrial complex that we have of the draft, some people will kind of do things that they're just they're going off of their scouting and what they think teams should have and what they should need and those types and their opinions.
I think this,
and it's useful, it's important. I like it. However, I value greatly the dudes who also then take this to a level of I'm getting information, because then it feels a little bit more predictive in a different way. Because I think the mock draft exists as an opportunity for you to feel different iterations of what could happen. But I love the idea of getting an idea of the way the teams are thinking. And Bruce Feldman's one of those people that does that. Dane Brugler's another one that does that. There's some other folks in there. But Bruce Feldman put out, and this came out today, his 2025 mock draft, his 5th annual, in fact, that is based on the intel that he's gathered from talking to college coaches and NFL sources. And so, I mean, we could bounce around this and maybe get a little bit of idea of what's happening around the league. But of course, I know where we want to start, huh?
Yeah.
It is at 25 with the Houston Texans.
This is intel.
This is intel. Now, I do wonder, before I even get there, how much intel do you think he's going to get here when it comes to the Texans, especially knowing that the Texans are it?
Oh, the Texans are, but I think every team, more so than anybody on the outside, kind of get a feel for which direction every team is leaning. And they do it deliberately. They do it through a number of sources because they want to know how the draft might fall to them. They have 3 or 4 different scenarios. In fact, when we were talking about Caserio on the on Texans All Access earlier, that's one thing I didn't mention. He did mention that about we're sort of evaluating all the possibilities in 100%. Front of us. Well, that's not just his opinion.
No.
That's information that he's trying to cull and gather. So this is very important in terms of maybe getting a little better insight on where the Texans are leaning or this team is leaning, et cetera, because they're getting it from sources in the league.
All right, so at 25, Houston is at 25 here. He didn't start doing trades. It is a pick that they have had that has been prominently mocked to them. With that being said, do you guys want to guess who they have selecting? Who Bruce has the Texans selecting?
Is it the most obvious, Gray Zabel?
It is not Gray Zabel, but you are right that they did not go wide receiver here.
Okay,
this is offensive line.
I'm trying to think.
There's one more that feels obvious. It's not Booker.
Kelvin Banks.
It is Kelvin Banks, tackle for Texas. Yeah. I bring you to a segment that I like to call Reading. Okay. With Laramie Tunsil off to Washington, Houston needs help at tackle. Let me pause there. Do you agree with that? Because we've looked a lot at what's happening here on this offensive line where you have Cam Robinson on the left side. He's going to be the left tackle this year. It's pretty evident. The right side, I'm starting to wonder what's happening there because Blake Fisher, I think I've fallen back to the pack. We've had conversations about do you need to see more from Blake Fisher? You guys very much were in that place, to correct me if I'm wrong, where you were like, no, I still need to see more.
Yes.
Especially for this year.
I was in a place where I was like, I felt pretty good, but looking at some things yesterday, I was like, maybe I'm not as sold on Blake Fisher absolutely holding down right tackle. Maybe you Titus Howard back there, but could you be interested in seeing Kelvin Banks at tackle?
Well, first you asked, are we good with them at tackle?
Yes.
Yes. I know you didn't even mention Trent Brown.
I didn't, and I keep not mentioning Trent Brown
on purpose.
Maybe not on purpose, but like pseudo purpose because I don't know. I like of all of the additions that you brought in, that was just kind of like, he's one of those ones that's a little more to me. Especially, I feel like, and this is the wrong way to do this ranking. The most additions. When it comes to the offensive line, Ed Ingram's up there, and then Trent Brown's next for me. Even though he's a big, massive dude that has a capability, I view him more as depth. Obviously, he'll push and give competition, but I view him more as depth.
I view him as a teacher's pet, and that gives him a big
damn.
Come on. I mean, we're being honest. I mean, I think he's here for a reason.
Sure, absolutely.
He's here for a reason. It's not just his play. So I view him as a teacher's pet, and I think that gives him a little bit of an edge. So a little bit of a surprise that it's tackle, not necessarily. Although Kelvin Banks can play some guard.
Yes, and I think that's always been something that's been really interesting since I really kind of dug into that. The idea that he can start guard and point with continued growth is interesting to me. That flexibility to try and get your best 5 on the field. All right, I continue my segment called Reading. There are a couple of intriguing options here at 25. Ohio State's Josh Simmons is exceptionally athletic, but still a bit raw, whereas Banks is more seasoned. 6'5", 315. Banks won the Lombardi Award in the Outland Trophy in 2024 after starting 15 games at left tackle. Despite winning some individual hardware, Banks has had his share of struggles in 24. Sources at Texas said that he was dealing with an ankle injury that he was playing through. UT folks speak highly of Banks' competitive maturity, which impressed them early in his career when he was matched against Alabama's Will Anderson and Dallas Turner. He more than held his own, which we know, right?
Yeah.
Like the film of Will Anderson Jr. and being able to hold your own against him, I imagine weighs heavily in that Texans organization. They love his ability to recapture his balance when he gets knocked off his center and can stay connected to the defender, displaying uncanny body control and core strength. Quote, I think he's more of a right tackle, but he has good feet and can anchor, an SEC defensive line coach said. He's a better run blocker than pass protector. And another person said, quote, I'm not as high on him as I think everybody else is. That's from a power 4 defensive line coach. He is skilled, but I didn't think he was great in space, close quote. So you have a positive and a negative there from the coaching or from the college coaching level. So with all of that there, what jumped out to you with Kelvin Banks?
With the experience. I think, Nick Caserio loves him some SEC players. He loves him some guys that have a lot of experience, and he loves him some versatility. All of it. So, yeah, I think it does. It kind of adds up. But I also don't know if he's even going to be in, I know people have him mocked down to 20 to 25 to 26 or whatever. Man, I think he could go higher. Just my own personal thoughts is that he might not even be remotely a possibility for the Texans there.
I mean, he's seemed to be around a lot in various mocks, but that's a possibility. I mean, that's one of the things that's been talked about this kind of tier of players in that late first round is that there's a lot of them, and they're it really just varies on who you like. I talked a few times about Mike Tice having his ranking, and of course he was ranking tackles as well, interestingly enough. But you look at even the tackle, or no, I think he ranked some offensive linemen because I think Gray Zabel jumped up in there. But like the way that people love Gray Zabel, he was a little bit lower when he was talking about kind of his top 5 guys. Yeah. He loves Josh Connerly, who I have started to develop a little bit.
I've read a lot
of
him
a crush
in the last
for.
week or so, and I'm with you on that. Yeah.
Speaking of Josh Simmons, mind you, Bruce Feldman has Josh Simmons going immediately next to the Cleveland Browns after actually having them trade up. So he is doing trades here, but he has the Texans standing pat, which I wonder what knowing that he is working off of some level of intel, what that means to you. But in speaking about Josh Simmons, he says, Buckeyes coach say that the 6'5", 317-pounder can run in the high 4.8s, low 4.9s, freaky athlete, vertical jump high in the 30s, still raw, spent just 2 years in Columbus after transferring from San Diego State. Coaches believe he'd be top 10 if he'd remain healthy. So obviously talking a lot portion of it, and not very much about that, kind of anonymous scout that had said that, there's some kind of maturity issues. Actually, Todd McShay had also said something similar there. So
I don't think that's going to be a go for the Texans.
So in an instance where you have, because those are the two kind of offensive line guys that are still there at that point, and mind you, Emeka Egbuka he has going to the Raiders at 32. So
he'd be on the board.
Emeka Egbuka on the board.
Who would be on
Simmons
the board?
Simmons on the board.
Like, let's say they do. The intel says that the Texans would be leaning that way, but the intel also says there would be some guys available there. Who are they?
Well, let me work in reverse here because Gray Zabel would be off the board at 23.
Okay,
that's a guy that I imagine you like. Interestingly enough, he has Colston Loveland falling to 22 with the Chargers, and Colston Loveland seemed like he was a guy that was not going to fall all that far, although I believe he still has at 14 with the Colts, Tyler Warren. So there's still going to be, it feels like that is guaranteed. The Colts are going to come out of this first round if mock drafts and all the intel's to be believed with the tight end that you're going to have to contend with because both of those guys are really good. But looking at it, Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle out of Oregon, would be gone off the table. That's one of those guys that maybe you look at. Obviously, one of the beloved guys that a lot of people want would be Matthew Golden going to the Denver Broncos at 20. He would also be gone, but that's close enough to move up if you were in love.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like those are the guys that would be gone. I think Donovan Jackson is still on the board. A guy that has been obviously mocked a few times, not a lot to the Texans.
pass on Jackson in this scenario.
Yes, but I think a lot of mocks have had them passing on Jackson. Booker would still be on the table here as well because he would not have been selected in this Bruce Feldman mock draft. Like, how do you like when you bring all these? And again, not a ton of names here, but Emeka Egbuka, Josh Simmons, Connerly still on the board, the guard tackle out of Oregon, Booker still on the board, the guard out of Alabama. All those being passed to make sure that you get the offensive tackle, but a guy who can slide into guard reasonably. Kelvin Banks out of Texas.
Yeah, look, I think Connerly is getting a lot more attention. I think he also fits the mold of what the Texans like. Experienced, a lot of snaps, big dude that can maybe play more than one position. So that would be an interesting one. And look, as much as this is within the league, all the intel that they get, they still have to filter through some BS too. They still have to kind of figure it out. So it could still end up, a wide receiver at some point in there, or maybe even an altogether different position.
Yeah. So there you go. That's the Bruce Feldman mock draft that came out from The Athletic that seemingly leans into a level of intel, although it seems to land in the same place that a lot of mock drafts are, where you add an offensive lineman, particularly a tackle. And from the 8-3-2, they said we need help more with guard than with tackle. These mocks don't really know us. And I think that I feel you on that. I continue to look at the interior, especially with the messaging that D'Amico Ryans has been levying, right? The idea of inside, we want to block from the inside out. And that, you have two guard spots that you want to get a lot better at. And the guards competition, tightest guard, but Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, and then, some of these younger guys that you have in there. It feels like, that feels like a great place to drop in an offensive lineman. But at the same time, and I know that tackles, like the tackle positions, we're starting to move a little bit away from the idea that they're so much more valuable in the interior line. However, they still are a more valuable position, and if you get a high-level player, I don't know that you're set on any of these tackles. Like your tackle positions still feel relatively open for the next 2-3 seasons.
Not only that, but a lot of tackles start out somewhere else in the NFL. A lot of them. Start out at guard or whatever, or right tackle and then go to left tackle. So, I think it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, and of course, I'll mention for the third time that the Kelvin Banks ability to slide into guard early on has been mentioned a lot of times, and it appealing to at least me personally. Yeah. There you go. In the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about the time where we do our lunchtime confessions, brought to you by the Men's Clinic. We will do those next.
Payne and Pendergast. Sports Radio 610 in your car or on the Odyssey app. We've got you covered. The action tips off at 7:49, courtesy of Westwood One, on your home for the NCAA tournament. Go Cougs!
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I know what you're thinking, Reggie.
How?
I know what you're thinking, Figgy.
There's no way.
So I'm about to play something from the Figgy's about to play it. I'm about to ask nicely for it.
There you go.
From the Giants broadcast.
You can come back here and play it if you want.
Well, that would be fun.
For who?
That would be fun.
For who would that be fun? We'd be off the air.
From a Giants broadcast against the Astros, obviously, and they referenced the Astrodome. Now I know what you're thinking.
All right.
That I'm gonna say this is good that they're spoiler alert kind of torching the Astrodome, but they do it in very direct terms. But my confession before you hear it is, I don't feel good about this. In fact, this is the reason why I feel like the Astrodome should go away. Let me explain after you hear it.
It is a good ballpark. It's a good yard. And when they built this dome, so much better than the Astrodome.
Well, my bathroom was better than the Astrodome.
What a jerk. What make your bathroom so nice, brother?
That's Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow, right? I believe is who that was. So people go, see, Lopez is going to say, yeah, they need to get. No, this is why I want to get rid of it. Because you're tarnishing what was really a fantastic place. It truly was. It's the edifice equivalent of.
The who?
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little confused my damn self. Usually I
First of all, you're throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
It's the edifice equivalent of Willie Mays fumbling around in the outfield. Like I want the Astrodome to go away, not because not only because it's such a mess right now, but because you're tarnishing what it once was. Like the memory, I've said it multiple times.
So it's Shaq with the Celtics.
It's Shaq with the Celtics.
Yikes!
It's Akeem with the Raptors.
I'll never get that big old raptor that was on his chest out of my head, bro. It makes me so sad.
Yeah, I want it to be remembered for
maybe it could be Jordan with the Wizards.
That wasn't good because that knee was acting crazy for that man.
Hey, it wasn't good, but we don't never talk about that. We always talk about Jordan with the Bulls.
I see what you're doing there.
So I know you might think I'm glad that they did this because it's another. No, it hurts me. It hurts me, and that's why this building needs to go away.
Yeah, where do you get off, dog?
Yeah, edifice.
Who do you think you are?
Yeah, you know what an edifice is.
Yeah, I mean it's like the facade or like the building right?
Yeah, the shell.
But you did a little alliteration. Edifice equivalent. Hold on.
These are my confessions.
All right, from your nerdery to my nerdery. Mm-hmm. You're going to hear a little audio. I'm also doing audio. I guess it's an audio.
How about that? It's an audio confession.
Put me to work, man.
Yeah.
I guess so. This is from Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson, a new head coach of the Chicago Bears. And I appreciate that finally, people are seeing it my way.
The way I understand it right now from our analytics team, the EPA in the passing game is really one of the most critical factors in determining wins and losses right now. That's probably changed over the last 5 years or so. I would have said 5 years ago, turnovers, takeaways, that was number one. From what I understand now, that EPA for the passing game has now surpassed that. So whatever team has the higher passing game EPA at the end of the game, they generally win that game. It's over 80% of the time. So it's a huge stat, and that's where we look to how do we help inflate that number, higher completion percentage, more run after catch opportunities. That's not to say we're not going to take our shots down the field and look for big explosive plays, chunks or touchdowns that way, but there's a lot of ways we can get that done.
The Dorks win.
God almighty.
The Dorks win, baby.
First of all, you're throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
I would have said that to Ben.
He was throwing a lot of words in there. But one of the things, like outside of like the jokes of just, hey, there's EPA, I'm always super interested in like getting in the mind of like, how do they make the decisions? How are And it is interesting to hear that at least the people that are on the cutting edge of this thing, and we'll see, are now seemingly moving away from just what's the turnover differential to EPA, which, to be fair, right, to turnovers, that factors into EPA. You throw a turnover, there's a big negative EPA. You're not adding points, right? EPA stands for estimated points average or whatever, what have you. Like, that's not going to add points to, so like that, it's factored in. But it is good to know that, hey, if you're looking at this, that's the way you look at it. And he added a little nugget in there that I found to be interesting. He did talk about, we're still going to take deep shots, but like when you're trying to add EPA, shorter completions and those types of things. And I was like, oh, I do wonder if that's going to be instructive in the way that offenses try and go about things, and maybe the ways that, I don't know, the Texans should try and go about things, especially if you're not going to have an offensive line that's incredible, that's going to hold up for all the deep shots that you want. Maybe an ability to get the ball out, quick game, getting that going, because we saw that happen in small spurts. But if you can do that more consistently, add the EPA up, at least let Ben Johnson tell it, that should lead to offensive success. So I was like, oh, I find that to be deeply, deeply interesting.
Yeah, you and Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen can dress up.
Hey, don't put it in. Hey, hold on. I see what you're doing.
You and Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen can dress up and go to Comic-Con to talk about it.
I thought it was an interesting nugget. And you just had to paint glasses on my face.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I 100% agree with this tweet B. Scott tweeted last night. So I was watching the Astros game, and I ain't gonna lie, at some point I was like, man, am I wasting my time here, man? Because they ain't simply, and what do you know? They lost the game.
Yeah.
And they kind of had me towards the end where I'm like, maybe they could make a nope. They lost the game. And B. Scott tweeted this. I think this was during the Astros game. He said Astros got no motion right now.
None.
Rough watch so far.
Yeah.
And after the game, he tweeted this. He said, they even made me miss the bulk of this epic Warriors-Grizzlies matchup with a vintage Steph performance. Actual sports cinema. I got to start making better choices.
Yeah, well.
I agree 100%. And I missed all of that game. When I seen that tweet, I'm like, oh, let me turn to this game. And it was the end when Steph was dapping people up and it was over. I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, I could have been watching this game.
No, look, you're not alone. I think that's where, I said earlier, they look like they're waiting for someone else to do something. That's kind of in the same vein. It's like, this is not interesting. You know?
I'm like, man, I didn't know that game was going on like that because I was zeroed in on the Astros. I wasn't even flipping around or nothing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I missed that game?
Yeah,
I couldn't believe
stayed
it.
up and watch Jokic, too.
Yeah. I went to bed. I probably would have missed that game. But, no, I would have definitely watched this Steph game.
I'm in the same boat, even though I was at a bar. Like, that was my bad because I'm the dude that's always real hesitant to actually ask, hey, can you change the channel on one of these?
Yeah.
I probably should have because having the Astros on one and then being able to see the game would have been huge. And maybe that's why I have the multiple TVs at the house, so I don't have to ask nobody. But you decided to be social, and I missed out on a majority of the stuff.
But honestly, myself. Even just Warriors Grizzlies, I probably wouldn't have zeroed in on that game at all. Like just seeing it.
But seeing what's happening.
If I knew he was going off like that, I would be like, bye Astros. Like I catch y'all sometime this week.
There's 160, 58, whatever left of these. So
I'm like, man, I was so. But I agree with B. Scott on that tweet.
These are my confessions.
Nothing personal. Well, it is kind of personal. I hope UConn loses. The UConn women lose in the Final Four.
Hey, yo.
I hope they get
sound pretty personal to me.
I hope they get
Why
blown.
You hate Ozzie Fudd?
I actually like some of the players, but I hope they get blown out. And there's a reason for that. Gino Auriemma.
Fair.
I mean, well, that's a good enough.
That's all you got to say, man.
Yep.
But first of all, I call BS on his explanation you're about to hear. But I also feel like how freaking unfair are you being to not just players, but assistant coaches, staff, trainers, managers. And what I'm leading to is they don't cut down the nets by making the Final Four like every other team does. That's beneath them. They're only cutting down the championship nets.
I know you guys haven't cut down the nets for Final Four or to go to the Final Four for a while. Is it since 2008? Is that correct? Does that sound right?
Yeah, I don't even know when it was that we've done it.
I don't remember doing it. We asked the players one time. I think that's how it happened. We asked the players all the time.
Oh, you think?
You know, they bring out a ladder. You guys want to cut down nets? And they always said no. So we never asked them anymore. We just didn't.
Just saving it for Tampa?
Yeah, I mean, we've cut down a bunch of those.
We've cut down a bunch of those.
Gotta admit, it's kind of saucy. He's like, look, man, we don't need to cut those down. We cut down the nets when they matter. I hear you, though. Like, I'm very much trying to get better at celebrate things when you get a chance. Life will kick you in the nards plenty. So celebrate things when you get a chance. Now move along and give yourself, that freedom to lock back in and get the job done.
But there are managers, there are trainers, like from a Final Four team in 1987 that still have that little piece of net hanging in their office. You know, they never made it to the pros. He's cheating a lot of people in that program.
I agree with you on that, but also I feel like they set the standard for so many years.
They sure do.
Where if you go in there, the standard was almost you're winning the national championship if you are here. So I kind of understand why he is not cutting down all of these nets. But still, from your point, though, I do think that kind of sucks.
You're cheating a lot of people
because
out.
They don't win the championship every year.
They don't. Not anymore.
Yeah. So that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I wonder if he's still asking the players. All right.
That's what I call BS on that part.
Yeah.
I got to admit, I actually don't know which of us is the least likely to do this, but I don't know which of us would be the most likely to be like this guy who is a Ford executive, literally the Ford Motor Company, who recently retired after 32 years at Ford. And I'm not just telling you about some executive that retired to tell you that. Apparently, this man named Mike O'Brien emailed a few hundred of his colleagues to let him know that he was retiring. And attached to the email was a spreadsheet that detailed a few thousand violations committed by his coworkers over the year. And it was verbal flubs.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Things that said.
That's a great idea.
I figured it was John, but I was like, I'm not really certain, but I feel like John to be the dude who would do this. Mixed metaphors and malaprops and things like that.
Can you forward that to me?
No, go find it yourself. I'm not aiding and abetting this. Yeah, so a colleague that says, let's not reinvent the ocean something like, moving, things of that nature, right? And there's a whole bunch of it, right? He said we weren't being mean. It was just funny. However, and I'll show you the picture. He started with one time someone said something. He went and wrote it on his whiteboard.
He had a list.
He has
Look at that.
He has multiple whiteboards filled with these verbal flubs. And then when he retired, he sent everybody a copy of it.
This guy's my hero.
I know. I know. And the thing that I got to tell you before we go here, you should not be proud of that.
I'm so proud.
I don't want you to be proud of that.
I want to keep away from that person.
100%. Like, you got to realize,
it's no fun.
This doesn't make people want to spend more time you.
I actually hate that guy.
Damn it.
I don't even know that guy, and I hate that guy.
Damn it, I feel bad because Sally says she loves him.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Sally, come on.
Sally,
man.
You're good people, Sally.
Don't do that.
We're going to have to block you,
good
Sally.
No, not the block.
No, I'm just playing.
All right, so before the block comes, let's go ahead.
That guy's a legend. Build a statue.
And absolutely not. All right, those are our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. Damn, how did I get hate for trying to acknowledge the fact that hey, Ben Johnson coming with some new age new age vision on offense, and maybe that helps the Texans. Nope, you were like, you're a dork. All right, very good. Coming up next, ESPN put together some contender tiers, and I was kind of interested on where they have the Astros. Do you agree? We'll talk about it next.
The OG has
to get our $9 offer. LegacyBox.com/value.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The Astros have been, what's the right adjective to use here? Because I wanted to use frustrating, but that's not fully. There is a level of frustration, especially looking at the way that the bats have been quiet. Although I was talking to you guys, and I should have made this a confession, or I thought about making this a confession. I probably shouldn't be all that surprised about the bats being relatively quiet, because didn't nobody really hit in spring besides Jeremy Pena and then Cam Smith and Zach DeZenzo. And Cam Smith, not as much Zach DeZenzo, but Cam Smith is like, all right, you're coming up to the majors where now major league pitchers are going to try and find holes in your bat and your approach. So that, kind of expected. I'm like, I don't know. What did I expect offensively from these Astros right out the bat? I'm guessing not everybody to be cold, but regardless, I think that might shade the way that we view this to some degree. However, it definitely did when I opened this up yesterday looking at various things. And ESPN.com put together their World Series contenders tiers. And I love tiers as opposed to a straight list. I've talked about this.
I'm the same boat.
It's kind of nice, right? Because sometimes you get into a tier where you're like, hey, this team is above that team, but they could switch depending on things. They're just in that same grouping. Right. And that matters a lot more. So I see a tier list and I'm interested in what's happening there. But with World Series contenders, tier I found to be interesting. And we start at the very top, as is probably a reasonable place to start. Who do you think is in a tier alone by themselves?
That would be your Los Angeles Dodgers.
That's right. That's right. Like, they have a 28% chance.
Are they 7-0?
Of being. That's a good question.
They were 6-0 last time I checked.
I think they're 7-0.
They might be.
Yeah.
They're looking all right.
They are indeed 7-0.
Man.
And they put up 39 runs, which is second only to, I believe, obviously New York Yankees with them bats and such.
Hell, they should be 7-0. All the money people they've been getting.
That's right. That's right.
I'm still disappointed. They should have more games won, and they didn't even play all the games.
If they've only played 7, they should have won 8.
At this point,
they should win every game this year.
Do you think that it's fair that they're in a league by themselves when it comes to tiers?
Yes.
Yeah.
They have a ton of talent, right? It's been together.
They've been healthy.
They won last year.
They won last year. They've been healthy. All that.
They have a crazy percentage chance to win the championship, and their win average is supposed to be like a 102. Like, we're looking at potentially a 100 win team, supposedly. All right, tier 2.
I'm not looking. I'm just scrolling after you tell us.
Tier 2, which is entitled "Their Time Could Be Now," has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams in this tier. First and foremost, do you think that's too many teams for "Their Time Could Be Now"?
Maybe not. If you. Personally, I don't think it's necessarily unfair because the Yankees have been injured a lot. They already have a lot of injuries, I should say, and they're torpedoing their way to the top.
I see what you're saying.
They're still, had some struggle. No, I think that's fair.
All right, so the other 2 tiers outside of this one, or 3 tiers actually. So I mentioned the Dodgers at the top. Their Time Could Be Now is the second tier. The third tier, which is after that, we're saying that they have a chance, which has a good grip of teams in it as well. And then the fourth tier, that's the third tier, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a fourth tier, and the very bottom tier is they're a couple years away, right?
Right.
All right.
So the second tier is intriguing to me because I don't think you said 7 teams?
There are 7 teams.
I don't think the Astros are one of them.
So you think that they'd be in the tier after that? We're saying that they have a chance.
Yeah.
That's what I would have thought as well, especially with the season that we've had to start with. They're in the second tier.
Oh, wow.
Their time could be now with the Braves, which I wonder how that shifts.
Well, they're stinking it up.
And they're missing an outfielder for a good half of the season in Jerks and Profar. So I do wonder how that also affects them before you get to injuries and all those types of things.
Braves haven't won a game. They haven't won a game.
That is real tough. That's a real tough position to be in there. Especially in an NL East that's not going to be easy to work out of. So, yeah, but more power to them, I guess, right? Yankees, obviously, they're in this space. The way that they've started out, you might even consider moving them up. The Mets, and we saw the way that, their offense and really their pitching was pretty solid.
Yeah.
Orioles. The Astros came in 5th here, 6th here, above the Rangers. And I put this out where you put this together before the season, because the Rangers have started out really hot in a weird, interesting way, and then the Phillies round out. But the Astros are in here with the state of the franchise obviously being that there's been some decline, and last year's win total was the lowest that has been since 2016. But in the minor league system, all that, they basically came from, it's not over yet, but this is kind of the end of the era, almost like this is your last grasp at trying to go and win it.
I'm a little bit confused on a couple of things there. Braves, number one. Frankly, the Astros, based on, just the start, and, they do have to have some adjustments to make. Everybody's talking about how it's hurt. And the Padres aren't in there?
Padres aren't in there. They have the Padres in the
awesome,
saying they have a chance. But you know what the tough thing about the Padres is? I think that's happening there. The Padres are they're in an NL West where you have one team that's going to win up.
The Padres have lost yet either.
One team's going to win up all the games. The Diamondbacks are always an interesting team in the West as well.
Dodgers 7-0, Padres 6-0.
Sure. I mean, it started out well for them, but I think over the entirety of the season, that's going to be something that you have to watch. Is you're not winning a division the way that the Dodgers are going to go.
Fair.
What does the wild card look like? What is the path then that you have to traverse after that? But yeah, it does feel like they should at least be in that second tier. But yeah, the Astros, I guess
you can't say the Astros are not getting respect, because that's only respect, because that's a very recent list, right?
I mean, they put it out yesterday, but I do wonder.
That's fair enough.
I wonder if this was like they started this and they put this together without considering.
We still updated, et cetera. No, I think the Astros are getting a lot of respect on that.
Yeah, just going into this season, that show you how much respect they was getting.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be in the tier 2 part.
Yeah, but I mean, it started kind of tough, and I do wonder how this would change. As again, 5 games is only but so much, right?
Yeah.
Like the 5 games is only but so much to be able to hinge this off of. But let's do the thing where in some ways we overreact, right? I want to take this to Framber Valdez, who is starting today, mind you.
We have the lineup.
The lineup is out. Altuve still leading off. He's DHing. Yordan getting his first time, assignment in left for the day. DeZenzo will be your right fielder. Brendan Rodgers is your second baseman again. They're really leaning into the Brendan Rodgers. He is the second baseman. He's at the top of that platoon or what have you. And Dubon is coming in as utility and bouncing around, which I find to be interesting. And then center field is Chas McCormick, which is interesting as well, because that seems like they very quickly moved away from Jake Myers kind of carrying a majority of the load, although that's the way it feels. We'll see how it goes with more time. But if your offense doesn't come around, this is a question you asked early on. If your offense does not come around, what is this team? And I was like, you're SOL.
Yeah.
If you're like near the midway point of the season, considering also what happened last year, and you're sub 500 and it's stagnating.
Yeah.
You have to consider trading Framber Valdez, right? Especially considering you haven't gotten an extension done.
Did you hear what they said about it?
They have not even really broached the subject of having an extension being done. Like,
that's a mistake.
He's getting ready to walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like they trying to see how the season, and if the season is not really going well, then trade deadline type of deal.
Look, and if you think, oh no, they won't do that, where have you been the last 7 years? I mean,
letting Framber walk?
Oh, they can do anything. Anybody on the table.
Where have you been?
And then you go back to Max Fried getting that big deal. Like, Framber is going to get paid.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if this organization is going to have the stomach to pay him. And I mean, you would have imagined at least they would have had some of the extension conversations if they were kind of in that mindset to have the stomach to pay him. It's not like Framber needs to prove something this year. I feel like that's something that they should do. I don't think it's something that they would, though.
What, trade him?
If your season is kind of...
Oh, I think this is a year where they would. I do. There. Keep in mind, there were heavy rumors and reports about Kyle Tucker last year, this past season. About maybe trading for him.
But and I hear you, and you're not wrong.
It's the same situation.
And it was important that they made that trade. You have Cam Smith, you have Isaac Paredes. I know they haven't really done a lot to this point. Understood. Hayden Wesneski got out there. He looked solid enough as a fifth starter. You got that value back, but still.
No, I'm talking about before the trade deadline.
No, I understand. But eventually, I'm saying just the trade that they ultimately made.
Yeah.
Then you look at all the other talent that they did not ultimately trade that they let walk out the door.
Right.
The MO is more that use them and then you can go in free agency and we'll try and recruit whatever compensatory type things that we can get on the back end.
It's crazy too because I feel like they're so confident and these pitchers that nobody else was looking at.
Yeah.
So maybe they like, hey, next man up. We ain't got to pay this man a whole boatload of money.
Yeah.
Like, we could just have Hunter Brown step up and be the ace.
And he's looking like he is. You're seeing the pixie dust land again with him. And this is way too early, right? You're 5 games in.
Right.
You have your 6th today. But you got me thinking, like, if you end up in that spot, that's something that I feel like you absolutely have to do, because also talking about the window closing and the farm, you just have to recoup, because if you just let him walk, I don't know where you are to continue to, like, pry open a window or, retool or what have you.
Yeah. No, I think he's probably more likely than most to actually get traded at this point, because they understand we're prying the window open. We're trying to keep it open, but it's not going to stay open forever. I mean, it's not going to stay open maybe 2 more years at the most, right? Depending on what Altuve, how he ends up, and some of these other things. And they already are transitioning away from Bregman, away from Tucker, away from Correa, away from Springer, away from everybody. Presley. So it's going to close. They've done a terrific job kind of prying it open, but I think they're at the point now where, like, okay.
I wonder if they're planning like a the window will close maybe for like a year or 2, and then let's retool, and then we'll be strong again for another 8 years with this young talent, Cam Smith, and whatever prospects you get.
But of course, we're early on this. There's still a lot of
baseball. Early, guys.
There's still a lot of baseball to be played.
A lot of baseball left.
There is.
Yeah, still a lot of baseball to be played even before you get into any assumptions about what this team is. But you asked that question, and it got me thinking.
Yeah.
But not right now. The thing that you got to consider is how you can get these bats going for some of these guys. And I'll return. Actually, you know what? We don't have time. I was like, I wanted to go to Joe Espada, because Joe Espada had talked about the approach that these guys have had. And I do wonder in some ways if the approach that they've had, like the attempt to try and be more disciplined at the plate, is maybe kind of keeping the bats relatively quiet. Because we talked about Yordan and some of the ways in which he's had some meaty pitches that he's kind of kept the bat on the shoulder for. I do wonder if that's him just trying to, like, really hold himself back in some of those instances, as opposed to just being aggressive in some ways. We'll see if there's an adjustment made today as they finish out their homestand here in Game 3 against the Giants. Of course, Framber Valdez on the mound here at, was it 3?
3 o'clock.
There you go, at Dyken Park. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Rockets had to have watched what was a wild night of basketball and looked at all those teams, and I imagine that they have some level of idea of who they would and would not want to face in the first round. Who do you want the Rockets to face or not face in the first round? 713-572-4610 is the Jim Aller, the Texas Hammer text line. Text in and we'll talk about it next.
Hey, man, really good.
Sense in the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Hope that you're having a good one. Funny enough, still talking a little baseball. Someone was saying that, that's actually Ocho said the bats were bad last season. Most of them were aggressive, so maybe they just all suck. Maybe, I don't know. Hopefully not. I'm hoping that especially you get a win. This one's got to be a win. You got your ace on the mound, Framber Valdez, going up against their fifth starter, Landon Roop. I don't know how to say his name properly. Apologies to that gentleman, but it's like, man, it feels like a day where
you got to happen, right?
Framber need a complete game shutout.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Good answer.
You had that one in your back pocket.
I wish I could say that I set him up for that. That was not the intention. All right. We mentioned in What's Poppin', last night was an incredible night of basketball watching, if you're so inclined. And there was a different level of watching that I think happens as a Rockets fan where you looked at it and you go, man, a lot of those teams are right around that space where you could face off against them in the first round of the playoffs. And so I kind of wanted to ask, like, who do you want and who would you not want to face in the first round of the playoffs for the Rockets? They're currently sitting 2 games ahead of the Denver Nuggets they have second place until right now with how many games left to go? What is it? 8, just
7 or 8, right?
Yeah, not that many games left to go here. Actually 6 games left to go till the end of the year. And they have one tonight, the Rockets do, in Utah versus the Jazz. This is going to be the last kind of cupcake, if you would say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is where it really gets interesting.
For the Rockets, they do have an opportunity to fully clinch their playoff berth, but it seems like they're going to be there. They're going to likely to hold on to that 2 spot. But, of course, there's the last few games. However, the Warriors sitting in 5th. I mean, the Grizzlies sitting in 6th. The Timberwolves sitting in 7th. The Clippers sitting in 8th. What separates those 4 teams is 1 game in the standings. With all those teams possibly finding themselves could possibly find themselves in the play-in, and then if they win their first game, they would be the 7th seed, assuming that the Rockets stay 2nd seed, and boom, you are playing them in the first round. So of those teams, which of them would you want to see? Which of them would you absolutely not want to see?
I think it's very obvious. Maybe you're going to disagree, and you have 2 different teams altogether. The team I want to play, if at all possible, and everything's going to be moving, is Memphis.
Really?
I mean, you own them this year. They fired their coach.
Yeah, you're 3-1 versus the Grizzlies this year.
They're in disarray. That like Memphis, to me, no-brainer. The team you want to face. Now, again, who knows? They may be right up there with you at some point. However, it shakes out. Wouldn't that be yours?
It wouldn't be mine. I think that if I was going to split these 2 and 2, the 2 that I would more want to see and the 2 that I would less like to see, they would be the second one that I more like to see in the Memphis Grizzlies for the reasons that you mentioned, right? Yeah. That is a team that absolutely has, the coaching change.
They have an interim coach that's just
recently,
trying to figure it out.
It's recently, right? It's not like, they had an interim that happened earlier on in the season. They found a way to figure that out. And yes, you're right. 8-3-2. The game is in Toyota tonight. They're about to go back on the road. No, they're not, because they're playing here and then they're playing here against the Thunder on Friday as well. I don't know where I mixed that up with, but thank you for cleaning that up. But yes, the Grizzlies have those issues, but they also still have one of the things that I worry about, which is like some crazy athleticism to get downhill at times. Now, of course, the zone defense and things has kind of helped them stabilize that. I mean, I think for me, the team that I'd want to see the most, and it's funny because earlier in the week when B. Scott was on with Sean and Payne and Pendergast on Tuesday, they separated this out, entertainment value and for opportunity. And I think both of those converge on the Los Angeles Clippers.
Ooh.
Give me the LA Clippers. Now, I have a lot of respect for Ty Lue as a coach. I think he does a great job in the postseason, like making adjustments and those types of things. But I just look at that team, and that is a team where the engine is James Harden, and he's good. But I think you're good to deal with his wiles at this point. He's not a crazy athletic guy, and I think that's counteracted by you could put a man on him and have a good opportunity of making that tough. Of course, Kawhi is a different story,
dude,
but Kawhi looks like a different player nowadays. Like he does not scare me in the same way. And maybe I'm saying something. Maybe this is one of those things that you say, and then you get cold takes exposed because it looks a little bit different. But I don't have that same fear of them, and I feel good about the only real rebounder that they have being Ivica Zubac, because I like what the Rockets have been able to do as a collective rebounding team. And you talk about owning them. You were 3-0 versus the Clippers this year. And then you start looking, I can get into the advanced stats that look a lot better when you play against the Clippers. Like your offensive rating is probably the best of these teams. And not the probably, it is the best when you play against these teams and you have an opportunity. Your net rating, because you're able to hold them down defensively. Of course, a lot of that without Kawhi. I just feel like that is an easy matchup that I would absolutely want to see. And of course, it helps that they're the ones that have lost the most games of those teams. But I think it's also just the matchup and the particular, the particular way that they line up with the Rockets. I think that's the one that I would want to see the most.
Man, the Clippers are the team I want to see the least.
Really?
The absolute least.
And it's just Kawhi?
Kawhi Leonard is catching fire right now. He has been on an absolute tear. He's healthy again. They've won 11 out of 14 games. He's balling again. He is a playoff killer.
He is. That is fair.
He is a playoff killer. And that is so bizarre. Like, that's the team you most want. That's the Rockets to face.
Well, you mentioned Kawhi, and I hate to do this, but there's not a guarantee he plays all 7 games should it go 7.
But he's been healthy. Like, since.
Until he's not, right? Like, that's the thing about Kawhi.
I mean, that's the story with him. But, I mean, he's played every game but one where he was inactive in the last month.
Mm-hmm.
He's scored 29, 25, 23, 33, 23, 25, 27, and that's not counting all the rebounds and assists that we know that he can do, and steals and defense and good luck Jalen Green. No, I don't want to face the Clippers.
That's fair.
I don't want to face the Clippers.
That's absolutely fair. And I think I'm leaning on the idea that I think that you're dealing with a different level of Kawhi Leonard. With all due respect, he's still an incredible player. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I just feel like I think you can match up nicely. But you're right. Like, the Grizzlies are a really good one. I tell you the one that I don't want to see. I find it interesting that's the one you absolutely don't. After a night where a dude put up 52. Down 3. It's the Warriors.
No, that's
dude.
Up there too.
It's the Warriors.
100%.
Right, not just because they are knocking down. You have these shots, but also they have a particular movement offense that. Like, there's an energy to that offense that kind of can wear down the Rockets, I think.
Yeah.
Like, one of the things about the Rockets, they have that energy and athleticism, but if you have another team that can do something similar and have you running around, which you're going to have to do to try and keep up with Steph Curry, I think that's the type of thing that, one, takes your legs, and then, two, really makes you lock in mentally. And I think that's the thing that when you get in as playoffs that you have to try and work on, is being able to take the intensity that the playoffs come with constantly and be able to focus through that. And it's a lot harder to do that with the playoffs. And then you also have to make sure that you're going through and, navigating these screens well and being able to keep up with all these guys. I think that ends up being a different level of issue on top of, like, the institutional knowledge that the Warriors have. When they get to the playoffs, they kind of know what this environment is. I think that's the biggest mismatch when you talk about youth versus experience that you can have.
Let me ask you this. Rockets Warriors, let's say.
Yes.
Who would be favored?
Warriors.
Right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, is there one of these that it's
Rockets Clippers?
I'm not certain.
That might be the Rockets, but I'm telling you, the Clippers are on They won 11 out of 14.
To me, that's a scary team, man.
Yeah.
That's a scary 8th seed. If it was 8th, 7th seed, that's a scary team. I ain't just gonna look at that team like it's the Grizzlies or something like that. You could get got.
Right. Rockets, Lakers?
I mean, Lakers are going to be favored there.
It's kind of weird. And it speaks to, I thought of that because you're talking about all the experience. I mean, every team that the Rockets could face have, like, vast advantage in playoff experience. But that's part of the learning process.
It is.
That's what, it's the old adage.
And to your point, if you're going with Memphis, like, that would probably be of the ones we're talking about. And we haven't even talked about Minnesota. That one's scary to me for a different reason.
Yeah.
And maybe this is the thing, and I'll stop down on that and circle to that point. It's weird how I've seen this team succumb to like a really great drivers in a way that I don't really know what to do with, especially because you don't have a backstop.
Yeah.
So if your perimeter defenders with the Rockets aren't able to absolutely stonewall a driver, which when you have a great driver, I don't think that they can, and that's not a disrespect to them, but it just doesn't feel like they've been able to do that against the better teams.
Yeah.
You don't really have great things on the back end to stop them unless you like have a help side defender come over and maybe get a block in like a Amen and Tari. And the teams that I look at with great drivers, the Grizzlies, the Timberwolves, not in the same way with the Warriors, but I think I established the thing with the Warriors. I don't see that with the Clippers, and maybe that's what's forced me into that place. But yeah, you're right. You're right that Kawhi is there. I will concede that has been hot in the
How about Kawhi on Jalen Green?
Oh, that is scary. But I don't know that. Yeah, that's the way that they could go about it. I don't know that this Rockets team has been so individual focused that that's going to entirely stop the show.
No, it won't. But I think it pretty much not eliminates him, but it makes things a lot more difficult.
Certainly
for your best scorer.
Although he loves a difficult shot now, doesn't he?
He does do that.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night. Hell, if the Clippers are the 8th seed and they face, let's say, the Thunder, I think they might have a long night. They'll probably win that series.
Yeah.
But it ain't going to be no easy sweep.
So we need the Mavericks to win the playoff playing game.
I would love the Mavericks to get that 8th seed or 7th seed.
Let's get the Mavericks in there. Everybody go Dallas, right?
Well, I don't think the Mavericks are going to get anywhere near that because the Mavericks are down. I think they're like 9 or 10 right now.
9.
Hell, give me the Kings. I'll take the Kings.
maybe the Mavericks find their way into that. That'd be fun because but that was where you had to kind of invent the two big lineup because of the size that they can throw out there. All right. Before we go, I did, or maybe I guess I'll have to pivot here in a different way as well. But I did want to mention this. Condolences to Tari Eason, because I did not realize this during the game. Obviously, there was a lot of conversation about the technical that Tari Eason received after dunking on Dorian Finney-Smith's head top playing against the Lakers.
Yeah.
When, he kind of, it seemed like he looked towards his own bench and maybe yelled something and maybe, kind of in that moment being excited. And he got a technical. Somebody on Twitter posted like, man, that's messed up. He got teed up for, getting excited and being happy towards his own bench. Now, Tari Eason's mother on social media, responded to that. She quote tweeted that and said like happy pain in a way. And she revealed that Tari's father passed recently. And so he's been going through that of late. And that's such a hard thing to imagine, being that young in the midst of what you're doing, like in the midst of your work, and having to deal with somebody, that of that level of magnitude and meaning to you in the midst of it. And condolences to him. That's all I can really say. And I really hope that like the closest that this team is his forged is able to kind of help him through this time, because this is a tough time and a stressful one as we're talking about.
Yeah, and you don't know. I mean, people react so many different ways. It just affected him. People say, you block it out. No, you never block it out. I mean, not that recent blocking like that out. So, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so I guess hope that he's able to navigate this space in a way that is meaningful. So, just to circle back, you mentioned you want the Grizzlies most of all.
I want the Grizzlies. Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm kind of moving. I definitely don't want the Timberwolves. I just don't. The length and size that they have, I think, kind of mirrors yours. And I do wonder, Rudy Gobert ain't great offensively, but what does that defensively look like, especially for an Alperen Sengun, who's been really good. Actually, let me take you to Zach Lowe. This is Zach Lowe, who's recently reemerged as he's now working with the Ringer. So the Zach Lowe show is coming through. This is him talking about the Houston Rockets.
Not enough shot making. You saw with the Rockets last night, they still can't decide. Jalen Green's on the bench in the fourth quarter, late in the game. Presumably their quote unquote best offensive player. I don't think he is. I think Şengün is. But then there's minutes in the fourth quarter where Şengün's on the bench for a long time. They're playing Jabari Smith at center. They're not even playing Smith. They're playing 5 wings. And I'm sitting there thinking, I think a lot of this offense has just got to run through Şengün. But LeBron, they got a takeaway on an entry pass late in that game. We all saw this coming for the Rockets. It's why they're going to be maybe the most interesting team in the NBA over the playoffs, and depending on what happens in the playoffs after the playoffs.
All right, so most interesting team in the playoffs.
You can go different ways with that, right?
Right, yeah, and I guess interesting is always one of those words that you can go with different places with.
Interesting.
Do you agree with him that Şengün, well, I mean, he used the word best player, but I think that what he's getting towards is kind of the guy that you need with him, especially after that Lakers game on Monday.
We've talked about it over the course of the entire season. I like when Şengün is at his best and you run through him. I think it's probably, he is their best overall player, maybe not their best pure scorer or whatever, but as much as I like them, I feel like in the postseason, and that's what he's talking about, that can get shut down pretty dang easy unless you're Jokic or something, and I think that's going to be the focus. So I think you have to go. I think Jabari Smith's going to be big, outside in and certainly as a 3 and as a potential other double big and all that. But Jalen Green, man, I mean, if you're going to do anything in the postseason, Jalen Green's going to have to be the consistent scorer and the consistent go-to guy.
He is. Yeah. Subtle in that. Little criticism of Ime Udoka and his staff offensively and what they're doing there. We had the same criticism, right? How do you get to the end of the game and, have Jalen Green, who's kind of been your guy who maybe could give you some facsimile of that.
Yeah, we've said the same thing.
So, but I found that interesting. You have national voices having a little bit of criticism of Ime Udoka, a guy who I imagine is going to be very strongly, highly positioned in Coach of the Year type voting because he should be. He's been very good, but now you're getting to the level where you're playing against a different level of competition. Interesting to see how the Rockets handle it. Tonight, they'll have the Jazz, not that level of competition, but that gets them ready for a final 5-game stretch against some really interesting teams, right? And yes, 8-3-2, year 2 of the process. Whoever we play would be good for experience moving forward, and I think that's a great way to leave it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is where we turn it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for it?
Yes, let everybody know how my day went yesterday. I was out with the kiddos, had some fun. I'm gonna break that down for y'all. Hollywood legend passed away yesterday, and the 10 best April Fool stunts brands pulled yesterday.
Okay.
It's actually a good list. It's not one of the ones to suck. This is a good list.
All right, so we'll get to that next.
All right, let's talk about Underdog, one of the leading sports.
Cougs are in the Final Four, and you can hear their duel with Duke wherever you're at. Just tune in to Sports Radio 610 in your car or on the Odyssey app for Saturday's game. We've got you covered. The action tips off at 7:49, courtesy of Westwood One, on your home for the NCAA tournament. Go Cougs!
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. The drive seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So I'm going to do a little boomer asking today, all right?
Oh.
So, John, Reggie, what did you guys do around 9 o'clock a.m. yesterday?
Okay.
9 a.m. What did I do yesterday?
9 a.m. I was probably walking into the building or soon to be walking into the building. Yeah.
True. Yeah, I was definitely up here. I was out talking to Byron. You know, getting ourselves ready.
Right. Yeah.
Well, what I was doing yesterday around 9 a.m. Let me tell you what I was doing.
My bad. I forgot you did not care what I had to say there. My bad.
We gave it too much thought.
Yeah, I was actually trying like an idiot.
Let me tell you guys what I was doing yesterday around 9 a.m.
All right.
So, big shout out to Wade Smith and the Wade Smith Foundation.
Not Will Wade.
Not Will Wade.
Not Will Wade. Not Wade Phillips.
Nope, not Wade Phillips neither.
Not Dwayne Wade. But Wade Smith. Shout out to Wade Smith.
And the Wade Smith Foundation, right?
Yep, and the Wade Smith Foundation. Reading with the Pros. I was at a elementary school yesterday, and I ain't gonna front, man. I was a little nervous.
Sure.
Just going in, I'm like, man.
Kids are judgmental.
I don't know what kind of kids I'm going to get because I know what type of elementary school I went to. So I'm like, man, is that type of elementary school or are these kids are super smart where they going to call me out like, man, this dude ain't smart. This dude is stupid. Like, this dude can't even read.
This dude's stupid.
Yeah, I was getting to, but I came away with some takeaways from this.
Okay.
So I'm going to start. I got like 5 takeaways from this.
Número uno.
So when I walked in, the school was super quiet, man. It was so quiet to the point I didn't even see a kid.
Yeah.
I'm like, did school start?
Yeah.
Because usually, like, I just remember growing up, it was always kids in the hallway.
In elementary school?
Yeah, 100%.
I always view
it was always a kid trying to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
It was always a kid just mingling around. Hey, young man, where your pass at? It was always like I ain't seen not one kid. And I was there for like a good 15, 20 minutes. I ain't see not one. I'm like, usually you can hear the kids in the classroom or something like that. I ain't hear or see nothing.
But during class, like while class is going on, I view it as like an inverse relationship between as you get older, it gets louder. It's like when you're talking about the elementary school, like the babies, for real, they don't go nowhere without supervision. So like during class time, y'all got to be in here. And if we go into the restroom, everybody going to the restroom, right?
Yeah.
So like the hallways are going to be tumbleweeds. Middle school, because the pass appear, and then high school, they be around.
I just remember being in elementary school, like, hey, can I go to the bathroom? Can I get a drink of water?
Yeah,
just
trying to get out of class.
Just some type of reason to be outside the classroom, and that made me think about my favorite little skit in the well, not a skit, but stand up, Mike Epps stand up. When he used to talk about how he used to see kids in the hallway just with a hall pass, and this is how that sound.
Remember them little kids always had a hall pass, walking past classrooms and teacher be like, keep walking, young man, shut up, bitch. 10 minutes later, you see the principal with.
I'm like, dang, that ain't that type of elementary school. So, salute to that.
You went to see the good kids.
Yeah, no, that made me feel a little better. I'm like, all right, these kids actually are still kids.
Yeah.
They nice and sweet. So, yeah.
Número dos.
So,
that means 2, Lopez. I don't know if you knew. Yeah.
Do it. Oh, yeah. I'm glad you said that because I sat with 4 boys, so I thought this was gonna be a big group thing where I'm like reading, like it's just my book and I'm premiering it for a whole crowd or something like that. But they had to separate in groups. So I had a group of 4 boys, and I asked their names, and one gave me some type of Spanish name. I'm like, say what?
No.
I'm like, say what?
Guillermo.
He said, he said
I'm gonna call you
something.
Willie.
Yeah, he said something like that. I'm like, oh, word?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like, what's your name? And everybody, you could tell they were shy a little bit. So I'm just going around the table like, what's your name? What's your name? I'm Figgy. But it threw me off a little bit. I'm like, oh, like I forgot this is Spanish. like it's a lot of Spanish speakers in here.
Yeah.
So that kind of threw me off a little bit. I'm like, all right, I think I'm in for a rude awakening. Right
Were you afraid that they were going to give you a book in Spanish and you were going to have to?
No, they did. So I picked the books out myself.
Okay, all right.
So the books I picked out was Whistle for Willie.
Okay.
And I picked out another book. Bookie in this book.
Okay.
But the other book I picked out was Wordy Birdie.
Okay.
So I had the books, and if you wanted to do like a Spanish book, you could, but obviously I'm not about to go down that route.
Número 3.
So I thought we all had something in common because I'm kind of sitting around waiting for it to start, and one of the little kids was like, hey, I like football. I'm like, oh, word, who your favorite player, man? He started rattling off some Spanish names and all.
Chicharito.
Yeah,
That's right.
Hugo Sanchez.
That's exactly what he said. And none of them names was Lionel Messi. I was waiting on a Lionel Messi or something like that. I'm like,
I know him.
Yeah, all 4 of them started rattling off some Spanish names.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this is a different type. Y'all talk about football.
Yeah, and it's probably for real because if they were rattling all Spanish names, I'm guessing that they're watching Liga MX. They're watching the Mexican League.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm trying to think, who are the hot popping Mexicans of today? Because the Mexicans I'm thinking Memo Ochoa, his old self.
All
in
the
gold.
old ones. All the old ones would be there. But yeah, I'm sure they are.
Yeah, so then I tried to jump in the conversation like, hey, do y'all watch the Houston Dynamo? They're just like, yeah.
They're all right.
The little boy actually said,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so y'all talking about that real football everybody be watching. So I'm like, all right. I'm like, I got to find something everybody in common
that's
with.
good.
But so at that point, I'm like, okay. I'm like, I'm gonna see how this goes.
Número 4.
So all of them but one really. So it was one that was kind of good, but you could tell he didn't understand what I was saying.
Yeah.
So it was another kid that would like translate it for him.
I love that.
Yeah. So I was kind of catching on, and then you could see the other boy shaking his head like, "Oh, okay.
I got it. Yeah.
And then at one point, all 4 of them was just talking in Spanish and giggling and laughing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Yo, if Johnny had 3 apples," I'm like, back to the book.
Yeah, bring this back.
I'm like, all right.
Like, I don't know what you're saying, and I'm immediately going to
better
think
not
that
be
you
about
talk
me.
about me. Exactly.
I'm like, all right now. And I said Johnny had 3 apples. So I'm like, all right, we got to get back on track over here. And the last one,
Number 5.
at the end when he's about to leave, and you know how you dap the kids up, and all right, man, see you later, have a good day. And one actually hugged me.
Oh, that's the best.
He gave me one of them little side hugs. I'm like, oh, that kind of warmed the heart a little bit.
That's the best. I mean, kid's amazing.
Yeah,
Just
so
amazing.
so it was fun, man. Again, shout out to Wade Smith and the Wade Smith Foundation for letting me read to the little kiddos, man. We reading with the pros.
How many readers were there? You and who else?
It was a lot. So shout out to the fan of the year, Patty Cream was there.
Hey,
Patty Cream and her husband, and it was a few people, man. It was
Good deal.
It was cool, man. So yeah, shout out to everybody. A lot of Texans fans, obviously.
Nice.
So it was fun. Got to give a special rest in peace to Val Kilmer. He passed away yesterday at the age of 65. His daughter announced that he died of pneumonia. And movies a lot of people know him from is Top Secret. You got Real Genius, Top Gun, Willow. And this is kind of a unofficial confession, I guess. I didn't even know. So he played in, I guess he played Jim Morrison in The Doors. I guess it was a movie. Yeah.
Oh, it's 91. I didn't even know about the Doors movie.
That was my confession. I had no idea this was the Doors had a movie. And just looking at the clips.
Oh, you got to watch it.
I seen.
Yeah, no, really.
I'm going to watch it because I seen some of the clips floating around. He looked exactly like Jim Morrison, man.
Exactly.
Like, it's kind of scary a little bit.
Oh, that is him on the movie poster, because I did think that was Jim Morrison.
Yeah, I thought it was going around Jim Morrison. I'm like, dang, they got a nice.
And his girlfriend, I'm trying to find it in the Doors movie, was Meg Ryan. Meg Ryan.
Yeah.
From obviously a lot of stuff. But it's funny you say that, because I was posing this question. What do what's the first movie or couple of movies you think of when you hear Val Kilmer? The Doors is one of them for me.
That's the first, really? Okay.
Yeah, The Doors is one of them for me. And then Tombstone, Doc Holliday. He was so good in Tombstone. But a lot of people say real genius. Like, that's when he kind of really made a splash. As a younger
I always
actor.
think of, I'm a little younger, so I always think about that Batman movie.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I ain't gonna sit here and act like I was just so familiar with all of these those movies, but for sure the Batman. But I got to watch this Doors movie, man.
No, like I said, that's one of the first ones I thought of.
Yeah. I got to check that out.
832 said, don't forget about Val and Heat.
And Heat is another one.
That's Gus and Katie. Shout out to Gus and Katie.
It's so funny. Like, we were texting about this as the family text this morning, and I mentioned something about Tombstone, and my daughter-in-law says, "Oh, he was one of the fighter pilots in Planes." The animated movie.
Was he really?
Yeah.
That's such a great, one, that's a very parent response.
How do you know you have a 2-year-old without saying you have a 2-year-old?
Yeah.
Like Cars and Planes, she knows all the actors that voiced over the movies.
That's hilarious.
But at the same time, that's a great kind of, I guess, Easter egg that I'd never noticed or never clicked in. Yeah. I guess I didn't watch Planes. That's why.
But it's like Cars.
I know. Yeah. But I was like, I got Cars too, and I was like, I am done here.
Planes is actually pretty good. I watched it the other night.
Oh, really? I wonder why.
I can tell you what.
I'll let you do that. I was not going that far on that. I was like, you're not getting me to Planes.
Watch Planes? Sure.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So yesterday was April Fool's Day, and some of the stupidest jokes out there, people just flat out lying. Tiger Woods, just flat out lying. But a lot of corporate companies on social media actually did a lot of April Fool's jokes too. So here's the list of some of the, I guess, some of the best ones that got some of the reaction where it was just so. Hidden Valley Ranch, they I guess put something out there, say they was doing a Hidden Valley Ranch flavored soda. So they announced the different flavors, which is classic ranch, garlic ranch, hot honey ranch, and jalapeno ranch. And so a lot of people was kind of pissed off when they found out it was just a joke. Another one.
Wait, they were mad that they found out it was a joke? They was trying to drink it?
People are weird, man. They would try some of that type of stuff.
If there is one thing that I could say points to the fact that America is going off on the wrong path, it's that people are trying to drink ranch soda.
Yeah.
Nothing else. This is the one thing that points to the fact that we are not in the right places of the country.
Just nasty. But another one, Yahoo. They did something called, I guess they was releasing something called Touch Grass Keyboard, which is, so they posted a video of a keyboard with grass growing out of each key and claimed it immediately sold out.
Well, maybe it did.
Yeah, and that was
to
fake.
Reggie's point.
Yeah, they might be getting some ideas for it.
Yeah.
Also, if you're doing that, you're defeating the purpose. The whole idea of touch grass is go outside.
Let me touch grass and be on the computer still.
Yeah.
The other one is cat poop scented candles. So a pet tech company called Whisker announced that a candle called Cat Poo Number 2 is real, but it doesn't smell like a litter box. It's rose scented. So I guess a lot of people got excited about that too.
Yeah. Why would they want that? I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I'm around the list off real quick. Electric shaver for your, like Reggie like to say, keychain. An entire outfit meant for cleaning your glasses. So it was a glasses company.
Oh, wow. I could clean my glasses on my pant leg.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you're just wearing a whole, what is it? It's not microfiber.
Microfiber,
yeah. That's pretty much what it was. Yeah. Just the whole outfit, just that type of cloth.
Yeah.
Because people clean their glasses with their clothes anyway.
Yeah.
So, no, you can actually do it and actually clean your glasses.
Just real quick, as much as I hate April Fools, and we established that yesterday, there was one yesterday afternoon that I saw after the show that made me laugh. It was Toadfish, which is an outdoors company.
Okay.
They do reels and rods and, windbreakers and all that. They advertised a redfish mating call. Like you stick your face in the water with this and you blow it and it attracts redfish. So just to get people to stick their face in the water.
That is crazy. I'm going to round out this list too. Mood matching lingerie that will change colors just like a mood ring.
Okay.
Wine stained furniture.
Yeah,
I'm sure a lot of people wanted some wine stained furniture. The Duolingo World Cruise.
There you go, Reggie.
This was kind of funny because they said it was going to be a 5-year cruise to help you learn 40 different languages.
Absolutely not.
I'm like, all right. Raisin Cane's skin moisturizer. So they
Raisin Cane's is skin moisturizer if you've ever eaten it.
Yeah,
it's all over you. It gets all over you.
What are you doing?
It gets all over you.
It's chicken tenders.
Yeah.
Chicken tenders should never get on. If you can't eat chicken tenders.
Sauces, you got ketchup, you got, of course, I eat pig.
With this one,
it's all over from eating chicken tenders.
This one, they actually had Cardi B do a fake review on it, too. So they went far enough to get Cardi B on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then chocolate bread, Reese's claimed they were selling it for peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And I would have been a little disappointed with this. I would have loved to try like some chocolate bread with a peanut butter jelly sandwich. And the other one that I seen going around, I had to check to make sure this wasn't real. HEB, they announced that they was putting up a club on top of HEB in Montrose, like an actual nightclub.
That could happen because I think there's a Kroger somewhere where they got a club in the Kroger.
I text Joe from HEB like, yo. Is this real? He said, "Unfortunately, no."
You hear that slight flex that I just text my connect at HEB.
Yeah. I'm like, yo,
he's a friend of mine.
I'm like, look at this. Is this real? He said, nah, this ain't.
Buc-ee's said that they were going to put a Buc-ee's on Texas City Dike out in the water,
and you know what?
It would work.
Would have done.
It
numbers.
would work.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Hey, let me go ahead and pull up right quick and get a brisket sandwich.
Pull up in your boat, get some beaver nuggets.
That wouldn't surprise me at all. No. I could see that happening.
All right. A great and fantastic edition of Figgy's Mixtape. Never leave again because it just means that the Figgy's. I'm sure it'll be a very long time until I have to handle Figgy's Mixtape again. I'm certain of it. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday here on Sports Radio 610. Hit him up at the Figgy Fig on social media if you find something that is mixtape worthy. Also keep an eye out. He might have an outing happenings. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, see what they're going on with. But also, is this draft disrespect that came on NFL Live? I'll let you make the decision next.
All right, let's talk.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. If you are so inclined, if you loved John Gruden and his quarterback situation, apparently is back. He announced that on Twitter that he's going to have the quarterback class back. Mm-hmm. And here are some of the names that he's going to have. Mm-hmm. Will Howard, Riley Leonard, Seth Hennigan, Kyle McCord, Quinn Ewers, Jackson Dart. So he's going to have all them folks on the quarterback class.
Some of those quarterbacks pale in comparison to some others.
That's right. That's right. You're big. You're big on Jackson Dart. So
I'm high on Jackson Dart.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
but those quarterbacks do tend to pale in comparison to others.
That's right. That's right. All right. I didn't want to get you this, right? If we're talking about quarterbacks, here is one that seems like he's not going to be on the Gruden quarterback class. His name is Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado. Mm-hmm. You might know him. He's an interesting kind of quarterback prospect, and we're still trying to end because it's still late in mock drafts. It's such a weird situation because we do this thing where we're like, oh, well, the draft stock is falling. The draft stock isn't actually a thing.
According to who?
Right? It's just like people learn more things or people change their mind, but there's not actually a change in stock per se because there's never actually a true value assessed.
Yeah.
That's really, I guess, esoteric or whatever, and neither here nor there. But bringing it back to Shedeur, like we've seen, mocks have him go in the 20s. We've seen mocks have him go to the Giants at 3. In fact, the Bruce Feldman mock that we looked at earlier today, mock draft from The Athletic, had him at 3, just going and looking and going, hey, he matters. I mean, the Giants need a quarterback. Go ahead and get one. I mean, obviously the Browns are also another team at 2 that people have looked at. Well, this is Tim Hasselbeck. Mm-hmm. Tim Hasselbeck obviously played in the league and, had a cup of tea. Mm-hmm. He, covers the league for ESPN. This is him talking about Shedeur Sanders, and he gave a player comp for Shedeur, and I'm interested in your opinion. Is this disrespect?
My comp on Shedeur Sanders has kind of been in that like Andy Dalton range. People have compared him to Kirk Cousins. Look, those are compliments. Both of those guys have thrown for over 250 touchdowns through their NFL career. Both of those guys have led teams to the playoffs. But when you're talking about the top half of round 1, look, again, you're looking for elite traits. And he just doesn't have those. Now, look, you're going to have to beat the market at quarterback, so you're going to have to draft a rookie quarterback at some point because of what's happened with the Deshaun Watson deal.
I don't either.
Yeah, I mean, Kirk Cousins, is last I checked, is making pretty good money and has done okay for himself. And I think it speaks to, like, we all put these quarterbacks on this pedestal like they're going to be a home run, to make some metaphors here. That's not the case more often than not,
Well, and I think also it's fair to acknowledge that this year the quarterbacks are not they're not as they have been in other draft classes.
Sure.
And I think that this circles back to a conversation that we had been having, I think last week. where I think opportunity cost is something that matters when we talk about this. And in a different way, you could talk about like positional value and those types of things. Of course, that doesn't apply specifically with quarterback, but when you have a high draft pick, the opportunity that you have to select any player, especially ones that are very good, and where some of these teams that we're talking about, like the Browns, like the Giants, they're in a place where they have the opportunity to select a true blue, I guess in a way, blue chip prospect. And these quarterbacks aren't blue chip prospects; they're just quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you could say that about Cam Ward, but I mean, and I don't know.
He's the most likely, and
he's the most likely, but even then,
in terms of likelihood,
right? He's the most likely to be like a starting caliber quarterback for certain.
Yeah.
But like even then, I don't think that people have a high likelihood on him being like a star quarterback. And of course, we're wrong about these things often. However, you're playing percentages. You're playing darts in some ways. With the lottery tickets that are your draft picks.
Yeah.
And I wonder, like, with the opportunity cost, if you were the New York Giants, Lopez, would you take Shedeur Sanders, or would you utilize that draft pick to maybe get a guy like Travis Hunter, who can really be a blue chip prospect that could change the game for you?
Yeah.
Especially if you're looking at a quarterback that maybe the high end is the type of quarterback that can get you to the playoffs, but not really do much for you afterwards.
The thing about that is there's so many other factors. What's my job security? Because that to me is number one.
And it really shouldn't be, but it does it always factors in.
Yeah.
But like that is the type of job security. When you start talking about that takes your perspective from a long range one, which you absolutely need with a quarterback, to brings it to a short range one. That's how you make mistakes. That's how mistakes happen.
Yeah.
And also those things don't save you. Drafting a quarterback and like, oh, well, that's going to give me time. There's a number of quarterbacks that have been drafted in the last 10, 15 years where the quarterback is drafted and then a year later the head coach is fired.
Yeah, it's slow footing.
I don't even think it's because they're trying to get a little more time. I think it's just they hoping that quarterback come in and start balling immediately.
But it does impact, but it does impact their job security. Like if I know I'm in a secure place, I would just draft. Actually, to be honest, probably Travis Hunter. Because I'm cool. I'll be here for at least 3 or 4 more years unless I really mess things up. Just because that's a guy that when I do get a quarterback, it's gonna be then I'm gonna be golden again. I'm gonna have even more job security.
And clearly, I think also you would love the idea that you have Jameis Winston on your team, right?
I saw some audio already from him that I was thinking about putting on there, and I'm like, I don't want to.
I think I had it yesterday. Just the Jameis thanking. For telling
it was something else.
Not even that?
No, it was about they were asking him some weird questions.
We're already getting the Jameis audio mill.
I'll put it on there tomorrow because it's Jameis. I mean, you got to play the hits.
Over under when you're going to be sick of hearing from Jameis.
It's going to be a while. I can't give you an estimate on that one.
I think the New York media going to overdo it, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Because Cleveland wasn't good last season. The only good thing about them was Jameis Winston, and they brought that up kind of towards the end.
Yeah.
But this New York media is just going to beat this to the Pope, man.
Oh, man. All right, so this just popped up on my phone, and I don't know how much talking that we actually need to do about it, but I'm just amazed. And I forgot that this happened yesterday in the midst of all the NBA that was happening as we welcome in Clint and Ron into our D&M Auto Leasing Crosstalk. Apparently, the NBA is investigating John Morant, who made a gun gesture towards the Golden State bench yesterday.
Oh, he did the two.
In that loss.
Yeah, he did. It was like the first down gesture.
Hey, don't bring that up, man. Because now the NFL about to try to ban this.
That is true. The NFL apparently
he did everything except the little circles above his head because all he did was just go like this. Now, I guess you could interpret that as a gun gesture.
Well, I mean, he did it with 2 fingers, and then he got priors.
No,
he had the thumbs up.
He got priors.
It looked like he was throwing out double pistols.
What's wrong with him?
Yeah.
Why is he like this?
I don't know. I don't know why that was the route. For him to go on that, as you said, with his history.
But that did bring me back to, and I'm glad you guys mentioned this. Troy Vincent, who obviously in the NFL, he deals with how they are trying to limit what they've termed sexual and violent gestures. And I didn't realize we were going back to the no fun league. I thought we had turned a corner on this, didn't we?
No, we haven't.
Like whenever I see them throw those 15-yard penalties on those first down celebrations, it blows me. I know you want to say don't do it, like just but
you should know better, but still,
it just blows me. Just like that official the other night with Dylan Brooks. Just on the hunt. It's just like, man, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Man?
Yeah.
Like, who are we protecting in that instance, though?
You remember when they started? They was gonna start flagging people for the N-word. They still doing it?
That's right.
If they are, they're not doing a good job of it. I'll tell you that for damn sure.
I'm like, okay, let's police that. Let me see that, because we should see 29 flags a game.
A play.
Yes. Like I ain't never because I have, and I don't think it's ever been called. I have been waiting to hear how they word it. Like, what's the wording to use for?
Oh, how they call it?
Yeah, like what's the
unsportsmanlike?
Is that what they just call it? Verbal, unsportsmanlike.
And that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't tell you what he said, but you wouldn't be happy about it.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Clint. Obviously, we got Ron getting ready to have another fantastic program. Ron went to the bar yesterday to hang out, and I know you know your partner well enough. Some boxes of pizza came in, and Ron told me that he was going to get a slice. Do you believe that by the time he left, he went and stole a slice of them people's pizza?
Oh, stole it from somebody?
Yes.
No.
You are correct. He didn't.
Oh, yeah?
But what he did do is he accosted some lady from across the room to ask her if the pizza was good because he saw her ate probably about, 4 slices?
She had 5 slices.
He kept count from across the room.
Hey, that's a lot of slices.
That's a lot of pizza.
Rod said, ma'am.
Well, I don't eat pizza.
I did. I
can't help yourself.
I can eat 42 pieces, and there ain't nothing healthy about none.
Yeah.
No, because these weren't, by my visual, these weren't thin crust.
No.
Like, these were like regular pan size.
Yeah.
And she didn't have, how can I put this?
Shame?
She didn't have the build of, I'm about to get 5 slices of pizza.
Yeah.
That's why she ate 5 slices.
That's right. That's not what I saw. I didn't see that coming. And I said, damn. And then I had to talk to her.
You were hoping she'd say, well, hell, get you one.
Yeah, that's what he was playing for.
And it didn't happen.
I would say, how that pepperoni?
Yeah.
I said, how was that pizza? She said it was okay. I thought I said it to myself, but I think Reggie heard me. I said, you wasn't eating it like it was.
He said that out loud. I was wondering if you was trying to say it to her because my back was
about
to
a
her.
6.5. I said, how would you rate that pizza? She's about a 6.5. I said 6.
What does a 9 look like?
See how you eat a 9.
What you ate in a few days?
Hey man, if you got the luxury to eat like that,
I saw her come over, and I saw the beginning of that plate, and I said, damn, I didn't take her for getting 2 at one time.
Yeah,
that's a healthy load.
Then I saw her, and I looked over, and I saw her eating, and I saw her get up. She got her ass up. She got another one, another 2, not just one, another 2.
Yeah.
I said, oh, one of them was supreme.
Yeah.
Said, oh.
My man, he took inventory.
Yeah.
I was just like, man, Ron is a different dude.
After the first 2, I was invested. To just see, like, well, where are we going with this? You're going to the well.
I'm guessing she might have seen that pizza.
Were they selling the pizza in the back?
No, she was at Kirby. She was with a group.
They do like a work at happy hour.
Yeah, they had just bought a whole bunch of boxes of pizza.
Back in the day, Reg, when I was in your shoes, that was a gold mine. Fish in a barrel, Chief. I mean, you get you a table full of pencil skirts at a happy hour that all work together.
Yeah,
blowing off a little steam.
Judging by the scenery, not much has changed, sir.
I was going to say, that feels correct. Like what you were describing.
That is absolutely what we saw.
I'm just telling you, there's always one single one in the bunch.
Yeah.
There's always one that's peer pressuring in the bunch.
Oh, yeah.
There's always one that's been a while. Yeah, there's that one, too. There's the one that it's been a while. She hadn't had her any in a while, you know. And I mean, there's just the potential.
And here comes Dirty Red.
Yeah. Here comes one of them old dirty sonbucks. Yeah, it was me for a while.
He took himself right back to that Buffalo
He really
Wild
did.
Wings.
He enjoyed himself.
Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Dallas, Nashville.
Golly.
Yeah, it was
Paris, Ireland.
Yeah, it didn't matter where your feet were. You was on a mission back in the day.
He had all those mirrors like the buffalo in the commercial. Looking at the whole restaurant. All those mirrors everywhere.
Had an old buffalo's helmet on. Buttery nipple.
All right, fellas. Hope that you guys have a fantastic Wednesday show. Always enjoy talking with you fine fellows. We're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live and very, very detailed, clearly. I mean, my goodness.
I mean, look, when you hit a topic that really that can really relate to.
I appreciate it, man. You really painted a picture. I felt like I was there.
He took his time on that picture too. He said,
Bob Ross on that picture.
Yeah, let's go down the list. You got one of these few. You got one that's
untied.
You can tell she hadn't got it in a minute. You got
untied.
My man put the scouting reports down.
Untied and undefeated. If she got that blouse unbuttoned a little lower than the rest of them, she's probably on the market. She's probably approachable.
Yeah.
She stays a little later than the rest of the group. She's probably approachable. Doesn't have much to go home to.
The more you know.
Catching some eyes too.
Yeah. She stares at our table a little longer. She's braver than the next.
Oh, she knows what she's doing.
That fool said, "The more you know."
We're all about educating and entertaining here on Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program.
Yeah. Shout out to those checking in. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, hello. If you're on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text 524-610, we appreciate you jumping in. Did Ron used to work for the IRS? He sure can't count. I don't even know where did that even come from?
I don't know.
Did I count something up?
I've always thought you were pretty good at counting.
I don't know. Pizzas, maybe?
Yeah, how the hell you know what? I was there.
You said she ate 5 pieces, and then you said she went back. She had 2 on her first plate, 2 on her second plate. How did that get to 5?
Oh, that math was math, and you did it right.
She got another one.
I interrupted you before you finished.
She got another. She got another one. That was the other part. She got another one without the plate.
Oh, she handed it.
I saw her go over. This is on my way out. This is on my way out. I saw her one-handed.
I would imagine she's an approachable young lady. If she's one-handing a 5th piece of pizza in the bar.
Matching plaid power suit. She took the jacket.
It's true.
She didn't she? She took the jacket off. I didn't know it was a matching plaid because when she went to dive in, she had the jacket off.
She took it. Yeah, she wasn't going to get that jacket.
Looked like she walked right out of Clueless, that 90s movie.
She did. Damn it, she did. It was brown, though, not yellow. Boy, I said, damn, she sure did. That is a good call. That was a Clueless power suit right there.
It was a checkered
power
pattern.
suit and 5 pieces of pizza.
And she handed that one hand in. Talking about it was a 6.5.
Mm-hmm.
I bet she would murder a 10.
I'm telling you, man.
What's your favorite pizza joint?
You gotta get her over there.
Keeping them in business.
I'm telling you, man. There's some pizza joints in here. Let me roll over. Someone texted in 5 slices of pizza. My type of woman. Hell, have build of I'm about to get.
She went in
5 pieces of pizza, and the last one is going to be without plate.
Yeah.
Didn't fill that in.
Old gal that can hammer down in the kitchen and stay thin. Yeah. I mean, I
never judge a book by its cover.
I guess you do like it.
Now, again, I did. We met out. Reggie, myself, Tyler. We met out and had a good time. Now I left around 8:15, 8:20.
Mm-hmm.
Had to get back. Had to do some work.
Speaking of details, that's specific.
Yeah. I remember. I remember I was going to leave at 8:15. Then I said, "Well, let me stay a little bit. I can give me about 5 more minutes."
See if she goes back for one more.
I felt like I barely got to see you, man. It took me so long to get there dealing with this server stuff.
Yeah, it was. Disappointment in Tyler's eyes.
I was sad.
As soon as he got there,
I got him to shake his head. He said, "You're serious? You're seriously leaving?"
I wasn't even mad at him. I was like, damn.
Yeah. And then
thought we were gonna bro out.
Yeah, we did. We got a good hour 15. And then Reggie informed me that he left as the game ended. And the game ended.
I walked out with him.
And I believe he was under the impression that Tyler was leaving as well. I believe Tyler took it to the Heights again. I believe that's where Tyler. I think Tyler.
Your belief would be accurate.
I feel like Tyler told Reggie that he was going. He was shutting it down.
I walked out with him.
I believe the words that Reggie used was, "I think Tyler thought you was going to pup." Is what you said.
They were pissed at me when I got home.
And then Tyler.
I needed to go potty.
And then Tyler texted this morning, "Boys, it was another DoorDash night."
Oh hell.
One of them old DoorDash evenings.
I need you to start when you parted ways with Reg. Like, what? How did you end up in? That's not on your way home.
Also, I'm not digging this whole my voice getting affected now.
Oh, yeah, well, it always has.
He said the old Baytown boys hit him up.
Yeah.
Your Baytown crew was out in the Heights, huh?
Yeah,
on Tuesday night.
A couple old dirty Bay fellas.
He's gonna walk in and say, "Damn, that was much later Tuesday night than I expected."
It was. Hell of a good time. Hell of a Tuesday night, but I did not plan on being out at that time.
What time did you order DoorDash?
I don't even want to tell y'all.
Yep. Nope.
I don't want to say.
Nope.
I think
say it.
I think
People are all waiting for it.
I'm
what time?
Over under 2 a.m.
Oh, I'm taking. I'm in the 3 range.
Yeah, I'm in the over as well.
No, you set the mark the right spot. I think it. I can't remember.
Look at your little appy app.
Oh, good call.
Tell you exactly what time it was. It's always.
And I'll be honest, man.
I was definitely about to guess
the electronic.
And I'll
trail.
be honest. I'm not proud of myself. I got out of there at 8:20 and busted it over to Jimmy John's to try their new warm sandwiches. And they got me. I'm watching the game, and I look at the commercial, and I'm like, oh, they got hot sandwiches now up at Jimmy John's.
So the commercial in the game got you.
Got me. I crossed it and went over there and got that hot roast beef and cheese with horseradish. It wasn't bad. I did it at 8:30. I did it at 8:30. You did yours at what time?
My guess wasn't going to be too far off. I'm kind of proud of myself because it was a little blurry there, but yeah, DoorDashed 2:37 a.m. So your 2 a.m. mark for the over-unders. I mean, that's Vegas-like. That was
on
well
a
done.
Tuesday.
2:37. So
what's that
song? Means it arrived at
Tyler turned up on a Tuesday.
Something. My God, turn up Tuesdays, huh, Tyler?
On a Tuesday.
What did you?
Tyler's going up on a Tuesday.
Hey.
To close out the segment, Tyler, please let us just start reading off your order so we can figure out where you got it from.
All right.
For the folks out there, guess last time it was Taco Bell. I'd imagine Tyler's not going to go to the well 2 times in a row. I would think he would mix it up a bit. But
when I start reading it off, much like last time, it'll be pretty
clear.
obvious.
All right.
First item will make it obvious. You'll see.
All right. So where do you think he went door dashing at 2:37 in the morning?
Sounds like
on a Tuesday.
Sounds like a shopping spree. He went door dashing.
This has got Mickey D's written all over.
I don't know, man. We'll see what popped up first. All right, you were watching the game, and maybe what made him just stay out and drink himself some more was watching the Houston Astros.
You ain't lying.
Walk out there and screw him. And by the way, I know he got himself excited. He said, "We're gonna make a lot of money this year when you see those 1.5 bases for Yordan Alvarez."
Son of a bitch.
And 1 run again. They lose. And listen, Logan Webb is the giant.
Altuve bomb, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bomb. Yep. First pitching it. Outside of that, what much? I thought Reggie was going to come out of his damn shoes with some of the swings and pitches that Paredes decided to swing at.
Watching the game with Reggie's fun, man.
Why'd you swing at that? Reggie's a real, why'd you swing at that type of thing?
Right after Paredes did it, Yordan did it too and struck his ass out. Went back to the dugout.
But I just want to know, because I just want to lay this out, and I think there is a serious runway because of what he has done. Not to mention that Kyle Tucker is on an absolute tear right now, and he's hit 4 home runs in 4 straight days as he has opened up that Sacramento Stadium in Oakland with a real nice power display. But Yordan Alvarez is hitting .063, and that is coming off the heels of him going 5 for 34 and hitting 147 during spring training. But this is an extended slump right now. I think we can potentially call it this. His slash line, .063, 200, 125 slug, OPS 325. I mean, he is in a real struggle mission. I'm just curious from the people and you all, how long before you start to check up a little bit about what Yordan is in this slump right now?
A bit for me with Yordan. It's going to take quite a bit with Yordan. Yordan and Altuve are 2 of them that I just have a real hard time worrying about at the plate.
Yordan.
So yeah, it's going to take quite a bit. I'm
He's
not
6
there
for 50.
Now I
with
don't
the spring training and the regular season.
I don't like the. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, obviously, he's one of the best hitters in the game. But it seems like in a time when they're preaching more discipline at the plate, he has less discipline.
Yordan,
I don't remember Yordan swinging at so many when I say bad pitches, I mean just.
It's not ideal.
Just completely unhittable pitches.
That's a signal that he is
struggling. He ain't seeing it well. Something's wrong. Yeah.
I think the captain Joe Espada said that the other day. He's just off right now. He's off right now. Yeah, that's the thing is, we talked about it with Christian Walker. Christian Walker, you watch some of his at bats. He's getting good swings.
Yeah.
Right. Yordan just doesn't look like himself. To the point that you're making swinging at stuff in the dirt, swinging at stuff that never, ever started as a strike.
Yeah.
Never started as something that it's a little too close to Rafael Devers is what we're looking at right now.
That's the bar, huh?
No. Yeah, he is 6 for 50 since from spring training and the regular season right now.
Well, this is not good.
Which to me, and Jeremy Pena after the game, I agree with him. Our offense goes as he goes. That's what Jeremy Pena said after the game. And obviously, some people need to pick up the slack. But it is true. It is this offense. I will almost bet, and it's not rocket science here, but we'll see a lot more of this offense taken out when Yordan's not hitting 6 for 50. Thus far, or in the regular season, 1 for 16, right? That to me is where it is. And again, it does not help that Kyle Tucker is just going smooth off right now.
Raking. Yeah, that's the thing.
It makes my stomach.
Speaking of Kyle Tucker, Bregman, and I said this when it all went down. I just feel as long as you've got Yordan in the middle of this lineup, then I think you can survive moving on from some other bats, even if it's the Kyle Tucker Bregmans of the world. Boy, Altuve is really making me have to eat them words.
Really, really happy.
Not Altuve, Alvarez.
Alvarez
is really making me eat them words right there, right now.
Yeah, he's just got to get going. And you all know me. I never thought I'd say this, Joe. I completely agree with today's decision. Yordan's playing in left field today. Yeah, maybe throw his ass out there and let him be a part of the game. Let him go out there and throw the ball around, warm up, maybe catch a ball, maybe do something. Let him get out there. He is, as they play a little day baseball, we will keep you updated on that. But he is playing in the field today. Maybe that changes some things up. Maybe that helps him feel a little bit more comfortable in this day because, yes, I agree with the texter just text in. I'm not concerned about Alvarez. We still have 358 games left in the season. I hear you. I'm not there yet, but it's not just like it is the regular season. He hasn't found it even during the entire spring training. This is getting extended, and with the loss of guys like Tucker and Bregman and guys stepping up into bigger roles like Paredes and maybe Cam Smith than they've ever had before, they got to get him going. And the other thing, it's not like, as you said yesterday, Altuve's hot. He's out in front. There are guys on base. And he's got 6 strikeouts. 5 of his strikeouts have come up with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
What Chandler Rome said yesterday. So that just has to pick up. From the text line, Ocho jumping in. Ron, I got chewed out by Bijani for saying Yordan is feast or famine with no in-between.
Choke on this thing.
And his stats are deceiving. And Ocho, what I would say to you is you should have got chewed out. That's not true.
You deserve that ass chew.
He is not feast or famine. This is
sounds fair.
This is a 300 hitter who hits for power, average, hits the ball all over the field. When I think of feast or famine, I think of the big donk. I think of Adam Dunn. I think of guys like that who just
OQB.
Yeah, who was the black guy that was an Astro. He was just God.
Not
God,
sure.
Dog, he was.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
This is like the 2015 Carter. He
Nailed
was
it.
feast
Good
or
job.
famine.
Well, I didn't have that one, boy.
This is
Chris
a two.
Carter.
He's like a 211 hitter, like that just Evan Gaddis a little bit like that too. Just the
janitor.
Yes. You should have got chewed out, Ocho. You know they're better than that. I think you was trying to push Sean.
Yeah, be better, Ocho.
I personally, you know that. You know that. Damn it. He's got to pick it up.
2 junior bacon cheeseburgers.
That's what I was.
2 tacos.
2 tacos. Is this Jack in the Box?
Yes,
when you said junior bacon cheeseburger, that was Wendy's all day in my heart.
Oh no, that's Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box, then the 2 tacos, Jack in the Box.
And that was the order.
Jack in the Box twice in a week. When was your last Jack in the Box?
No, last time everyone was guessing Jack in the Box, but it was
Taco Bell. You're right. My bad. True.
Yeah, come on, man.
Boy,
show some respect.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. Joey Gallo, feast or famine. Good call there, text line. All right, coming up, the Texans defense has a chance to be disgusting, nasty, in a good way. And it is hard to see what the real strength of it is. We'll discuss what that is coming up next.
Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. There's locations all around the city. If you live around these parts, you know exactly what Academy Sports and Outdoors is all about. And here's what I got to let you know. Now, you got to be careful when you go in Academy Sports and Outdoors. You'll go in there for some Astros City connection. You ask to walk out with a fishing pole or a new set of golf club. Be careful now. But I do want you to know, one, the new Astros City Connect uniforms are absolute fire. And you can get them all at Academy Sports and Outdoors. They got all sizes, y'all. I bought my little girls each one last night. They got 2 of the lids. One of the lids that says Stros, and they got the A with the star in the middle of it. I'm telling you, I got the lid for myself. Get by Academy Sports and Outdoors or go to academy.com and gear up for all the Astros excitement that's yet to come here, and no doubt yet to come. Hopefully it turns. Now, also, U of H right now is in the big tournament, man. They get a chance to win it all. You can get all your U of H gear to make sure that you're supporting and pulling for the guys as they enter the finals of that big tournament. Get the entire family decked out for the tournament. Get the entire family decked out for the Astros. Gear up now. Celebrate your favorite team. Do it all at Academy Sports and Outdoors. And, of course, take advantage of those prices that you'll love.
The OG has thoughts on the Texans' offseason so far.
Don't forget that this defense has gotten appreciably better. And there was a really dang good defense as it was. The problem is this offense could have some big trouble again if they don't protect the quarterback and run the ball.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water. I-10 the Katy Freeway, eastbound at Taylor. It's a stall that has a right shoulder block. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
What makes spring water different? We always bottle our Alpine spring water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Take Boston to beat Baltimore. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. While all the Red Sox noise is about Rafael Devers eating donuts, Boston is in a good spot today. The Bo Sox lineup hitting over 300 against Zach Eflin. Ace Garrett Crochet takes the mound, and Boston is only minus 120 on the money line. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Warning, this is not my average commercial. Today, I'm a thorn in the side of bad timeshare exit companies. Over the years, I've seen way too many exit companies pop up, take people's money, and disappear like a bad magic trick. I even saw an ad from a new exit company started by a couple bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't a boat. If you really want out of your timeshare, contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group. Look, you've heard me on the radio for almost a decade now, and our proven process has helped over 45,000 families get out of their timeshare permanently. Call my office for your free timeshare exit kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-896-4200. That's 800-896-4200. 800-896-4200.
Baseball season is here. It means it's time for Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy app. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use my code 610. You're going to get a $50 bonus for a $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. 575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hello, Houston. Marcus Kajawa here, bringing you another incredible grand opening land buying opportunity. On Saturday, April 12th, the area's finest high elevation ranch spanning thousands of acres will be liquidated in tracts ranging from 2 to 25 acres. Come out and buy 2 beautifully manicured acres for only $18,000. How about 5 acres for only $35,000? Every property has road frontage, electric, massive trees, abundant wildlife, and the lake is just seconds away, all with no restrictions. Your ranch, your rules. Perfect for retirement and weekend getaways. Call us right now.
Verlo mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The Cougs are in the Final Four, and you can hear their duel with Duke wherever you're at. Just tune in to Sports Radio 610 in your car or on the Odyssey app for Saturday's game. We've got you covered. The action tips off at 7:49, courtesy of Westwood One, on your home for the NCAA tournament. Go Cougs!
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Stingley.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we got some news with the Astros. Isn't that right, Tyler?
That's right. We got some
This is why he's the damn captain, man.
Me?
No,
thanks, dude.
Joe Espada.
Oh,
what'd you say? They've got a whole shipment.
Damn it.
They got a shipment of torpedo bats coming in.
Yeah, let me give you the report here. And shout out to Reg. Shout out Reggie of In the Loop. He sent this to us in the break. New from the Houston Chronicle. Torpedo bats are coming to Houston. Shipment likely arriving next week, per Joe Espada. Astros appear intrigued by Major League Baseball's newest innovation.
Hell, that's too late on that thing.
Ain't never too late, nah.
If it makes them hit, I don't get.
Hey, long season, man. Get them torpedo bats
got them
out there,
bad boys last week.
Hey, whoever that trucking company is bringing them down here. When
How
y'all
much
start
money are they making?
Yeah, they're killing it.
Good God, man. They have got to be cleaning up. This is like when Peloton started.
It was Ron. It's funny. I heard a country music story yesterday that reminds me of this. And I didn't catch the name of the guitar, but there was a fella in Nashville. George Strait had a big show somewhere in Texas, and his previous show was apparently in the state in Mexico. His guitars, over 400 guitars for his upcoming tour, got hung up at the border, and he couldn't get his guitars. So he called this guy and said, "I need 400 guitars by such and such time." And he said, I told him, yeah. I didn't know how I was going to get it done. But anyway, he ends up getting it done. And he said that's how his business. Next thing you know, Nelson, and everybody started calling him, wanting him to make their guitars. That's how it all cranked right there.
There it is.
So these damn torpedo bats.
They got to be making cash, man.
They got to. The Astros. How
many teams have done this? How many teams have got a quick shipment?
Since that first weekend of the Yankees?
How many you all think is in a shipment? How many bats do you think
I gotta believe that that's not just game bats. You don't just use those in a game. Like I would imagine you do everything with those. So I bet there's 200-300.
Yeah. Depending on how many players are
typically about 120 bats in a shipment.
Oh, they got two of them.
That's good. Thank you, Google.
And they probably got two of them shipments.
Well, thank you, Tyler Works, but
thanks, Tim.
I think that was Cheryl.
Where it's my Google fingers.
That was Cheryl, personally. All right, Clint, man. This defense for the Texans has a chance to be absolutely nasty.
Yes.
And they have added to this thing again, man. There's not any questions, very many at all, when it comes to this defense. But they have really added to the second and third levels of the defense, linebacking core and the secondary. And it is like it's tough to figure out which one is stronger. I would lean towards the secondary because they got Stingley in there, but this is a versatile group of guys, and I'm thinking in both levels.
Yeah, it's just an interesting topic, right? With this defense. By the way, D'Amico and Nick Caserio have done an unbelievable job of everything that it takes to build a championship caliber defense. They have spent money. Unbelievably efficiently, right? They have drafted. Ridiculously good, because you're not only finding good players, you're finding guys that are well above average that started right away. So tip the cap to these guys for the defense that they've built. Now I wish they would take the same approach to the offense. However, we'll stick to the defense side of the football.
Stick with the defense.
Yeah, we'll stick to the defense. If the question is who's better right now, the Texans DBs or the Texans linebackers? And I'm going to go with the DBs because, there's nothing you don't have, right? You've got two, one lockdown corner, another really, really good corner. You got a free safety that can play the middle of the field and is an absolute ball hawk. You've got an experienced veteran that's versatile that can play safety as well as play nickel. Gardner-Johnson is another one of those super versatile players that is just a playmaker with a nose for the ball. And then if the way I've got this set up is you can throw Petrie in either DBs or linebackers.
That's what I say. He's both. Yeah.
Petrie at that nickel position, the instincts that are there, you've already got one of the best corners in the game. game. Lassiter's a chance to be one of the top corners in the game. Bullock's got a chance to be one of the best safeties in the game. It's just I would have to go with the DBs here, Ron. The injury-prone, Christian Harris really hits the linebackers a bit with this particular question. So I would have to go with the DBs.
Well, he's the one though.
Yeah,
because Christian Harris, if Christian Harris gets to the level that he was playing at 2 years ago, where it was like, yo, look out.
Yeah.
Like, look out on what this dude is going to be. Because he's a playmaker. I will never forget, really the last time he looked like Christian Harris.
Baltimore.
That Baltimore game, that playoff game, I have still, to this day, never seen a linebacker be able to run with and handle Lamar Jackson. And he has done – and then at the end of the year, obviously the playoff game with the helps of D'Amico, but he gets the pick 6 against the Browns. He was one of the best players on the defense.
No question.
Overall, when we saw him play. So it could change a little bit. Like Stingley is a first-team All-Pro. So you have that out there, right? And Lassiter was really good as well. So that's a – but if Christian Harris – could get to a space where a guy like Indy Kalu is saying, I think this guy's got not just Pro Bowl, but All-Pro, where he thought he could be that last year, then it changes things because Alshire it plays. Toa came big time last year in improvement. EJ Speed adding that to it. They just got a lot that they can roll with. But Christian Harris, to me, is the key between these groups.
The moves they've made, man. I mean, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, E.J. Speed, Sheldon Rankins, the moves, the win now, plug-and-play starters that they've gone out and added to an already really, really good defense, man, is impressive. It is without a doubt impressive.
Yeah, they're gonna be nasty.
It's gonna be fun. They're gonna be fast. They're gonna be physical.
They stay healthy.
They're gonna be multiple. Yeah.
But even with that, is we know 17 game, soon to be 18 game season. They're starting. They even got some depth in there to where they can survive some of the issues they had last year even better than they did this year with this thing. But yeah, they have created a hell of a defense. This thing's going to be driven by them. By the way, I want to remind you guys, coming up on Friday. On Friday, 2 to 6, you can hang out with us as Sports Radio 610 kicks off our crawfish circuit. It's brought to you by the good friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Come on out to The Boot. The Boot in Tyler's favorite spot, The Heights. The Boot. Come on out. That's our first stop on our crawfish circuit. Good cold drinks, good conversation, and Clint's favorite, the mud bugs. They'll be out there and rolling.
I've only crawfish a couple times this season, man. There's no doubt. The weather's tremendous right now. What a time of year to do a little radio, of course, but as well eat some bugs.
Hell yeah!
Drink a couple cold beers and have a good time with the fellas. Some of the listeners coming out. I already got some of the family coming out, so it's.
You got the fam coming out.
Well, yeah, they said they're going to ease on this direction.
All right.
Ease on this direction.
Well, hell, y'all should ease on out.
Don't make me come into the city.
Telling you, Linda Stoerner live is something special. So you might want to get on out there. I'm prepared to get cussed out by her. I enjoy it. All right, come on out with us Friday, 2 to 6, The Boot. Get a little crawfish and have a good time, courtesy of our friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Coming up, you hear from the owner. Cal and Hannah McNair at the owners' meetings had conversations on where they believe this team is right now. You don't want to miss what they got to say. That's coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for old Twin Peaks, y'all. Home in that old 29-degree man-sized draft. If you know, you know, man. Look, if you love watching live sports, the scenic views are
the risk. Think like it can happen to you.
Visit onepillkillstx.com. Sponsored by HHSC.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as a little day baseball happening here coming up. The Astros, they will get going here a little after 3 o'clock. The lineup is out. Altuve is leading off, except he is the DH tonight. That's something we probably will see more than we have in the past this year, but he is the DH. Paredes is at third, batting second. Alvarez, we said this earlier in the first segment. If you are just joining us, he is today. He is in left field, batting third. See if that can kind of help jumpstart him. Walker is at first, behind him Diaz catching Pena. Rogers is at second base, and then DeZenzo is in right with McCormick in center. So they really got it all rolling today, baby. That outfield.
How many games is that McCormick in center?
I think it's 2 in a row, isn't it?
Will this be 3 or just 2? Has he gotten the whole series?
It's at least 2 in a row. I can't remember. I think Jake played the first game, but yeah, man, it's they got Rogers, DeZenzo, McCormick all in the lineup at that bottom half of the lineup. So that's what they're looking at here.
Hell, McCormick's 2 for 4, baby.
There you go. Jazzy.
Come on.
Got a sacrifice bun in there somewhere?
Yeah, man. They took one that took out of his hand at one point, which is fine. They'd be there for the team.
Hey, did something good.
Don't come at me about white boy chest.
Good.
Come on, I'm needing them days to return. Tyler, I'm needing those days to return, bub.
They do have their H on the mouth for Hember Valdez, so there's a thought they probably feel good about that. But yeah, they will try to salvage a game in this series against the Giants as they take them on coming up in a little bit. We'll keep you updated on that. But Cal McNair and Hannah McNair, they are down there for the owners' meetings, and they talked about kind of where they and the next steps for the team.
Well, we want to win every game we go out, so we haven't quite done that yet, and only one team has. But so this year compared to the year before coming off the playoff loss, we felt we were a little bit a ways. This year coming off the playoff loss, we felt we were pretty darn close. So I'm sure in the offseason the moves are making, and at the draft, and there'll be some more moves here all through training camp right up to the season, and then even in the season. I think we're looking to take another step and excited to see what happens.
All right, looking to take another step. Something he said there, and I wonder where everyone is on this, on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, YouTube and Twitch fellas in here as well. He said he felt like 2 years ago, coming off of the loss to the Ravens in the playoffs, they were a little ways away. Says it seems like now, coming off the loss this year, that he feels like they are much closer. The
arrow's pointed up.
Do you get the sense that you feel like this team is closer to taking the next step, and the only next steps are AFC Championship game and beyond, because that's what they've been the last 2 years? You feel like coming into this year that this team is closer than you felt they were last year?
No. Yeah, no. I'm not there. I agree with what Cal said in the sense of what Cal saying after the Baltimore game 2 years ago. You knew, hey man, we ain't even close. Like, we got to get some more. We got to make some win now moves. They did that, and what that ended up, getting you was the same round exit by a dominant team in the AFC, the most dominant team in the AFC, but a much closer, much more competitive game. So I think what Cal says is spot on, right? I mean, you definitely feel better after this year's Kansas City loss than you did after last year's Baltimore loss. But if you start, as Nick Caserio says, and as D'Amico Ryan said at the owners' meetings, is, every year you have a significant amount of turnover. And where we sit right now, I guess Cal McNair and Hannah McNair feel a lot better about the moves that have been made, particularly on the offensive side of the football, and much more confident in those moves being good moves than I do.
I believe,
and I'll be honest with you, if you asked them, the move that I feel the best about is moving on from Laramie Tunsil, and that would be the move that they would tell you was the hardest and they really didn't want to do or didn't like to do. Now, again, I don't think that's true, but I think that's what they would tell you publicly. So, yeah, I don't know. I think the folks inside the walls over there are a lot more confident in the moves they've made offensively than I am.
Yeah, Kick Rocks from YouTube and Twitch says he's not wrong when you have a team full of young starters. The biggest thing is development. Also from the text line, if they're not closer, they certainly aren't. Also from the text line, until D'Amico is just a head coach and not a coordinator, I don't think we're going to get further than we have. In fact, I think we're going to take a step back this year. No, I disagree with that. I think D'Amico should continue to call the defense. He is one of the best in the game at doing so. I just, for me, like they're all the things you talked about. Yes, it is. Like, for me, we've talked about from the offensive side of the ball, especially their biggest issue, which was last year. But just literally from the thought of going into last year, coming out of the Ravens, especially up to this point in what they did in the offseason, adding Diggs, adding Danielle Hunter, adding those things, come to the draft. For me, I just feel more confident. I felt more confident and comfortable with the quarterback situation going into last year than I do right now. Like last year, it was like, ooh. Like you said it earlier this week. Yeah, you defense, all this. At some point, like, if you don't just have Philadelphia-type talent where your offensive line is stacked, you got receivers and tight ends stacked and all this and that. Like, at some point, your quarterback, and hell, Jalen Hurts had to. At some point, your quarterback is going to have to, step up and be the difference.
Yep.
And I felt like going into last year was like, yo, C.J. Stroud can body. Like, the thought is that's what he did his rookie year. The next year, he's just going to get better, and he's going to be able to go with anybody. I don't have that same confidence right now in C.J. Stroud. Now, many of you may. Right now, I'm not saying I think he sucks or anything. I just don't have the same confidence that the quarterback can make up with, I think, some of the issues they have, and could just be the same type of guy that I thought he was going to be going into.
I don't know how. I'll be honest with you. Right now, as I'm thinking about the conversation we're having, what position group on the offensive side of the football, including the quarterback, do you feel better about right now than you felt like this time last year? Joe Mixon, because you've seen him do it?
Yeah. The running backs, yeah.
It's got to be Joe Mixon, right? I mean, at the end of the day,
Nico alone. But
now that's a different deal. You start talking just players. Nico and Joe Mixon are the two guys that I think.
When you talk about groups, yeah.
Yeah, and Jared Patterson would be those three guys. I would say, hey, I feel better about those guys right now than I did last year at this point in time. If you're talking about position groups, you lost Steph Diggs and Tank Dell. There ain't no way you feel better about this receiving core right now. Dalton Schultz played well enough to earn 3 years, $36 million last year. This year, you can argue he shouldn't have been on the field. Like, it was that bad. So the tight ends are off limits. You lost Laramie Tunsil and you lost Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason wasn't thought of the way he is right now, which got his ass up out of here, right? So the O-line, there's no way you feel better about. As you mentioned, the quarterback, it's C.J. Stroud was coming off of an all-time great rookie season. This year he struggled. His offensive coordinator got fired. There's no way you feel better about that. So it's a good question.
Yeah, it's just that a lot of this is driven by the quarterback stuff, and it's just in a different place right now. Well, speaking of that, the person that I think a lot of people are and the Texans are hoping can help with the offensive situation. A really, really good source for him spoke very, very highly of him, and we'll see if this makes you feel better about Nick Caley. We'll let you hear what Sean McVay had to say coming up next.
All right, power outages, y'all. It's a part of life down here on the Gulf Coast. It's part of life down here in Houston, and the reality of
It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Attack that ass.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we will keep you updated. Astros, they haven't started yet, but we'll let you know what's going on there as they try to avoid getting swept by the San Francisco Giants. Let's see if this offense can get back home.
It's coming up. First pitch here in a few minutes.
First pitch, yeah.
Tyler, you got any bets on this one? You got your dollars down
check,
a bit.
huh?
Now, I think Tyler might take a night off.
You're taking the night off?
On the Astros.
The red number last night should be screaming that I should take a night
off.
But
at least from the Astros.
It's Altuve, man. Ride the hot hand.
Scared money don't make money.
Altuve, I don't think they're offering Altuve. This should be a.
Of course they're not.
This should be one that is a win. Like, this is one you got to get. You got your ace on the mound. And Framber Valdez, his first outing, 7 innings, no runs.
I'd go outs with Framber, total outs with Framber, and I would go hits. You're going to get an over hits. One hit from Altuve.
You tried them strikeouts last time with Framber, didn't it?
Yeah, it didn't work. He's a ground ball guy.
Got to stay away from them strikeouts early.
Sometimes he gets on early. Okay, sometimes he gets on a roll though.
Yeah, he got to 4. He got there eventually.
That's fair.
It just
you was at 6.
Took him a minute to get ramped up. I needed 6, and he wasn't never going to get there. But yeah, look, I would take total outs.
That's not a bad one
for Framber Valdez, and either total bases or total hits from Altuve. Pair them together, make you some money.
Yeah.
Do you have that? Do you have those in there? Do you have those 2 props in there?
I'll have to check. I'll get back to you.
The people are waiting, man. Framber's warming up. He's on the bump.
I'm on it.
Guys, it was a late night that involved Jack in the Box.
That's hungover red number Tyler right there.
It involved Jack in the Box, and if it continued to what it started for me, my man was on that brown.
On the dirty water, huh? Come on.
Nothing but doubles on them rocks.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say, my man took a straight dive in.
Just my style.
What was it, Makers? Is that where you own double?
I did a little Makers last night.
That's another thing, Tyler, that when Father Time does jump on your ass, that's another thing you're going to slow down.
Being awesome?
Well, it's like speeding in the school zone, man. You don't need to show up. You don't need to show up smashing doubles before the sun goes down.
Well, hold on now. That comparison, I got to pump the brakes on.
I just meant in the sense of
if you're speeding through a school zone, you are a slime ball.
I just meant how you're living on the edge if you're doing those things.
My man said
to live that
his
way.
response was, "What? Being awesome."
Been a pretty neat fella most of my life.
If you must say so yourself.
His response was that, what? Being awesome?
I'm being cocky if it's factual.
Okay, all right.
A neat fella.
Followed up by just saying. All right.
Steak night.
Yep, he's going out tonight again, steak night. Yep, there it is. Good for you. Going out with the crew. Good for you. All right. Nick K, that's probably the big move that we've seen and looked at here for the Texans. Nick Caley being a part of this team and being the new OC and hoping that he can be the help to this offense. That's what it seems like so far they have landed on, is coaching up, improvements there will kind of make a difference throughout this group. We all know he was in New England at first under Belichick. He was even there with Nick Caserio, but then he moved on to L.A. With the Rams, and he was under Sean McVay as the tight ends coach there. And Sean McVay, who is one of the best offensive minds in the sport, we know that he spoke about his former tight end coach and how he feels about him going into this new role with the Texans?
I think the great thing for Nick is he was always preparing to take those next steps while still being totally present in his role. And I think, I go back to even just his foundation starting with Coach Belichick and the amount of ball that you're exposed to, doing ball the right way. He was ready. He sees the game through an all-22 lens. I think that he's going to do an excellent job, and he's been preparing himself just based on the way that he approaches every single day.
All right, he let it rip. Does that make you right there? The words from Sean McVay, guy who had one of the best offensive minds in the sport. That make you feel better about Nick Caley? Make you feel a little bit more confident about Nick Caley?
I've got to work to find it. I wouldn't expect him to say anything less. I mean, heck, you heard these guys here talking about talking them up, and they ain't never called a play for him. But there's one part of that from Sean McVay that I think is absolutely paramount, right? It's very simple, but if you're going to be a coordinator, and it's matter of fact, like he's putting his name on it. Like if he's a coach that's always seen the game through the all-22 lens, then that tells you that he's at least got a chance to be a play caller on the offensive or defensive side of the football. Like to me, that's the only part of that matters. The energy, coaching in a Belichick-led organization, all that stuff, none of that don't mean anything to me. But the thought that, hey, man, this guy's always seen the game and viewed the game through the all-22 lens. One thing that makes him a great position coach at the tight end position is because he sees the game through the all-22 lens in the run game as well as the pass game, and he's been instrumental, if you will. I don't know if this is the case, but this is typically what you look for. He's been instrumental in the creative aspect of building a game plan, the creative aspect of getting the most out of said player, right? Those are all things to me that give Nick Caley a chance. The thing that's wild to me is, just how difficult calling plays actually is. And so there's not much that Nick or D'Amico or Sean McVay, like if he was that convinced that he's going to be that good of a play caller, I don't think he would have lasted this long in the damn league before he got a play caller gig. But calling plays, whether you are an elite coach and you see it through the all-22 and everybody around you likes you and you got great energy, like calling plays is a whole different animal. And we'll see if he's worth the damn out. I think it's a huge gamble.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I actually do feel with Sean McVay kind of in the depth that he's saying, like he's been kind of trending and training himself to get to this point. And I would imagine that has to do with him. I feel a lot better. And I felt this way when they brought him in, but I feel a lot better about it to understand he's been in multiple systems that he has been in, and he has learned from multiple. Like Josh McDaniels is a good offensive mind. I don't know if he's a great head coach. I think we know he's a great head coach or not, but he's a good offensive mind. And then obviously Sean McVay, who, by the way, every time I hear him, he sounds like he is just going to turn into John Gruden.
Yes.
Do you hear that too, Tyler? When you hear it,
I hadn't noticed that, but as soon as you just said it, I could definitely hear it.
It's a family they came up in.
But like his sound.
I love Joe Mixon.
His sound, like he is gonna turn. He's gonna do money something soon, and he's gonna turn into
the
John
pacing
Gruden.
of his sentences and everything.
Yeah, like that aggressiveness in his voice. But I do feel better about it coming from him and kind of the particular things he said. Now, my overall concerns is there is a lot of the same kind of happening around him from what it was previously. There's a lot of the same around him, coaching staff wise and everything around him that seemed to struggle offensively last year, and there's not a lot of changes there. And, I like this offensive line they've put together, it is a challenge because, right, it's not just walking in to call plays, as you talked about and how difficult you talked about that being. Like, there's a big challenge in a lot from him to help fix this offensive line that you could argue overall may have dropped a bit in talent than what it was last year. Now, I think it's understood, and I think it doesn't mean they can't be better than last year, but I do think like that's a fair thing. So he's got to be really, really important in fixing kind of the offensive line and figuring that out and calling plays and helping the quarterback, right? Like he's got all of those things are challenges for him. But I do feel better hearing that from Sean McVay.
The one good thing about Nick Caley and what he's being tasked, he doesn't have to be an elite play caller. Now, if we're talking about winning a Super Bowl, then yes, I mean he's got to be what I used to refer to as a weapon on the sideline, like a weapon in a polo on the sidelines have to be weapons. Like if we're talking winning a Super Bowl, then that's you got to have that. Now, if we're just talking about being better offensively than the Texans were last year, then he doesn't have to be great. In fact, he can be average. He can be literally NFL average in terms of designing and calling plays. And this team will be significantly better. This offense will be significantly better.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, something internal was going on with the group that they weren't on the same page. Hell, if they could just iron that out, you know that like that could be a big step.
You somehow find some way to communicate efficiently and effectively on the offensive side of the football. Is that a center? Is that C.J. Stroud having more control? Is that a simplified system? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but you can't communicate any worse. And there's several avenues to communicate better. If you do that, this offense is going to be better. If they get C.J. Stroud to go back to forget the aggressive drive the football down the field, quit talking about how good he is at taking shots. We all know how good C.J. Stroud is throwing the football. Right? The boring brand of football, the Brady brand of football that you played your first year. Use Dalton Schultz. Use your quick game. Use your screen game. Run the football effect. Like those. These are all things that if you're just competent, you're going to improve. Right? Like those two things right there, this offense will be significantly better. In turn, the team will be significantly better.
Someone texted in Joseph on YouTube and Twitch. So it looks like Clint is, or it looks like it doesn't seem like Clint is completely out of hope on Caley. Yeah, I don't think it's out of hope. It is just, one, it's a big unknown, and there's just a lot of things that he is challenged to be responsible.
There's two things that have happened that, like, I don't have any reason, guys. Like, for the fans out there, for media members, anybody, like, we have no reason to be confident in Nick Caley. Like, what do you think Sean McVay's going to say? Did you think Sean McVay was going to like that thing? I'm going to go, the Texans got a real bum. That guy can't coach worth a damn. All he does is watch offensive line play in a run game. He don't know nothing about it. Like, what did you think he was going to? Obviously, he's going to say something positive, right? What do you think D'Amico's going to say about the guy he hires, right? What do you think Nick Caserio's going to say about a guy not only that he hires, but he was with in New England the entire time, right? Or not the entire time, but the Caley's entire career. What do you think those guys are going to do? We have no reason to have confidence in Nick Caley. Now, in terms of a young coordinator improving off last year, right? An offensive line coach that he knows very well, and an offensive line coach that they are jiving with. They're together. They're in lockstep. Is absolutely imperative in terms of improving. Getting Laramie Tunsil out of the room and being able to hold every offensive lineman accountable in the room and not exclude 78 from every discipline or every accountability aspect of offensive line play or offensive football play or accountability team play, right? That is a huge plus. So look, I'm not out. I'm just not going to sit around here and stroke the guy because D'Amico said he's got confidence in him being a good play caller.
Yeah. That's I said. It's not an out thing. I think it's just wait and see and an unknown thing more than it's just an out thing. And basis of the things that you do know is his inexperience when it comes to calling plays and putting together an offense.
Yeah.
And those are big things he has to do, and it appears he needs to be really involved in fixing the offensive line and involved in situations with the quarterback.
If you can't fix problems, if you can't be an absolute weapon for your quarterback in the offense, if you can't design and create like in an elite fashion, like none of the other stuff matters. Like your energy doesn't matter. Who raised you in terms of Belichick? The fact that you were a good position coach at the tight end position, who cares? Like all this stuff that we keep talking about, like seeing the game through the all 22 lens and all this stuff, none of that matters if you can't call plays at an above average rate and like give guys more opportunities than other offensive coordinators around the league to succeed. Put guys in position to succeed at a high rate. If you can't do those things, none of the other crap matters. Right? It's good to sell it right now and all that kind of stuff, but none of that other crap matters if you can't do those things. And I'm just here to tell you, those things are very, very, very difficult to do. Yep. I mean, half the coordinators in the league have no business being coordinators.
He's been around good folks, but as you said, now it's his time. It's more of the unknown. You know, the hope he gets this offensive group to whatever their ceiling is, and that would be big coming up for the Texans. All right, coming up, we do it every Wednesday, a little stock up, stock down. We'll do that next right here on The Drive.
All right, y'all, I got to take my minute as I do every single day and tell you about them cold Coors Light.
Dion to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewrite. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The Cougs are in the Final Four, and you can hear their duel with Duke wherever you're at. Just tune in to Sports Radio 610 in your car or on the Odyssey app for Saturday's game. We've got you covered. The action tips off at 7:49, courtesy of Westwood One, on your home for the NCAA tournament. Go Cougs!
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, damn right. Ron.
Hughley.
Gotta get the mic on. There you go. Jam up job back from the break there, boys.
I turned the mic off. So I know I'm not supposed to talk first. I jump in. I try to stop myself from jumping right in.
What you got, Ron?
All right.
We'll get to these stocks in a second. What you got?
What do I got? What do you mean, what do I got?
Oh, it's your partner's fault. It's Clint's fault. He got us all turned around. God, Clint, stay out of my damn ear, man. Come on.
Yeah. Look here. Tyler trying to drive with somebody in his ear.
Tyler, I was sitting there saying, Tyler, I don't think you gave me an up or a down yet.
Well, all I heard was go to Ron first. Which, in hindsight, I should have known what he was talking about. Anyway, this is Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive. Every damn Wednesday on this show, you can hear this.
Be a good one now, the way it started.
And do not worry, you pretty little hearts out there, H-Town. We know the Astros are underway. We're going to keep you up to date as the show progresses. But right now, a little Stock Up, Stock Down, NFL offseason edition. And I'm going to go to Ron. Ron, stock down for you so far this NFL offseason.
Man, my stock down in the offseason, lots going on, is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because the part of it is if you look at their team, man, they've got players and dudes all over the place. I mean, they've got Pickens and now DK Metcalf as receivers. Freiermuth is a good tight end, an above-average tight end. Jaylen Warren, the running back, has been good. I'm sure they'll probably add something there, but he has been a good all-around back. They only that offensive line, and their defense has always been good. I mean, they've got stars on every level, from T.J. Watt to the big fella Hayward on the inside. They've got Patrick Queen they just got over there. Higbee, that linebacker, he is one of the best cover corner linebackers and things you can do with him. Joey Porter Jr. is a good corner. They added Darius Slay, and obviously Mika Fitzpatrick is one of the best safeties in the league. Like, that is a squad that has been reduced to having to wait on Aaron Rodgers, and it seems like the last two candidates they had was Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers to be their quarterbacks. And now they're trying to figure out if Aaron Rodgers is going to come there. Their coach is sweating profusely every time he speaks now. I mean, the Steelers, they got a lot of the pieces. They were stuck with either Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers, and now they have to wait on Aaron Rodgers. And ultimately, Clint, they could be stuck with Mason Rudolph. The Steelers right now.
It's not where you want to be.
Like, God, dog, you add DK Metcalf, boy, you'd imagine you'd had a plan at quarterback that was maybe better than where you at. So my stock down right now goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay, sounds warranted to me. Over to you, Clint. stick with the negatives. Stock up, stock down. What's your stock down so far this NFL offseason, Dirty Ray?
This is easy. This is easy for me. It's the role. Whether you want to talk about the Cowboys in free agency.
Weak ass Cowboys.
Yeah, you want to talk about the Cowboys and going and getting a running back that would make people happy. I know they went and got a couple of guys that I actually think are going to be all right, but it's not Derrick Henry. It's not Ashton Genty.
It isn't on my schedule.
The inability to do that. Or the Micah Parsons saga with Jerry Jones not knowing the name of the agent. Once again, Micah Parsons, the inability to just let bygones be bygones, move on from it. He pops off. Now it's the superstar versus Jerry. The agent's involved. It just can't be good business at all. There's no way that's good business. Even if it's bad business in the way that Jerry ends up waiting anyway. He gets burnt more often than not.
That didn't make sense. That's another one that didn't make sense.
The whole thing is just bad business. The whole thing. So the Dallas Cowboys for me.
That man said, I'd rather pay more to get it right than to get it wrong. In this situation, like...
Yeah, I think, I can side with a lot of that, but not necessarily. Like, CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons are two guys that I have a real hard time getting into that. Like, I have a real hard time getting there.
Like you just said, we've got all the particulars, the terms, the guarantees, all that stuff locked out, but then you're saying, I'm just waiting on this thing rolled out, man.
We got the negatives out of the way.
Do you think anybody there knows who David Mulugeta is?
I think they all know.
Oh, they all sure as hell know.
You think Steve knows?
Jerry probably texts with him on the weekly. They're probably almost semi-drinking buddies. No, he knows it. That's your stock downs. You're listening to The Drive here on Sports Radio 610. Stoerner and Hughley, yours truly, Tyler Milner on the board back here. And today's edition of Stock Up, Stock Down is NFL offseason, and it's time for some Stock Up. Ron, over to you.
All right, Stock Up to me. We've talked about it a little bit today. That damn, I tell you one thing that D'Amico and Nick Caserio are going to do is they're trying to put together the best defense on the planet. The Texans' defense, the resources that they got added to their defense is a stock up to me. I mean, and I'm curious to see what the hell they're going to do in this draft. I wonder if they're going to add some more to this thing right here. This defense, which was a really good defense last year, and the strength of this team, they go out and add Sheldon Rankins in the middle, who is I think at least on par, if not, especially in terms of rushing a passer, better than some of the guys they had last year. They add E.J. Speed, who is a starting caliber linebacker. And, hell, you look at it, it could just be for depth with somebody else. All right, they go and just make a trade to get C.J. Gardner-Johnson and add him to this group. This defense, I'm telling you, who was already, as I said, a good defense, got even better. And I'm telling you, they got earlier to be one of the best in the league, but they got busy. Even more weapons they've added to that defense.
You're spot on. It's going to be nasty. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be completely transparent here. I was real close to saying the other side of the football is the stock down. I was real close. I was real because I do think that's the case. But you got stock well up on the offense, on the defense side of the football, stock down on the offensive side of the football.
You could have just left it at the Cowboys.
It's been hard to push back to.
The Cowboys obviously topped that, but it's that offense, boy. There ain't no way that the powers that be around the league aren't going to look at that come season time and go, whew. That's a rough one.
As long as we're talking about D'Amico's defense and singing those praises, what do y'all think about my nickname I came up with for the defense?
What is it?
Miko's Freakos. Oh, Ron hates it. Damn it.
I haven't even said anything.
I actually kind of like it.
I'm not an add the O to the end of something to make it rhyme.
All right.
Miko's Freakos.
Man, you got that in place in your life.
I missed. Did you give us your stock up?
I did not. He didn't give me a chance.
Go ahead, give us your stock up.
He didn't come to me.
No, you know.
I'm going to be honest, Dirty. You were confusing as hell this segment. So what's your
the Chicago Bears?
I tell you what,
Williams.
I mean the Chicago Bears.
You just have envy in your eyes when you look at the Chicago Bears.
I absolutely do. But if we're honest, about what they've done. Drew Dahlman, Joe Tooney, Jonah Jackson. I mean, they have solidified the interior offensive line. They had a major problem, and they went in a big.
Caleb ain't got no excuses.
And no excuses whatsoever. They signed a couple of receivers after they obviously a couple of old heads bounced. Ben Johnson. I think the Ben Johnson get was big. Offensive-minded head coach, great play caller.
Right? Like he might have been the top name.
Yeah.
Potentially young offensive coach out there. So
and I really like I like the comments coming out from the GM and from the head coach about creating an identity and what their direction is. It seems very, very streamlined, and the stock is through the roof for me in Chicago. Now, can they afford it all? We'll see, but the stock is through the roof.
Dennis Allen as the DC. I don't love him as a head coach, but he's a good defensive coordinator, so a lot rolling there. All right, coming up, we will update you with the Astros, who are looking to avoid getting swept. They got their ace on the mound. We will well, it's not great right now, I'll be honest with you, but we will update you on what's happening with the Astros. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
If you
on 773 Network.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
When we talked to Joe Espada in the second inning, I know that one of the areas the Astros would love to see improve is the offense. This ball swung on and smoked to left center field. Yordan is looking up, and that ball is off the top of the wall. Going into second base is Luis Matos.
Ooh, wow, right on it. Replaying it here on El Grande.
Field is overturned, home run.
Wow, just enough.
Yeah, it was over. That made it 3-0, and as we return, it is now 5-0 as a bases clearing double as Giants lead, and Framber Valdez, who, as good as he was, and he gets out of this by striking out the final two, he is pissed. As good as he was in game one, where he goes 7 innings, no runs, he has struggled. The Giants have touched him up for 5 runs in 2 innings thus far, and I think it's clear what needs to happen. It's time for him to cut that hair. It's time for him to cut that hair, and as
you mean just take the weave out?
Yep. Yep, cut it on out. Cut that on out.
Get those pounds of hair off your head,
Cut it on out. As Tyler has clearly said a couple of years ago, he thinks it obviously messes with his balance.
It was possible.
Not saying it's not.
Important for pitchers.
I honestly want to know, like, what it is about having fake dreads that he likes so much. Like, I'm not trying to judge. I think I kind of am. But I'm not trying to judge. But I just wonder what it is about having
fix your wig, man.
Having the fake dreads that does it for him. Like,
well, I mean, you'd have to ask. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny here, but I think a female that wears some kind of extensions in her hair would probably be able to answer that question better than us.
But that's why I want to ask him about it, because I think it's I feel like, I mean, that, like, getting fake dreads feels different than like a toupee or getting like plugs.
And paid a load of money to get some extensions in his hair, and he come in here tomorrow with his hair down to his shoulders.
Say I won't.
As a real life, this is the look I was trying to go with.
To rock. He's going to
I would again.
It's the flow, man.
Text line coming through. No, I am judging the fake dreads. They look stupid. I would then at some point with Tyler. Just curious, man. What is it about? Like, what is it about this look? Like, maybe he says, I like long flowing hair. I don't know what. Maybe he just likes the look. I'm just curious. That's not one. As I said, it feels different than when Marv Albert had that toupee.
Joe Espada's over in the dugout doing an interview down 5-0 in the second inning.
Well, I mean, that's a part of the partnership.
Yeah, I believe I'd sit that one out. I got a little ass to chew down here, boys.
No, he don't chew ass. You know he don't. Like, we're gonna get back into this. What he's saying. It's just a second, boys. Just the bottom of the second, boys.
That is the one thing you can say. It is early. I'm glad
trying to do the best I can.
I'm glad Tyler didn't get my bet in, and it is early. I mean, you do have plenty. You got plenty of outs left to try to make a little comeback, mount a little comeback.
It's got to look different than what this offense has looked the rest of the.
Got to score more runs in this game right here to win than you have all year long.
I'd really appreciate them to score.
What do you
particularly over 3.5?
Oh boy,
you bet that.
Yeah, man.
He's ready. Yeah, because you think
they're due. That's all my brain keeps saying. They're due. They're due. They can't all suck besides Altuve the first 20 games of the year.
Text line coming in. Which is worse, fake dreads or Ryan Day's beard? Ryan Day.
He's got that filler. He uses filler. Apparently.
Oh, does he?
Apparently, I've just known it.
Even
always,
that feels
it looks
different,
mangy. I don't know. I think the word is he uses fillers.
Filler. Yeah, that's weird too. It's just a little. Just odd, man. What do you want, man? You want to add a little something here like Dion? Nah, man. I got hair that grows. I got good hair. Is what Framber has good hair. He just wants to add extensions to it.
Yeah, it's just a tad bit strange to me.
It's unusual. You don't see that one a lot.
Really digs the look on himself.
But he's not digging what's happening today right now. As again, we said it is 5-0. 5-0. The Astros have some work to do. I don't know what Yordan did in his first at bat. I'm going to assume nothing. I saw Christian Walker leading off the inning, so I'd imagine he made the final out there in that first inning. But yeah, they're struggling, man, and
he struck out.
All right, that's 7. That's 7 strikeouts in the first
Yordan
season, and that means this pitcher has struck out 2 in a row. So hopefully they get back in it. All right, did y'all fellas see this? The fan in Atlanta at the Hawks game. Please,
I'm hearing.
I did not see it. No.
So basically, their version of Cecil, a young lady was out. You know how Cecil has the games that he has.
Yeah, hamburger game.
Yeah, they didn't have a hamburger game.
He's the in-game MC, I think. Is
yep,
that what it is?
In-game MC
on field.
They had their in-game game during one of the timeouts, and they had 2 fans out there, and they were going to do much like Cecil does, competing against each other, fan-on-fan action. Going to have 2 gentlemen up there. They were going to do a layup competition. Dribble in and see who can make the most layups in a certain amount of time.
How would you feel like your ability in that right now?
The pressure in front of 18,000.
I won that at Lee College basketball camp every summer.
Just like how foreign running up and doing a layup would be right now. I
don't think it's that foreign. I'd be all right. I mean,
it's like riding a bike. Unless you're Ron doesn't know how, but it's like riding a bike
or like shooting layups again. That's what it is. Well, the 2 gentlemen took off, and there was one gentleman in a red hat, and he took off. And he went up for his first layup, and he tore his ACL.
On the way up, or when he landed?
I think it was on
there,
the way,
bro.
He was on the way up, but he is down, man. And medical attention has come through TV. He went down in a heap, tore it up, tore his ACL. And they're not old, man. These guys. Maybe I would say late 20s. They might trick you with outfits, but it was really in their 30s, maybe. My man went up, tore that ACL. You know what my man did on the other end? He went ahead and made that layup to make sure he won. All he had to do was make one. But he
made one and stopped.
Yeah, he made one and stopped, and won whatever it is that he won. But my man went down. He is down. I mean, they got medical attention. He is hurt. Are you watching it? You pulled it up. That he would never, ever live that down. Are you watching it? Went down, baby.
I don't want to see
Grabbing
it.
that knee. He would never, Tyler, I swear to God, if that's how you tore your knee up, and I was on national TV, you would, oh my God.
There's not many people that have torn an ACL more embarrassingly than I have, but that's one of them.
If that was my homeboy, soon as he came over, anytime he came over to my house, that would be recorded, and I'd have it on play.
God, dog, man. I hope his foot slipped because that thing buckled so hard. I hope it was a slip. I didn't get a really good angle.
Melissa texted in, who is delusional and believes she's our only female listener. She texted in. She said,
Kirby later.
He slipped on something wet on the court show. He might get paid. You better sue the hell out of him.
I'm not worried about the money. I mean, if that's the case, get him the money. He should have dropped the damn floor.
You're talking about athleticism.
No. I mean, the way it's a buckle, that thing broke. I mean, that's Tank Dell type stuff. I mean, that ain't. Hopefully he did slip. I mean, the bottom. I mean, he just fell like it. No, if that's a buckle, it's more than just an ACL.
You look at it. You think it's more than an ACL?
The video I saw, it wasn't.
They said he's torn it. I haven't heard any more else.
No, the video I saw, it wasn't like you wasn't real clear what happened. He just disappeared off the damn screen. Like he collapsed so hard. I mean, that's Tank Dell type of. Yes, if that wasn't a slip and that was an actual.
Imagine how upset CJ would have been.
Would you stop it?
My man went down. That he was grabbing his. I watched it. I thought he was kidding. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a joke. Too. Like I was, but he went, and they was both of them was clean.
Was clean, wasn't
they? Was ready to go. I'm trying to figure out what kind of shoes he had on.
Them damn J's match that red hat, black on black, top and bottom. Shoot, that boy was clean as hell.
To think about that though, if Melissa
down there, he just gripping his knee.
Oh, I assume Melissa's telling the truth. She's trustworthy in that. But that fear, if I was going down there and there was a wet spot that got me down there, oh. I know you ain't done a lot of snow walking. You ever been walking on some ice?
Ooh,
and
yeah.
that give out on you? And that give out on you. You got to stop yourself? Boy, there you go. Astros got back on it. Down 5-1. There it is. Zach DeZenzo with that stash he's rolling with. Zach a 2-out RBI single scoring Jeremy Payne, just so maybe they get back on the board here. Just chip away, but nobody tear their ACLs. Well, that was some nasty stuff right there. And he ought to sue the hell out of the Atlanta Hawks for State Farm Arena. I don't know who that goes to, probably all of them. He ought to sue the hell out of them.
I mean, if he's legitimately hurt, yeah, absolutely.
I bet you Cecil and them better maybe take a look at what they're doing over there in that hamburger competition. I wonder if somebody else can.
I'd be willing to bet you that all them cats are signing
waivers.
No question. No question. I mean, the teams would be stupid to do it if they didn't sign waivers.
Hawks might be stupid. What you got coming up?
There's some rule changes in the NFL that we've been talked about over the last couple of days. We hadn't necessarily hit them much on this show, but there's two big rule changes that you're going to see as a fan. You're going to see in every football game that you watch. Ron, which one do you think impacts the game the most? Which one do you agree or disagree with? We'll talk about our viewing pleasure of the NFL moving forward next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before that, though, I got to tell you about Traverse City, y'all. You may say, what the hell are you talking about?
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. We got a nice little party going on. I'll tell you what, we're going to have a nice little party up in Traverse City, Michigan, Ryan. We're going to have a nice little party. Nice little golf party up there. We may see if Tyler plays his cards right if we can get him in on that trip, man. That's going to be nice. I'm telling y'all, Traverse City, Michigan, all my golfers out there, guy groups, gal groups, couples, the resorts, the spas are off the charts. It's not just about golf. The golf is excellent, but it's not just about golf. Turn that mic on over.
Great cherries,
yeah,
too.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The wineries, 50 wineries.
Yeah.
Ooh, some cool weather. Thank you. Count me in. Count me in.
Sounds like a Dusty Baker getaway.
Yeah, sounds like one.
What's he doing?
I do want to remind everybody out there, don't know what Dusty's doing. Probably having a good time. Being thankful that his lineup isn't sub 200 Altuve. I do want to remind everybody out there, the Boot, baby, over in the Heights. We will be there Friday, 2 to 6 p.m. I just got me another text, boys. Got a buddy of mine that's flying in. He said, I land at 1:45 up there at Intercontinental. I'll ease on down immediately. The Boot this Friday, 2 to 6 p.m. We got a little live show brewing here. Sports Radio 610's Crawfish Circuit, brought to you by the fine folks up at Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as the fine folks over at Bud Light. Them folks at Bud Light, they show enough like them Football Fridays we were rocking and rolling with. So they're going to get in on these Friday Crawfish Circuit stops that we're making as well. Cold drinks, good conversation, and then mud bugs, baby. The mud bugs will be boiling. Come on through and hang out with us. Make plans to hang out. If you hadn't been to the Boot, it's a really cool spot. Small bar, like a little water and hole type situation. Big outdoor area. Let's soak up this April May weather, where we can actually sit out there and drink some cold beer and eat some crawfish without losing 5 or 10 pounds of water weight, which I, by the way, greatly appreciate about the state of Texas. The heat does not bother me, not one bit. But I will take advantage of a little April May weather, eating some bugs and drinking some cold beer. Come on out and see us, the Boot up in the Heights. Guys, there's been some rule changes. You know, this time of year, the owners' meetings and what do they have? What do they have down the road here? Do they have general manager
in May?
Yeah, there's another set of meetings in May that everybody goes down for, and I guess they've tabled a couple of discussions. They've tabled the old Tush push discussion for later, but there have been a few rules that have changed. One of them I was completely aware of. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what rock I've been under, but I learned from Mark Vandermeer on Texans All Access, right? The first one, here's the thing. I think both of these rules, in terms of all of us as fans and our entertainment value of just watching football, obviously it doesn't take much from a rules standpoint for us to be invested in a Texans game. You're going to do that no matter what. But just overall, watching NFL football this year is going to look a little bit different. And that look is going to, I think, be of entertainment value to all of us fans out there, right? Number one, on a kickoff touchback, the ball now comes out to the 35-yard line after a touchback. One first down, and you're damn near across midfield.
They're really trying to force these returns.
I mean, this passed. And here, the goal here, which I applaud the NFL for doing, it's not always just about like extreme over-the-top safety in a brutal, barbaric sport. But what the NFL is doing here is attempting to place a rule that's going to give us more action, that's going to give us more entertainment. Here's what this rule to do to the return rate in the NFL. In 2024, about 33% of kickoffs were returned. You could take the touchback, get the ball. Was it 30, I believe?
Yeah, 30.
The NFL projects that 60 to 70% of kickoffs will be returned in 2025. Now, that has less to do – now, you kick the ball in the end zone. Obviously, the offense has more incentive to just stay their ass in the end zone. But the thought is that instead of kickers just driving it through the back of the end zone, they're going to try to kick it in that 20-yard window from the 20 to the 25 to 5, or is it 20 to goal line? Anyway, nonetheless, you drop it in there. They can't fair catch it and get it at the 30 anymore. They got to return it. Right?
Yeah. Trying to create more action. That play has mostly generated nothing.
Yeah.
Just kicking it out of the end zone and just going.
Well, it was an adjustment they made last year, and again, I applaud the NFL for making the adjustment. It didn't garner the results that they thought. I think from a safety perspective, it did, but it didn't garner the results that they thought from a return perspective. And so now they're doing more to entertain us. Ultimately, I love this. I was big on the potential of the kickoff return being an entertaining part of the game. It wasn't. So I'm a big fan of the NFL doing what they can to try to bring it back into the game. That's number one. It's really simple, right? The easiest way to say this, to explain this change on radio is in overtime, both teams get a possession regardless of what the first drive, the first possession looks like. Used to, if you got the ball first in overtime, if you scored a touchdown, the game was over. If you kicked a field goal, the opponent gets a possession to either score to win it or kick a field goal to tie it, right? Now, both teams get a possession no matter what. You can't score a touchdown and go home. You score a touchdown, the other team gets a possession in an attempt to tie the ball game. I like this, Ryan. I like both of these moves in the game of football moving forward. Overall, I think this entertains us more. The question is, which one do you think changes the game more? Which one is the better move from an entertainment value perspective?
Well, I think probably both is the kickoff return. I think it's more likely to happen. Right?
Yeah.
We see that happen more than we see overtimes. So I think that is the one, maybe because we've learned and seen when there are kickoffs, and if you're able to get away from that initial wedge that's all tied up, we've seen Dameon Pierce get loose. So if we are going to see more kickoff returns, then I think that could be an exciting play, because I think we may see more big plays, big returns.
Yeah.
I do wonder if coaches are looking over there and you're thinking, your defense, you're looking at them like, 5 yards, 35. Is that enough for me to deter me to not just kick it through the end zone every time? I think at the end of the game,
touchback used to be 20, wasn't it?
It used to be 20. I think at the end of
15 yards.
At the end of a game, though, if you're just up by like 2 points or something, like it's late in the fourth, you got to give them the ball back. You're up by 2.
No reason to risk it.
Well, at that point, no. I mean, you might want to keep them deep because a field goal beats you. Like you might have to try to keep it to keep them inside of.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, man. I think. I would go with the overtime rules because for me personally, just simply because never having a possession in overtime, if it's my team that doesn't get the possession, I feel like it's one-sided. You know what I mean? And it's a coin toss ultimately. Where the kickoff rule is going to be, everybody's going to have to deal with it. Everybody's going to have a choice. Everybody's going to have an option of what they want to do. Do you want to return it? Do you want to kick it deep? Do you want to kick it short? Like that's up to you. The overtime thing, to me, giving everybody a chance, no matter what that first possession, whatever the outcome of that first possession is, I think is the biggest one.
I'm kind of surprised they don't extend the time in overtime. It used to be 15 minutes. It's 10 now.
It
used to be 15 minutes. But if we're trying to get everybody to have possession,
just give them a whole quarter.
Yeah, if we're in a deal of everybody has to have a possession, and it just ends in a tie if you don't, right? It's interesting.
We'll see about it. That's Ryan Hughley. I'm Clinton Glad. Where you listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Boys, I made a little stop at a gas station this morning. And
found the best barbecue you've ever had.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely
best
not.
of your life.
I didn't even get one of them chicken cheese taquitos that we were talking about.
You were grabbing a Mad Dog, weren't you?
Well, it's funny. It's funny you bring up the Mad Dog, Tyler.
Oh, I was being so sarcastic. I'm intrigued as hell. Let's go.
My experience in this Angleton area gas station
out in Angleton
was tremendous.
Never heard of it.
The amount of 1990s.
What'd they do for you, man?
Well, I'm going to tell you. The amount of, 1990s beauty under one roof was tremendous. I walk in, I got to hit the head. I've got to go to the restroom.
You're saying some ladies that look like they were maybe born in the 90s, just so I understand in my fog brain.
Ladies.
Talk about the products in there.
I'm going to tell you what it has to do with it. I'm going to lay it out. I'm going to lay it out nice and clear for you here.
I was being serious.
Hey, go to Ron first. I walk in. I said, ma'am. I look around, there's employees-only doors everywhere. I said, man, you got a bathroom? She said, yeah, back here, around the corner. So it's kind of a dark, dimly lit place anyway. Old gas station. I go in there. It's a one-holder, right? Yep. I go in there, close the door. I go to taking me a leak, go to put my hand up on the wall. I'm one of them. I put my hand up on the wall above the toilet or the urinal.
No matter where you are.
Huh? No, I didn't.
Take load off.
Hey,
nasty ass wall.
I look up there. Well, you're gonna really like this. I look up there. Guess what's on the wall? Guess what's on the wall right there where my hands fixing.
It's got to be a booger of gum.
No, one of them old school condom machines, 50 cents, 75 cents.
Still got those.
I remember them.
Rugged and ready. If I'd had me some change, I'd be rugged and ready when I walked in the door.
Raincoats on the ready.
Change. The old condom machine above the crapper in the one-hole men's restroom, tremendous.
The old rubber on the ready.
So then I turned to wash my hands, Ron, and there is a slightly used bar of Ivory soap right there.
Oh, it's a bar.
The old school bar in the soap holder that's mounted to the wall. I said, I ain't afraid of it. So I wash some more hands. Then I turned to the door to exit, and I should have noticed this on the way in, but on the way out, it's one of them old locks where you gotta rotate it up and then slide it into the hole on the frame. And I'm gonna tell you, 101 Park Street, Baytown, Texas. That's the lock we had on that door right there. And that lock alone took me back to my dad's collection of Playboys since 1973. He'd keep the new one in the third drawer in the crapper in there. I wonder why all my buddies come over and lock themselves in the bathroom immediately. Well, that drawer got wore out.
Vintage.
All joking aside, there was 3 drawers underneath that vanity right there. That third drawer where them Playboys were. I mean, it looked like a dog had pulled that thing in and out many times. Huh? The other ones ain't never been used, man.
Like being in a time machine.
Yeah. That lock took me back, and then I walk out, and literally immediately, the tall coolers right to my left. On the top shelf, they got 2 bottles of Mad Dog, big bottles, laid over on their side. They ain't sitting up straight, Tyler. They laid over on their side, right?
Interesting.
Well, down.
And so I get
fit.
Well, that's exactly. I'm thinking. Well, damn, they got the Mad Dog laid on the side. What's going on? I look down about the 3rd, 4th row in there. They got a full rack of the Mad Dogs. And then I retrace my eyes right.
Big sellers.
Then I come right back up to the top, Ron. Not the top, but the middle, right about eye level. And I'll be damned if that Boone's Farm Strawberry Hill wasn't staring me dead in the damn face.
My mix right there.
I said, golly. I mean, I ain't kidding you. You could have took me back to Park Street right there. I mean, 1990s. Hey, man, I know y'all wasn't alive in them 90s, was you?
Yeah, I was alive in the 90s.
Were you?
Yes.
I mean, like really alive, not breathing, but like alive.
I was in high school in '98.
So you may have got you a little taste of it. You may have missed the condom machine, but you got a little taste of the rest.
Seen the condom machine, the cigarette machine,
I ain't seen a working cigarette machine in a long time. That would have really made it happen.
Text line coming through, Clint. I just bought an old school condom machine off eBay to go in my outdoor head by the pool.
Man, he's living right. That's a hell of a party right there.
Treat yourself.
Hey, my man's got some good parties going on right there.
Hey, man, what's wrong with you, man? You was scouring eBay.
By the pool out
This is right here.
Hey,
do you keep them? You keep them loaded?
What are the names of the condoms that are in it? That one today was Rugged and Ready.
It's got to be Lifestyle. So
that's got to be the sensation.
Well, no, I'm not talking about the brand, T. I'm talking about, if you remember correctly, but your young ass probably don't remember. One of them is called the Love Pack.
Yeah, I never heard of that one.
The Mini Stimulator, Male Enhancement Gel, Black Studded Condom, and a lot of love game. It's a pack you can get. It's not just a Jimmy. That's a pack.
Studs on it does not sound nice.
The other one, Rugged and Ready, super studded. Studded.
That sounds not like a pleasant sexual time for some folks.
Well, I mean, Tyler, all you got to do is wear it.
I used to use the Fire and Ice.
I mean, Fire and Ice.
Yeah.
Why don't you just use Flexol, man?
And I just looked up. I had never seen that before.
You ever go
Fire and Ice?
You ever go glow in the dark, pretend to be a Jedi?
I'm telling you, sometimes you had the sometimes there was
I was
three
a nice
options.
guy. I go to Her Pleasure. Yeah.
Oh, that's tremendous. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with that old texture. If I was over at your crib at a party and I walked in the pisser by the pool in the back, and
I would judge.
Hell, he bought it hoping to be judged. You don't put that up there and think, oh, nobody's gonna comment on this. Like, what would the judge be? What would the judgment be?
Is there a wife involved here? Is there a wife?
Lady voice.
This ain't a man cave, man. This is outside by the pool.
Is there a pineapple on the front porch?
Red mulch and that.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like
pineapples
my house.
all day. Yeah, just throwing pineapple rings
like
around it. My goodness.
Talk about a party.
Ooh, boy.
Rugged and Ready, baby. Get you. I didn't have 75 cents, or you'd get introduced to the 90s tonight, baby.
One lady used to call me that.
What, Rugged and Ready?
Yep.
Who did?
Coming up
the
next.
lady at the dirt track?
Lisa.
No one named Lisa called. Okay. She just came out with her own wine.
Oh, did she?
Coming up, we'll get you updated on the Astros that got on the board. We'll let you know about that. And Yordan finally got off the schneid. We'll get you caught up what's going on in at Dyken Park. That's next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, do you own acreage? Do you own your own lot, and do you want to
guaranteed for life. The Cougs are in the Final Four, and you can hear their duel with Duke wherever you're at. Just tune in to Sports Radio 610 in your car or on the Odyssey app for Saturday's game. We've got you covered. The action tips off at 7:49, courtesy of Westwood One, on your home for the NCAA tournament. Go Cougs!
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
With both of our girls, just to get them ready for school every single day. I'm just a very lucky man. Get down,
get
ball.
heavy.
Get down, ball.
Yes.
There you go.
There's the first run of the game.
Yeah.
Zach DeCenzo drives in a run with a little field. Bring Jeremy Pena. So, Joe, there you go. A couple of walks and a base hit.
There you
You're
go.
on the board.
All right, that was the captain, Joe Espada. While he was over there doing a little interview, in-game interview, he worked some magic. He's the captain. Right there. 5-1. That remains the score at this moment. Framber, who struggled mightily in the first two innings, has somehow gained some control. He is still in it right now. And I know he struck out at least two guys in that last inning he was in. He is in the fifth right now. Astros continue to trail 5-1 as Framber is at least kind of right at the ship a little bit in this game. Too bad he gave up 5 early, but hopefully the bats can come to bail him out.
He got touched up early on. There ain't no doubt about that. They were rocking his ass early.
It's not
on.
ideal.
He's a lot like the first outing. I mean, he was a little wobbly, a little rough early, and then he just got better and better. And by the time he got to 90 pitches, he was humming now.
Yeah, and the Mets couldn't touch him up for runs,
right?
The way that they were able to here with the Giants, but still only the fifth inning, so still some time. 5-1, on an RBI from Zach DeCenzo driving in Jeremy Pena. One thing also to note in this game is Yordan Alvarez got a 2-out single. As he pulled it, looked pretty good, a little low there, as he was able to get it through the hole there. But he got a hit, looked better because he has been struggling. That's just his second hit on the season. He struck out in his first at bat, so he is still struggling. But hopefully, this is signs of him coming out of it. But damn, some of y'all are just jumping off the deep end. I'm looking up and down the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, and we got Astros suck. They're not going to win another damn game this entire year.
That's aggressive.
Very aggressive. Astros are ass. We suck.
No! We suck again!
Speaking of that, we suck. Trade Altuve and Alvarez today. Get it over with. Rip the Band-Aid off. Retool this year.
It sucks to suck.
Should have traded Framber in the offseason for a Kyle Tucker type trade package, while Framber is at the peak of his trade value.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Good God, guys.
Relax, everybody.
I mean, my goodness.
What is going on?
Everybody chill out.
Lord.
I mean, I'm not saying that you may not end up being right, but too early to tell, man.
I mean, just a bit.
Are we 2-3 right now? 2-3 with a nice steep climb to try to get to 3-3.
Yeah, but I mean, it's early. People told us it's early. Good God.
Long season, man.
I mean, we're never going to win again. That was a little aggressive. A little aggressive there. So calm it down. But no, I don't think anybody's reached there. Where is the level that you will get? Because Yordan is extremely important, obviously, to this offense. And the offense has struggled, and I don't think it is any coincidence that while the offense has struggled, it is also at the same time going parallel with Yordan Alvarez struggling in a major way. Damn, ain't that crazy? That one hit got him to 111 from .063. Ain't nothing like
just got a handful of at-bats, man. One swing can change it now.
But him still hit 111. This is extended, right? He hit 147, 5 of 34 during the spring, and has struggled a bit. Obviously, we're not to that point. It's going to be more than 5 games, 6 games before you look at it and become concerned. But this is extended, and his bat is so vital to this team. I don't know that they can afford for him to get off to one of these Alex Bregman starts because they don't have another him in the lineup right now to cover it up. Right.
Well, everybody's going to be super patient simply because of what we watched the Astros do last year. I just don't have it in my blood, but everybody's going to be super patient after they dug themselves out of a hole last year. It's I think, to your point, I mean, with no Bregman, no Tucker, you're just much more dependent on Yordan. Yordan Alvarez. You're just significantly more dependent on him, and so his struggles, his down times are going to hurt a lot worse. And I have zero concerns about Yordan Alvarez. I think when it's all said and done, a larger sample size, Yordan Alvarez will be one of the best hitters in baseball. But right now, it's a rough watch. There's no doubt.
Someone went racial here texting in. I don't really understand why you guys are picking on Yordan. Everyone on the team is hitting terrible, including all the white guys.
He's got bigger expectations, man.
It's a critical part. It's the most critical part of the offense. And it's not picking on. It is, hey, yo.
I'm imagining Yordan cried at a corner. The drive was messing with him.
Hey, man, my man is waltzed in here, man. From the spring, he hit 147. And his base hit today after his strikeout took him to 111.
What frame of mind do you have to be in to be listening to a Yordan Alvarez Astros conversation and get to a point where it's like, hey, the white guys in the lineup are struggling too?
Who is the
DeZenzo?
I was going to say, who's the
Christian
most
Walker.
prominent? Christian Walker is the prominent white guy.
I don't give a mother duck.
And we talked about him. He is getting good swings in. I don't even know why I even justifies that with he's getting good swings in.
That's what the whites used to do.
Yeah, Yordan's a big deal. But the offense is struggling. They scored coming into the day, and they've only put up 1. They scored 8 runs or 9 runs.
You need to put 3 of those white guys together to equal 1 Yordan.
Yeah, they scored 9 runs, and he's batting now $111 coming into it. .63. It's kind of a big deal. The manager, the captain, Joe Espada, said he's off, and he does. I think that was a point, and you made it earlier, is you go through slumps, it's just the way he's been looking at the plate at times. It's the way he has been looking when
maybe we're dialed in on it right now because there's so much weight on his shoulders to carry this lineup, and it hurts more to watch. But I just don't recall Yordan Alvarez swinging at bad pitches the way that I have. And look, it's a small sample size, so it's only happened 4 or 5 times this year. I just don't remember that being something that stuck out, and it seems like that's sticking out now. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't, until you mentioned it yesterday, I wasn't even wrapping my head around what his average was, or he's got this many hits or that. I wasn't even there yet. But I every time I watch the Astros, if I see Yordan batting, he's swinging at a bad pitch.
Yeah,
and that just the one not one,
especially that often.
But one of his superpowers, Ron, was making pitchers pitch around the plate, coupled with hit those fringe pitches out of the park. Right, that's his superpower, is anywhere on the plate, if you're flirting with a strike at any point in time, he can hit it out of the park. And the problem is now all of a sudden he's chasing pitches that, I mean, are never over the plate, and they're going further away from the plate. So it's just that I don't remember that being a Yordan trait in the past. Maybe it was, and I just didn't take note.
Nah.
But
Nah,
I just don't recall it.
Chaz just worked the walk, folks.
Did he?
Attaboy, white boy.
Did he get a hit earlier, too?
Had a kid.
I don't know if I go that far. I can't remember.
Was that yesterday when he pushed that one
last
right
night,
field, or was that today?
Last night he did.
Damn. I'm trying, Chaz. I'm trying.
You'd have brought a different game hit in for Chaz.
He's trying to play that funky music.
Good God,
there you go. Man. That's the way to work to count.
Rip it, baby.
Hey, man, his helmet almost fell off his head on that swing, man. At 75 pitches, almost on his way out, baby. My man said, "No, baby, I'm going for it all. Go ahead and do that thing." No, man. Again, I think he will be fine. It is just to the point that Clint made there. His struggles are magnified just because there is so much weight that he carries for this offense. And when he struggles, like he comes up as coming into today, where he is 5. He's got 5 of his 7 strikeouts with runners in scoring position. That's problematic. That's problematic. I don't know what just happened right here on the field.
Altuve, full swing, popped it up somehow between the pitcher and third base, and everybody watched it except for the third baseman, and he must have been playing damn near in left field because he had to try to dive to catch it.
Because pitchers aren't allowed to go and catch the ball. That's
right.
That's what happened. All right. The owners of the Texans had some interesting assessments of where they see this team, where it is now and where it's moving forward. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys,
22-22. We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, yeah, obviously we're not going to hear from the owners of the Texans. That's on me.
Not yet.
Disrespectful here.
You will
Brandon
have to settle for less.
It is 4:40, and it is a great time. By the way, a little update. Yordan Alvarez starting to get hot. 2 hard hit balls that resulted in the hits. This time the bases loaded with nobody out. Chaz McCormick does something good again. He scores after forcing a walk. Here comes Altuve, who has no business being on base right now. He scores as well. And 3 with runners on first and third. And Christian Walker coming up and popping the ball up.
It's all right. No outs. It's all right. It's okay. No outs.
There it is.
It's the first out. So
First out. But 5-3, 1 out Paredes and Yordan Alvarez at the corners. But it is Rockets Report, and we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. A big night last night with a day off for the Rockets, as one of the best games of the NBA season occurred last night. This damn Jokic, 61, 10 and 10 last night. If it wasn't for Russ, maybe this thing may be a little different. But
yeah, that's only the third 60-point triple-double in history, man.
Yeah. Yep.
You don't.
James Harden, one of the others.
The first one. He had the first one, then Luka, and now Jokic. Yeah,
Luka pulled it off with 21 rebounds somehow. But
special.
Yeah. But anyway, they lose though, which now has the Rockets lead at 2 games in that two seed over the Denver Nuggets, and the Lakers a half game behind them. So a big night for them as they try to shore up that 2 seed. But I think there's a lot of places to go here with the Rockets, because we talked about it last week. Hey, what are they going to do against good teams? What are they going to do against good teams? They played the Lakers on Monday, and they struggled and lost that game. Play the game their way. But I think the big story out of that game was why Jalen Green was sitting on the bench for the fight for he got tapped to come in with 11 seconds. On a play that went to Dylan Brooks. What's your thoughts on that decision and that situation? And is that something that we could see happening in the postseason?
Well, it's something that we've seen happen before when he's not shooting well, and he wasn't shooting well in that game. And so, my thought on it is that I hope we can get to a place, and when I say we, I'm talking about Ime Udoka. I'm hoping Ime Udoka can get to a place where he's past benching Jalen Green when he's having a bad shoot night. Like, you just absolutely have to have him out there. You've graduated from a point of trying to develop him, trying to get him to make better decisions with the basketball, take better shots, to where you are just going to have to live with the results of him being out there on the court. And honestly, I didn't think he was playing terribly in the first half. He had something like 5 assists to start the game. He just wasn't shooting the ball well. He couldn't buy a bucket, and we understand with Jalen Green, you're going to have certain nights like this. So, like for me, I want them to get past a point where they feel like they need to bench him when he's not shooting the ball well, because he's that important to have on the floor.
I thought we were there.
We should be.
I don't know how we're not.
We should be there.
I thought we were there, B. Scott. That was a frustrating moment for me as a fan to watch that. And even if he fails miserably, right? It's a moment that you can't recreate. It was a playoff-like atmosphere. It was big stage, bright lights on the road.
Opportunity to clinch.
Opportunity to see. Yeah. Opportunity to learn. Opportunity to say, hey, man, I got faith in you. I don't give a damn what is going on. And I'll tell you this. I'll take a cold-ass game from Jalen Green 10 out of 10 times before I watched what I watched with Dylan Brooks getting more shots than Dylan Brooks. Like, we talked about this before, B. Scott. You and I have talked about this before, just in general of what is the plan with this team? It's way too often that Dylan Brooks has more shots than your top players. It's way too often that guys that have no business having more shots than Şengün. have more shots than Şengün. And I think the Lakers game that we're talking about is it's why it bothers me so much, is because you know when the defense ratchets up and you know when it means more, those guys flat ass don't have the ability to get it done.
Yeah, and it wasn't even just like for me in the Lakers game, it was more of a Fred VanVleet thing. Like if we're gonna have this conversation about Jalen Green, and
he was 2 for 14.
That's what I'm saying.
Stay on?
Which guard am I gonna bench because he's having a poor shooting night? And I understand. I have been the king of, hey, Fred VanVleet is real important to this team.
Sure.
Alperen Şengün talks about how he's the brain of the team. I understand how they feel like they can't play without him. But if I'm going to bench a guy because he's shooting poorly, and especially considering the leaps that Jalen Green has taken as a playmaker, I'd much rather have the ball in that guy's hands and have him taking shots toward the end of the game when I've cut the lead down to 2 or 3 with inside a minute to go, and it's crunch time. I got an opportunity to clinch. I'm playing up against a team that's right on my heels in the playoff standings. Like it's been like a playoff feel. A playoff for the Rockets for like the last couple of weeks now. Ever since we've known that this is what it was going to look like from basically 2 to 8, 2 to 7 within the Western Conference. So to me, we should be. I agree with you, Ron. We should be way past the point of we're benching Jalen Green because he's having a poor shooting night, especially in an important game.
All right, overall with that, again, we talked about it. They are in their last 11 games against teams with winning records. They've only won 2. They're 2-9. But it looks like, barring some sort of crazy, run the rest of the way, they're probably going to be the 2 seed, 3 seed at worst, maybe, unless, because I know they're going to be playing some good teams moving up, but I would imagine they're going to be the 2 seed. How are you feeling about the Rockets right now? They've gotten this run. They've won 12 of 14. How are you feeling overall about this team?
Well, I think that Lakers game is a great example of why you should feel perhaps good and not so good about the team. Like, the good side is they played to their identity in the sense that they were able to make things difficult on LeBron James and Luka. Those guys did not have a good night. And if you tell me Gabe Vincent and Dorian Finney-Smith are going to go for 6 threes apiece, and that's going to essentially be what beats you, I'll take that, and I'll tip my cap off to the other team and live with that, playing that identity. The issue was, and the bad is, they showed that, hey, we can't hit shots worth a damn. Our best shooters, our best scorers are not hitting shots, and their 4th, 5th, 6th best scorers are outscoring your guys.
Because you can't depend that if in a series, and Luka are going to all have 20 or less.
Yeah, but the thing is, the issue with the Rockets is that you know that that's in there for them on the offensive side. So, like, essentially, which version of the Rockets is going to show up on a night-to-night basis on the offensive end of the floor? You feel like you can feel pretty good about their defense and that they're going to play the way that they did on Monday night against Luka and against LeBron, and the way they were able to handle things defensively. But are they going to show up on a night-to-night basis on the offensive end of the floor? That's the part that nobody can really predict, and that'll be the part that's most interesting to watch.
B. Scott, what is the significance of the 5 games, the 5-game stretch at the end of the season? I know they're a huge favorite tonight, but those last 5 games against real contenders, what's the significance of those games?
Well, I mean, you can just look at it and do the math. They've got a 1.5 game lead over Denver, and we're talking about 5 games left. And here's what I'll say is about the significance about tonight's game against Utah. It's the last game that they have no excuse to lose, right? Like, there's no excuse of losing this game. It's inexcusable.
17.5-point favorites.
They're 17.5-point favorites. The Jazz have lost something like 6 games in a row. They're not even trying. And even if they were, you should beat them. So, like, this is the last game. Everything else from here, it's the Denvers, the Lakers, and like those types of teams. It's going to be all playoff teams from here. So, like, you're in a dogfight after tonight. I think the significance of winning this game is pretty high, especially considering, hey, it makes you a 50-win team. It gives you makes you just an inch closer to main. So it starts tonight because everything after tonight is a dogfight.
Let me ask you this: what's more important in those final 5 games? I got tonight the final 5 versus those playoff caliber teams, teams that are in the mix. What's more important in those games? That you win and seeding works out in your favor, or that you get some situations, opportunities like you did against the Lakers, and Jalen Green is the guy you go to, or at least you figure out what your answers are.
See, I think more than likely seeding's already going to be in your favor. You're more than likely already going to host a playoff series as long as you don't collapse. To me, it's having a better answer to the question of, hey, what are you doing at the end of games? Yeah. What we were talking about earlier in the segment, right? Hey, is the ball going to be in Dylan Brooks' hands and Fred VanVleet's hands, or are you going to have Jalen Green in the game?
That's a gross watch.
Put the ball in Jalen Green's hands or run some action through Alper Sengun and go with your stars, your young stars, and allow them to have that playoff moment.
Yeah, the things they couldn't get the ball to Sengun against the Lakers' lack of size, which was a big thing.
LeBron did a good job of guarding him, by the way.
He did. But they just couldn't get it to him. And then, I mean, I almost turned the game off when late in that game, Dylan Brooks is shooting a fadeaway.
Yeah. And
it looks like, here, we're going to get you the ball on an ISO. He's shooting a fadeaway on the baseline, a deep fadeaway.
The green,
I'm like, that
the
can't
green
be
light,
in it.
The green light that those guys, and no pun intended, the green light that those two guys got, Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet, and seemingly sometimes lack thereof for the younger guys, and Jalen Green and Alper Sengun, does bother me. What Udoka's done, obviously.
Well, they don't have those guys don't have fear that Udoka's going to do to them what he did to Green.
That's what I'm saying. And that's what the green light is to me.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, that's B. Scott every single Wednesday, despite what I tease. Every single Wednesday at 4:40. He joins us for Rockets Report, and it's about to get going because the Rockets should get their 50th win, which is a big accomplishment for this team. 50th win tonight against the sorry-ass Jazz, and get ready to head in the playoffs. We'll talk to him next week. You'll hear him all over Sports Radio 610 and read his stuff on sportsradio610.com. Coming up a little 5 o'clock fire, we'll get you caught up on what the Astros are doing. They had a huge chance in the 5th inning and couldn't come through. We'll get you caught up on that, tell you about what Framber was. The Rockets, we'll talk about their game tonight, and one of the best players in the NFL says he's confused and baffled by what his team is saying about him. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, y'all, I tell you, get out to the boot on Friday day show. Enjoy this beautiful
direct at TotalWine.com and pay less today.
Drink responsibly, B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
We have a liftoff.
Sports sends The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Hits the ball hard past the first baseman, Schmidt into right field. Here comes Altuve after McCormick. That's a 2 RBI single. It's a 2-run game.
There it is, Yordan. We talked about it. That was the story kind of coming into the day of like, hey, look up here. Yordan, this 1 for 16 is coming off of that spring where he struggled, where he went 5 for 37 or whatever that was. This is a struggle that has started since they have started playing games in spring training that is bleeding into the regular season. That was his second hit. The last 2 times he's been up, he has gotten hits, and that one resulted into a 2-run single as the bases were loaded with nobody out. And that's what we've been talking about, Clint, with Yordan in particular, is he keeps coming up with runners on, and Altuve and Paredes keep getting on base in front of him like they did this time. Chaz led with a walk, and Altuve got on with a mistake made by the Giants. Paredes gets on with the walk, and he keeps getting these opportunities. The best hitter, I believe, in baseball, all-around hitter in baseball, is going to come through.
Yeah, I mean, I have zero concerns about Yordan Alvarez. I have some
extended though, but yeah.
I have some deeper concerns about kind of what we've seen from the lineup and what the messaging was in the end. But as we watch him struggle, I wonder. I have a wonder, I guess, of this whole see more pitches, be more patient, like how guys as a whole up and down the lineup respond to that. But Yordan Alvarez and Jose Altuve are 2 guys that I got zero concerns about at the plate.
Yeah, and I think the point that you're making there is this thing is now 5-3. The Astros trail, and by the way, this is a long game. They're only in the damn 6th right now, and they trail 5-3 right now as they're looking to avoid the sweep. We'll get to Framber in a second, but I think the point that you're making, Clint, is you get in there, all right, bam, here we go. 2 runs, now we're 2 runs down. We got runners on the corners, nobody out. And I swear before God, it was 3 minutes. Christian Walker had popped up, fouled out. You get a
Diaz
strikeout, and then I believe Pena struck out.
Yep,
right?
Bang, bang. First and third, no outs. That's what happened. Yeah, don't move a runner one.
No, yeah, nobody scores. And that, I'm with you. I think there's high amount of confidence in Altuve and Alvarez. But the others leave some questions. Now, I don't think they're going to just all stink the rest of the way or struggle like they have. But I'd imagine for you and most Astros fans, and I think really anyone, there is less confidence in the rest of these guys that, they're obviously going to snap out of it. Christian Walker, maybe you feel a little different about, but that's the big thing. The guys around them, it's not as much. They're going to just pull out.
To me, it's if the conversation is the collective group, everybody not named Altuve is struggling right now. To me, that's why I bring into the fold or into the equation of like, is it the overall messaging where guys are trying to be something that they're not at the plate kind of deal. Again, it could just be, a slow start by 9 guys collectively. I don't know. I hope that is the case and all will be well. But we'll see. It's obviously, as an Astros fan, it's painful to watch this kind of start from the lineup as a whole.
Yeah. Paredes in a big spot right now, first and third, 2 outs, as Altuve again gets another hit. He is rolling. On the mound today, the ace, Framber Valdez, didn't have as much of an ace afternoon, at least early, but at least he held them at 5. He went 5 innings, 4 hits, and 5 earned runs, and they all came in the first 2 innings. He had 4 walks. Ended up, Ended up with 9 strikeouts in this game.
Did he get 9?
Damn, really?
Yeah. He ended up with 9 strikeouts and 88 pitches. Yeah, he after the first 2 innings, he gave up a 3-run bomb.
He got rocked in the first couple innings.
Yeah, he gave
another double off the top
clear
of the
the
wall,
bases,
off the way top of the wall, like 30-foot wall out there where the yellow line is. So, he got rocked early, but he somehow got through 5.
Yeah, he struggled with his control in the zone and out of the zone. He had 4 walks, but then also, as reports, his sinker was left up a lot. So he struggled even with strikes inside the zone. This is very much to me like you spoke, and I know there may be some Astros fans that differ, but very much like you spoke about Altuve and Yordan. Throughout the course of the year, I feel the same way about Framber. They're going to have some bad starts, but I feel very confident in Framber. But very much like Yordan, though, Clint, there is pressure on him to have quality starts because of the questions that come behind him, especially when you get into the 3, 4, and 5 spots. So you were hoping your ace will come out and give you a big performance to avoid a sweep. But
yeah, I mean, these are the moments that you hope the ace comes out and shuts the door, right? Stops the bleed and gives you a chance to weather the storm of the bats being cold kind of deal. And you didn't get that ultimately out of Yordan. I mean, out of Framber today. There's no doubt about it. You didn't get it. Now, can the lineup bail him out? Can the pen bail him out? And you get a dub the hard way. We'll see.
It feels huge.
5 o'clock fire.
I want to get an update on Rafael Devers. I wonder where Rafael Devers is. Has he gotten off the schneid yet? I have not heard about that. I'm sure they played yesterday. I have thoughts about that young man. I in terms of baseball thoughts, not anything else. No other thoughts like that. All right. Do you have an update on him?
No.
I thought you had an.
I do not.
I thought those eyes last minute. I thought you had an update of he struck out 4 more times last night.
Let me answer properly.
No. All right. The Rockets tonight. They're back at it after that tough loss earlier this week against the Lakers. They face one of the worst teams in the NBA, the Utah Jazz. They can clinch a playoff spot, clinch not having to go into the play-in and get closer to clinching the 2 seed with a win against the Jazz and get their 50th win. Guys, they are. I saw it earlier at 17.5. It has dropped. They are 16.5-point favorites tonight. Last time they were favorites like this, that was when Quentin Grimes came in here and went crazy, and they had to pull off a crazy win against the Sixers. But they should absolutely destroy them at home.
Yeah, they should. I think it's after last week again. After the Lakers game, all eyes for me are on Jalen Green once again. I know it's a game again, like you said. They're huge favorites. They should absolutely destroy this team. But Jalen Green, whether is the wrist injured a little bit, he rolled on his wrist in that Lakers game. Is there a wrist issue? Is it just a matter of whatever it is? Let's get him back in his groove and get him rolling down the stretch for these bigger games versus better opponents.
Yeah. To that, he is not on the injury report. Fred VanVleet is the only one on the injury report. He's a game time decision. Yeah. They should handle this team. But again, I want to give them big props, Clint. 50 wins for this team, and potentially closing in on wrapping up the 2 seed. And this ain't the East, Clint, where, hell, the 7 seed is the Magic, and they're 3-4 games under 500. This is a Western Conference that, hell, the 8 seed is the Clippers. And they've won, I think, 11 of 14, and Kawhi's going crazy now that he's playing. That's a good team. We just saw the Timberwolves, what they did last night without key components against the Nuggets. This is a stacked Western Conference, and they're finishing, it looks like, second and winning 50 games coming off of last year. And that's the first year of, this new culture change with Udoka and then finishing even 41-41, and then moving this thing up to winning potentially 50+ games. That's a big time turnaround in 2 years.
Yeah, it's an uptick, man. You're playing with house money at this point in time. What can you do in the playoffs? How big of a jump can you make in year 2? Next year's going to obviously be different. We'll see what happens, but year 2 is still rocking and rolling. You're still improving, and how much, how can you drive this thing?
Let me ask you guys this: is this 2-year run more impressive than what the Texans did the 2 years? Right, because there's so many parallels in the Texans 2 years. The Texans bring in D'Amico. They come in. They made the playoffs the first year, but I think obviously they're
both kind of risen from the dead.
Oh, they absolutely. Both thought the GMs are going to get fired.
I would say the Rockets. I say the Rockets. The Rockets haven't made the Daniil Hunter, the Steph Diggs, the Joe Mixon moves yet.
And they don't have the division.
They don't have
they
don't have the luxury of playing in a bad division, and they're legitimately finishing above everybody not named Oklahoma City, right? I mean, they're
the
finishing
2 seed.
Yeah, they're the 2 seed. They got a chance to finish. I mean, that's equivalent to the Texans finishing above everybody but Kansas City, or above everybody, but. Whatever team in the AFC is rolling at that point in time. I would say the Rockets.
They've both been amazing, but the Rockets. Yeah, you're right. The Rockets to have jumped a team like the Timberwolves that was in the Western Conference Finals, to jump the Nuggets like that, and the Lakers.
And I know it was early in the season, Ron, but the run of 5 wins versus Boston, Oklahoma City, Boston, and Cleveland at that point in time, I don't think the Texans have accomplished that.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's. I mean, now it's apples to oranges. I've beaten, let's say 2 of the absolute best teams in the league back-to-back weeks.
They got that run where they played Buffalo or they played Kansas City and Baltimore. Those two games in a row.
I'm trying to think, who did they beat?
They beat Buffalo. Buffalo was a big win.
Yeah,
each year
they beat
Buffalo
Cincinnati.
And Cincinnati 2 years ago.
Yeah, and right, was it Cincinnati right before that was Tampa, or right after that was Tampa?
Before it was Tampa.
But Tampa wasn't. We didn't know.
So,
yeah. I would say the Rockets.
It's been impressive by both, but the Rockets, the 2 seed in that loaded West is insane.
I'm so high on the Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
Evan Harlan, he was high on him. Troy Hendrickson, the Cincinnati Bengals, I think he's still there. Cincinnati Bengals defensive end, one of the best pass rushers in the game. They are still kind of figuring that situation out, trying to figure out what he's going to do. If he had been given permission to find a trade, but he has still remained with the Bengals, and we are moving into closer to the draft and things like that. But he said he was disappointed by the Bengals' stance. One of their executives for the Bengals in the front office said, I think he should be happy at certain rates that maybe he doesn't think he'd be happy at. I think some of it is on him to be happy at some point. And if he's not, that's what holds up sometimes. So, it takes him to say yes to something and also respect the world for him. That is what.
Yeah, I heard his response on Pat McAfee to this
he said he was confused, disappointed by their.
He said, look, I hear him saying respect, but ultimately their actions don't say that, right? He feels like he knows what he earned by his play on the field. He wants a long-term deal. And he wants to be able to tell his wife where he's going to live. He didn't want to play on some short-term deal. Which I think he's
absolutely earned that.
Absolutely, he's earned the ability to get a long-term, top-of-the-market deal. And if he's not going to get it, then go get it somewhere else.
We talk about this a lot. Like, how do some of these people get these jobs?
I don't know, man. Apparently, part of the problem too with Trey Hendrickson is that they want him to play on a bunch of incentives. And a bunch of those incentives are I think playoff stuff that's out of his control, like out of his individual performance. He ain't down with that.
But I even can understand all of that stuff. But what would possess you to come out here and say stuff like this? part of it is on him to be happy.
I don't know.
What makes you think that is going to help the situation unless you just don't give a damn about the situation? I just don't who.
Read the room, man.
How do we come together with that? We sit down as a front office, and you are going to be the spokesperson, and that's the plan of attack we come up with.
How are you the voice of one of the $32 billion organizations in the National Football League, and this is a this you want?
He's going to be really fired up to come back, even if he has to.
Yeah.
Right. It's
he actually commented on it today on
McAfee.
Yep.
All right, coming up this time for real. If you have not heard, you don't want to miss this. This is where the bosses, the owners of the Texans, this is where they feel their organization is and moving forward. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Imagine selling your home and getting paid before and after.
comfort, and guaranteed for life. The Cougs are in the Final Four, and you can hear their duel with Duke wherever you're at. Just tune in to Sports Radio 610 in your car or on the Odyssey app for Saturday's game. We've got you covered. The action tips off at 7:49, courtesy of Westwood One, on your home for the NCAA tournament. Go Cougs!
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Giants have tacked on another run here in the 8th inning as they hit a home run here to make it 6-3. Who was that? Ramos who hit that out? He's had a big series for the Giants here against the Astros. Astros now trailing 6-3. They've had some opportunities to really get back in it, and we'll see if they can. They got 2 innings to try to solve this 3-run deficit and avoid the sweep here before they head off to Minnesota. So that is the latest there. We'll keep you, well, I'll do this for Tyler. He's down. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on in this game moving forward. Stop grabbing yourself.
Feels nice. Makes me feel frisky.
Yeah, why not? All right. Meetings happening right now, and by the way, coming up behind us on Texans All Access, you'll get to hear from the owners. Cal and Hannah McNair will be on.
Does this count as us being on your show?
Hell no, it doesn't. It counts on you being on Texans All Access. The drive is 2 to 6. That's 4 hours, Hannah and Cal, that you can open up and get on in here. I got some pork rinds for you.
Good ones, too.
Any flavors you want? You want chili lime? You want hot and spicy? You want original? Regular? We got it. We got snacks. So no, it doesn't count. But they will be on coming up right behind us. So stay tuned and listen to them. But Aaron Wilson caught up with him, and he was talking to them about where they feel the team is going into, or in this offseason going into the regular season, and kind of compares it to last year. Here is the owners of the Texans.
Well, we want to win every game we go out, so we haven't quite done that yet, and only one team has. But so this year compared to the year before coming off the playoff loss, we felt we were a little bit of ways. This year coming off the playoff loss, we felt we were pretty darn close. So I'm sure in the offseason the moves are making, and at the draft, and there'll be some more moves here all through training camp right up to the season, and then even in the season. I think we're looking to take another step and excited to see what.
All right, 713-572-4610, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, YouTube and Twitch. We see you out there, Rob, Guy, Brandon, Toby. I'm sure Kick Rocks is somewhere around there. You can jump in this conversation. He said he feels like they're closer coming out of last year than they were this year, and I can understand the way the game, in particular the playoff game, went against the Ravens compared to the one against the Chiefs was different. But when you say closer and to taking the next step, which is clearly past the divisional round, which is now AFC Championship game, Super Bowl. Do you think that they are in that class right now of taking the next step, right? Do you think that they are in that range? Because that next step is a different group of teams. Like, they've beaten the Browns and the Chargers the last 2 years in the playoffs, and then they've met those teams that are in that class. Do you feel like they're closer today to that class?
No, I don't. I think offensively they've got a lot of question marks right now. Defensively, championship caliber, no doubt about it. We're talking about the Houston Texans as a team, and I just simply can't get there. There's not one place on this football team right now, on the offensive side of the football, there's not one position where you feel better about that position group right now than you did last when the season started. I think the wide receiver room lost Tank Dale. The wide receiver room lost Steph Diggs. You ain't there. Dalton Schultz, he had just had a good season, and you just re-upped him, paid him $12 million a year over 3 years, $36 million total, and then he went out there and wet the bed. The tight end room isn't better. You traded Laramie Tunsil. Last year you thought Shaq Mason was better than you do right now as well. Shaq Mason is out. You had his replacements. There's no way that those guys give you a ton of confidence about what it is the Texans are going to do offensively. I would say it's fairly easy to arrive at a spot where the O-line room, from a talent perspective, is worth. Joe Mixon is the running back room would be the only steady one right now for me, and one could argue after watching Damian Pierce just be a non-factor with the exception of one big game when Joe didn't play. One could say that it's hard to feel better about the running back room than you did when you traded for Joe Mixon. And C.J. Stroud, coming off this past year, struggled, was one of the most hit quarterbacks in the league. Stats were nowhere close to what he put up his first year. So you don't feel as good about C.J. Stroud right now as you did after year one. It's hard for me to be at a place with the Texans overall where I say, boy, I'm more confident right now than we were a year ago, given what's going on the offensive side of the football. Now, it could all change. There's a lot of unknown. On the offensive side of the football, and I think it's enough to cause concern. And we'll see if they can move the needle enough to make this more productive than they were last year.
Listen, I've said this a lot, and what we're talking about here is Cal McNair said that it feels like coming off of this year's playoff loss, he said we feel like we were pretty darn close and looking to take that next step. And I'm with Cal McNair. That should be his expectation, and that should be y'all's expectation based on what they've said and what they've done. And I'm posing this question to the people, and this is not rhetorical. I'm posing this to you two, Tyler and Clint. Because I always feel this way. Football is a coach and quarterback kind of sport, especially in the league. Like it's not completely always that simplistic, but I think those are two of the biggest things. And I think D'Amico and C.J. Stroud are humongous reasons to why this team has turned it around the way they have the last 2 years. But I'm asking you from the quarterback standpoint, understanding there's a lot of newness. Nick Caley is new. The OC is new, a lot of that. But from the quarterback standpoint, how different do you feel about CJ right now as opposed to how you felt about him this time last year? Like this, at this point, going into camp, off season, going into this next season where you're trying to take the next step, how different do you feel about him right last year going into this past season?
Yeah, I would say pretty significantly. I feel different. I mean,
it's a big difference of how you feel about the quarterback.
Yeah, last year again, not to beat a dead horse, but coming into last year, I had said a million times that, man, that was some Brady-like football. I mean, and you did it at a clip of leading the league in yards per game and touchdown to interception ratio. Like that was a ridiculously hard to overlook and hard to minimize style of play and quarterback brand. And then he came out the next year, and all of a sudden it's about throwing the football down the field, holding the football, taking sacks, getting hit. And all of that's not his fault. But, the question after year one was, boy, if you could do that, and I'm not talking about the stats, just that approach year in, year out, we're on to something. I'm a lot less confident that C.J. Stroud that we had year one is ultimately the C.J. Stroud we're going to land on. I don't know that this group is not going to go out there and push him to do other things and be more Matthew Stafford and drive the ball down the field and be more aggressive because you're C.J. Stroud and do all this. I'm not real sure who C.J. Stroud is. I'm not real sure who the Texans are offensively. I'm not real sure what in the hell Nick Caley's going to want his quarterback to do. So, no, I would say I'm pretty significantly less confident than I was a year ago.
Yeah, text line coming in. I can't say on paper they're better about the quarterback to improve and be better. Kick rocks, I'm not worried about CJ one bit. I'm confident the dude is working his ass off season. Guy Gene, I don't feel as confident about CJ as I did a year ago. Yes, I know his O-line didn't do him any favors. Tyler, or is how different do you feel about CJ as you like think about where we were this time last year, coming off of that year? Do you feel different about him, or you do? You feel different? There's less confidence, or
I don't know if I'd frame it that way, and maybe so. But what was coming up in my head is, man, I would just kill to have that optimistic feeling that we had at the end of that rookie season. Like I'm not necessarily not optimistic right now with Stroud and the Texans and him as the quarterback, but I mean we were riding high after that rookie year.
I have more questions. That's CJ well Stroud can go and like when we talk about taking the next step, fellas, you know who the hell we talking about. We're talking about teams that have Josh Allen, who's the reigning MVP. We're talking about teams who have Lamar Jackson, who's won back-to-back MVPs, or who's won 2 MVPs. We're talking about a team that has Patrick Mahomes, who many people believe, there's not many people, who is the best quarterback in football. Can he play with them? I had more confidence this time last year, fellas, that C.J. Stroud, I don't know what else is going to be around him, but I had more confidence that C.J. Stroud can go in a game and stand and play with those guys. Confidence in that has slowed up. It's different now than it was last year.
Mine's significantly different.
So yours is significantly different.
Yeah, because, I mean, at the end of that first year, you go, okay, if this is the brand we're going to get, it's all we knew. Now we've seen a different style, a different approach, a lesser season, the inability to overcome all those offensive line issues that he did his rookie year, the inability to overcome and again, this is all – I'm not saying this is CJ's fault. It's just at the end of the day, it's the ebbs and flows of a career. And right now, I am far less convinced that C.J. Stroud is the fixer, the guy that can play a brand of ball that makes everybody around him better versus plays a brand of ball that makes everybody around his job more difficult, right? Does he really have that in his head, whereas year one, it was blatantly obvious?
Yeah. Text line coming through. I had C.J. as an MVP candidate going into last year. I think there were others who did as well.
I would have and had no problem with it.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's where people are
Ron,
at this point.
These Astros are hard to watch.
Well, we'll give you an update on what's happening with the Astros. Glenn is in the tank just for the day right now. We're also going to try like hell to make you money. After yesterday, Tyler Milner is due. He is damn sure due. I think Tyler may have lost some. No, he needs another run. He can make some money with these Astros. But we'll make you some money and get you ready for the rest of the way as we update you on this game that's still ongoing. That coming up next right here live on the Drive.
Underdog Fantasy, y'all. There's a few things you need to know about Underdog. It's available in the great state of Texas. That's right. You can play it in the Lone Star State. You can download it right now. Underdog Fantasy.
studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I see the text line ride through. People on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you jumping in with us with some thoughts on the conversation we had. Of course, you know, we got the dreaded N-word, not the one you're thinking of. The negative comment, not the other one. The negative comment rolled out in here. We'll get to some of your comments here in just a bit. Tyler's best bets coming up. We'll make you a little cash, hopefully, coming up. And on this, Tyler is not at all betting with his heart with these 5 bets. No Astros are involved.
Thank the Lord.
I thought he might fool around, just say, hey, man, let me holler at these Rockets, see if I can get in that 16.5. I thought you might want to play with that. But no, he is not. He will hook you up with that. Remember, coming up, we just heard from Cal and Hannah in the last segment, some things they had to say at the owners' meetings. Well, you'll get to hear a full sit-down right after we get done at 6 o'clock with Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will have a conversation with Cal and Hannah McNair, so you don't want to miss that. And you know the boys. I see them back there working already. Area 45, 7 to 11, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago come up after Texans All Access. As I see a few people rolling in here, Stroud did finish strong. He kept up the momentum. By the way, the Astros are down to their last out, and Yordan Alvarez is coming up. We'll see if he can get 3 hits today. Maybe that's what we're building off of right now. Yordan's got 2 hits, 2 RBIs in this game, but it is 6-3, and they're down to their last out here. But some people are texting in here. Show and Clint need to believe and watch more football. I still feel confident in Stroud as QB1 because he's a competitor, and I feel like he is definitely learning from this. Plus, his approach is different. We haven't heard a word from him. That is very true.
I think everything you just that texter said is spot on, 100%. But there's no doubt about it. I mean, look, he'll learn more from year 2 than he did year 1. There's no doubt about it that it wasn't all on him, but when the quarterback gets too much blame and too much credit, that's part of playing the position. Truth, he fought through some stuff and again developed, but I mean, I could not. I know there's a bunch of sensitive ass people out there that especially coming on that text line and on that chat, but here's the deal. I said it when we were talking after year 1. There was no. I warned people. It was highly unlikely that C.J. Stroud was going to put up a season similar to what he did year 1. That was going to be a season that was going to be hard to live up to. That was going to be a season that was going to be hard to duplicate. Now, the thing with C.J. Stroud is that the approach to playing quarterback completely changed. Right? Now, again, when I say C.J. Stroud, I mean Bobby Slowick. I mean the Texans offense. I mean like that. And that's in part due to I mean, in part why you saw the O-line not just be bad, but be like unacceptably bad and the quarterback get killed. Right? I mean, that's in part why the offensive coordinator got fired. Right? And so, yeah, man, it's I mean, just the reality of it is year 1 was significantly more impressive than year 2 for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, for those who are rolling in, I understand that, you know, C.J. is the guy here. And listen, despite what you think of us, I hope Tyler Amsher's doing it. I hope you know that Clint is doing it. I am as well. I've made it very clear. I want to see C.J. Stroud at his best. We want to, despite what you believe, we want to see him at his best and succeed. We want to be talking the way we were talking out of last year, where it is like that dude can hang and play in a game, a big game, right across from Joe Burrow. can hang and play a big game right across from Josh Allen, Lamar, Mahomes, whatever. And we said that multiple times last year. But look, man, like, it's not crazy or far-fetched to think, based off last year's performance, that you feel a bit different potentially about him in those situations, facing those type of teams, based off what we watched.
I mean, look. I mean, here's the deal. I challenge anybody out there listening, anybody texting, anybody on the chat. Find me one individual that covers the NFL that has C.J. Stroud ranked today higher than they had him ranked a year ago. Find that. That's all the conversation was. Find that person. Hell, there's people that don't even have in the top 10 quarterbacks in the league right now. Like, I mean, there's nobody. There's nobody that covers this game. Now, there may be some local people that cover the team that'll stroke the hell out of CJ no matter what happens. There may be that. But find somebody that covers football, covers the NFL, quarterback play, and right now has CJ Stroud ranked or in their evaluations period higher or better in any way, shape, or form in any facet of their game than they had him a year ago. You won't find it. You won't find that person.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I mean, there were some steps back. And again, as we've said repeatedly, it wasn't all on him. But also it wasn't all on Bobby Sloak and the offensive line. There was some changes and steps back in his game personally. And I agree with the texture. And something we can maybe talk about. I love, like, he appears to be down to damn business. We haven't heard from. I haven't heard or seen CJ since the Chiefs game.
Love it. No question. I think getting the hell beat out of him last year could end up being, like I said before, the most valuable lesson that he's probably learned in football was him getting the hell beat out of him last year. It'll change his career. Right? But it's just the reality of the situation. It's not about, we're not having a conversation about whose fault it is, who's more to blame, just the reality of the situation.
Yeah. The Astros, by the way, dropped this game, and they end up getting swept by the Giants here at home.
Still waiting for that first time to play the celebration music on the show this year.
Boys, there's a lot of pissy poor at bats, man.
Yeah. And is 3, that's the high watermark this year, right?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, they haven't scored more than 3 runs yet this year. They were able to get 3 today, 6-3. The good news is Yordan. He got 2 hits, 2 RBI hits, hit the ball hard. But they are struggling offensively all the way around. And then Framber struggled early, which cost them the game. So 6-3, they lose to the Giants. They'll head to Minnesota to play the Twins. By the way, the captain, Joe Espada, who somebody on the text line has just fired him. Joe Espada has said that Altuve will go back to left field in the Minnesota series. So that's coming up. Tyler, help the people out. I know you got some winners here. Let's get off the schneid. 1 for 5 last night. Let's get off the schneid.
Yeah,